He spoke in favor of the bond. Brian Morera.
He's in favor of the bond.
Okay.
Where are you on?
No, I'm on September.
Yeah, he's in favor of the bond.
Okay.
Okay, you guys are good.
That's the call.
Your mom.
Okay, she's just looking.
In the taco shop. The one next to the church. No, at the in Fort Myers. Is that what they ate probably? That's what I said to them. You guys probably get tacos next to the church.
They actually had Mission Barbecue.
That's what they had? Ready?
Sorry.
Okay. We'll call to order this meeting at 5:37. Emily, please call.
Dr. Bond,
Present.
Emily Garcia, President, Jessica Mendoza, Sanchez, Mario Pineda,
Present.
Kevin Menendez Mackey,
Present.
and Susan Cummings.
No, thank you.
We have one.
Yeah, but we're missing 2 more people.
Oh, we have one.
Well, I know what I'm saying.
Oh,
Just for the
sorry.
record.
Because I had it already said.
And the voting too, right?
Yeah, well, I don't know about Claudia.
Yeah, I believe it's some sort of family emergency.
I know about your mom. Yeah, that's.
Well,
Well,
no,
in
so
my
leave it
rights.
at that.
She's in prison.
Really?
Yeah. It's like,
She okay?
yeah.
Okay, moving on to order of business, deferrals, additions, deletions. We do have to have an addition to the approval of minutes. We need to add the September 19th minutes. I motion to amend the agenda and add that. Do I have a second?
I'll second that.
All in favor?
Aye.
Agenda is amended. Moving forward, any other additions or deletions?
So now at some point we need to, but it wouldn't matter today because
Correct.
he's not here, but we need to add a category for what we have to talk about.
I think we did. I ended up adding it for.
Did you?
Under public comment. Did I not?
Student representative, yes.
Yeah.
But
Oh my
he's
God, I
not.
didn't see
Yeah,
that.
he's
You
not.
know,
Yeah, it's
numbers are
not.
like there, like, okay.
So he's not here today, so we'll move on. Moving on to public comments. Any public comments?
No, sir.
Seeing none, moving on to student representative. Our student representative is not here. I believe he has his first golf game tomorrow and he wanted to get that year practice in today.
No, I hope that's not the reason.
Oh, he's
why
on the
you guys
golf
are
team?
meeting.
That's awesome.
I hope it's not, that's not the reason. we missed that meeting.
Oh, so moving on to number 6, approval of minutes. In your packet, you have the September 19th. Please go over that.
Mhm.
So as you read, I'll make a motion to approve the minutes with the correction that Mr. Mackey
Thank you, sir.
was out excused
Yes. It was for your safety,
for my, for our sake.
for all of your safety. I wanted to be responsible.
No, but by September 19th, it was your father-in-law, right?
I don't remember. One was my father-in-law and
I believe the special call meeting was that you were sick in
yeah,
December 19th.
I was a
Yeah.
second guy, but Evelyn had COVID and yeah, but her,
And for special call, just so you're aware, like that doesn't affect.
it doesn't
your-
affect him, but I just wanted for the record. I didn't want to be appear irresponsible. I'm just telling you.
Absolutely. Thank you, Kevin.
Thank you guys. So,
So we have a motion for the September 19th minutes. Do I have a second? I'll second. All in favor?
Aye.
Moving on to the October 6th special call meeting. Take a look at those.
I will also make a motion with the same correction.
Thank you. I appreciate that.
And that's a meeting short and sweet.
All second. All in favor?
Aye.
Move forward.
minutes, when you're voting in favor, right?
Yeah.
I knew she was ready to run. So. Staff updates, check presentation. We did the Bob Graham check presentation. What's the next one?
Miami-Dade certification,
I believe so.
and then HMO.
And that's all we're missing, right? Because we did.
As far as I know,
Mm.
but please
Three,
let me know.
four.
if-
Miami-Dade Education hasn't just provided us with a date.
Because at the district, I had requested both dates, so like now that we did this one, now I have to follow
Follow
up with
up.
them for the other one.
Okay.
Which one's yours?
I'll be very interested in finding this. I kind of missed them anyway. So.
All right, moving on to old business or budget update. So as you know, our budget request was last. We have the same budget as we do last year. We will go, believe, we're still trying to fight for the sponsorship money that was left. That will go to council in February from the revised to fight for that. But know that our budget stays the same from last year.
So for the next meeting, could you provide us a copy of the actual budgets we go over?
Absolutely.
I'm gonna mail it to you guys. right?
Awesome, thank you.
Moving forward, new business, school showcase, the event request form.
Okay, we're the burrito, right?
Moving fast, bro. Moving today.
You have 3 copies, so don't forget.
Uh-oh, 3 copies. We're gonna give 1 copy to.
Let's keep it down. Yeah, we don't know.
I can share it.
All right, so this is an event packet that we have to fill out now for all events. All right, before we go on, I guess we could do both in what we need and some of these things. Is the flyer right here? Is the resource flyer? Is flyer here? No, flyer's not right there, right?
Like if you need it to create it, yes, it's on there.
Yeah, okay. So let me go through over for a couple of things that the district would like us to do. One of them is they would like us to add the pre-K.
I can pull it up. They want to add the address of the venue. They wanted to say the showcase includes adult and career and technical programs, that it's not limited
Correct.
from pre-K to 12.
So the correct wording should be.
That's the.
Well, I have it here, I can copy it. Like I can, oh, it's the bullet points I sent you. That's the one he's referring to.
Yes.
But that is.
That's for the
Not the
flyer.
recommendation that was sent in today. This is like from last week. There was 2 emails that were sent. And then it
The
says,
showcase, the flyer include adult and career and technical programs. Okay, and the other thing we need to discuss is, and this is something we had discussed when we were at the district, and we all know this. No incentive to go to these kind of things from the schools, from the kids, then we don't really get the audience we want. Since you're not paying for something, you're like, you know what, I'll sign up for it, I miss it.
Right.
So we did speak to the district and we did discuss with them that we should create some kind of incentive.
Who's gonna create this?
So this is where I wanted to, try to come up with some kind of idea and throw it back to the district and see what we could do. Hector, you're the one that, and Mackie worked in the school system. What can we offer? Is it extra credit available, hours, an A for coming?
So I will tell you, we can offer nothing, zero silch, and that's what we're gonna be offering. Exactly,
But
right?
the district does agree that we need to create some kind of incentive.
Then let the district come up with their own incentives. We cannot tell the district what to incentivize their kids with. I don't think contractually, I don't think they can dictate to the teacher how to incentivize the kid either.
Mhm.
So if they want to provide an incentive, that should be district.
Did they provide any parameters on as far as what can we
They
there
can
was an
suggest?
email sent today, and I'll read it just so that you guys are all on the same page. It says, I know we discussed schools providing incentives to students to generate interest and participation. However, I would caution placing a statement on the flyer that promises a universal incentive.
Right.
I can work with each school individually to garner the support of a school-specific incentive
That's
that the
the
schools
problem.
will be comfortable with. For instance, the high schools may provide community service hours, K-8s may provide a homework class, or other school site-specific incentive.
And there you go. So that's your answer.
So
The
then
district
each
wants to
individual,
provide-
so each individual school provide their own incentive for going to the showcase, basically.
Yeah, however they work it out, that's between them. But we should not be advertising incentives because we cannot promise any family or any, we cannot put a school in that position.
Do we have any materials left from the giveaway when school started?
But
I'm just
then,
saying,
like the
there's
books,
something,
like the books for little kids.
no, or like the book bags and all the materials, are we
Well, remember
capable?
the book bag came through the mayor's event, right? So we would have to
You would
find
have to
out.
check with them, I don't know.
That
Not
wasn't
that
a
they need it now,
town-sponsored event.
pero something to incentivize these folks for coming.
Okay, so if we have the district reach out to the schools for them to create an incentive for each individual, school, that would be something that we could.
But right, exactly.
We need their help
Like
at the
that
school
email.
site, that's the only way.
Like, for example, community service, yeah, for high school
For high
kids, that'd be
school
great.
only, right?
But why would a K-8 kid, why they don't care about community
Yeah.
service? It doesn't impact me. So they need to create their own thing.
So on that note, I'll reach out to her and ask them for the schools to give us a list of incentives that they could provide each individual school. The address is easy. Adding the pre-K to career
The adult and technical
education, that's easy to the fly,
Mhm.
right?
Yeah, I mean, I personally don't have an issue with it. I know it's something we should have discussed at some point, but I don't have. If I get that correctly, that should be tech.
Correct.
Who will be doing, they're gonna be doing their presentation anyways. Maybe
But it
what
should
we
be
can do
included.
is, and I'm sure there'll be a subcommittee along the way in the next 3 weeks. But all that's gonna do, maybe we should give tech a few extra minutes to, because they're gonna have to talk, there's 2 different schools, really, because it's one.
Correct.
So the education center and the technical college, so maybe we can give them like an extra few minutes and they can talk about both.
So Emily, you'll add that to the flyer and then you'll be able to send it out to Isle so she can send out.
All right,
The other thing that they wanted us to add was the point of contact. That's tough to do.
Point of contact for.
If you look on the email, someone to reach out to.
I mean, They can, they can reach out, but like usually when we give the number to reach out, one,
Yeah, I don't
more
want
than
them to
anything, it's
bombard
for
you.
registering, and second of all, I mean, you could put my number, but I'm not gonna have much detail, like I. can
Yeah,
only
I don't want
explain so much.
parents
much.
calling you
So I
saying,
don't
hey,
think
what's
that's
the
helpful.
showcase gonna be about? You're not, that's gonna bombard you with questions.
So
So
what number?
No, and I just, I'm not gonna have like those details the same way that you guys will, so,
But
I mean, if it's just to register, I think it's a good idea, but if it's about details, unless you guys wanna give me a script, then I can go off of that, but that's really all I can do.
Yeah.
Or if you have a script, we can add that to the event. Like if there's certain like FAQs you kind of want to answer that you can already perceive people like asking questions about, we can add that to the event. If that's helpful.
I don't know where we would add a
Okay,
phone
that's
number.
okay.
I think we would see that in the school college.
do you have it do you have it at that point?
Point of
on?
contact.
Well, it would have to be, I mean,
Yeah.
I'm not gonna be putting myself, I cannot be getting 50 calls a day, and I don't think it would be 50 calls either. I like what I was saying,
I like a
just put
script.
a script, because you're gonna open,
The Eventbrite page is up, but we can add details to it.
Yeah. Maybe that's what we can do, can we put a flyer, a flyer.
Or you can add it to the flyer, or if you feel like it's gonna make it too wordy and distract people from just
Right.
getting the main points, and send it to me and I can add it to the Eventbrite like description.
But do we need a number? I don't think so.
Yeah, I just know if we put a number, I know some parents are gonna call, who's gonna be there, that's just gonna get complicated,
Can they just call the town and ask for general information?
But that's the thing, that doesn't have much information other than what
The
we discussed
schools in
here.
the area are gonna showcase what they have to offer. I mean, that's a general topic.
Including.
And they want
So-
details, they need to go and see what's there. So from what I understand, because I was watching the whole way over, I was listening the whole way over
Do
here.
we sound good?
Yes. So pre-Ks are gonna be also invited?
Yes, you have.
Pre-Ks.
Okay,
There's a lot of pre-Ks in my
You're
case.
jumping the gun on me because I have my little notes. I did actually take down notes.
No, because I heard about the pre-K, and there's a lot of pre-Ks.
So they want to,
Every-
no,
We did say pre-K, somebody,
I
said
heard it.
12, pre-K to
so
12.
this is exactly what they want. They want, it also is there a number where individuals can reach staff or the town to request for questions or directions. So
Who sent that email?
that's from the district.
Okay, because I got the one that you guys forwarded of Taurus about how he said that schools will do the incentives based on what they feel is
What
appropriate.
you were reading, no?
Yeah, but this is the other.
I didn't read that, I didn't read that one.
Can there be a social media post that, like a general one that's created for all schools as well, to post on their pages?
Well, the schools, what we normally do with the district is we share the flyer with them.
Okay,
So it's really just gonna be the same.
that's what I mean, like a
Flyer.
general one where we could say to all the schools, this is what you can post on your.
Yeah,
you
and
know,
they
so
can
it's-
either choose to repost or
fidelity.
post it as their own thing.
Okay.
Well, you know what, now that we say that, we could do questions through the web, through the webs, through Facebook or something, if they have a question or anything.
Like post your questions.
Yeah.
here.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Are we gonna have flyers sent to the schools?
Once we
Okay.
have it ready,
That's
So
better.
this,
we sent the initial one to them, but they ask for a few edits, so once those edits are done, they will.
Then
resend
they'll
the new
go out to
one.
the
I guess
kids,
we need to make some.
because that is a little better.
Okay, so this is what we need to think about, right? So in the flyer, at some point, we should put who's gonna be in attendance, right? What schools? So I would assume all the public schools, how are we gonna confirm if OLL is gonna be attending?
And the
I
other
sent them an
pre-K too,
email
But they haven't
and they
replied,
haven't responded.
so we assume they're not attending.
and the
We-
preschools, we haven't sent anything to them.
Well, but the preschools are not gonna come present, remember, we don't have
Oh,
a
they're,
space.
Yeah.
okay,
We're gonna invite them, you know, because I'm sure they have a lot of 4 or 5-year-olds that have to
okay.
go into public school.
Mhm.
So I know I sent you an email today, I know you forwarded
Uh-huh.
to your whole team. You know, and that was part of the questions, right? That, you know, how are we as a town really gonna market it, right? I know the school board's gonna try to do their own thing, but how are we gonna do it?
I can tell you that one of the main things, and again, this is up for you guys to decide because it's a budget thing. Personally, this is a recommendation from communications team. Paid ads get you far.
yeah.
If you guys are on social media, you know that you'll constantly see
And
sponsored
how-
ads, and
how
that means
much-
that they're paid for.
So-
How much are we paid?
So from our budget, can we use it to boost posts from the towns?
Because
Social
what
media
that
pages.
does specifically, it helps with reaching people that don't normally follow. So there's people that are always engaging with us. You don't need to win them over. They're already going to
Right.
go. You need to
Right.
reach people that aren't
And
even
it's cheap too.
engaging with
It's
us.
not even that expensive.
The budget, it comes down to you guys. Like you can go as cheap as
Okay.
$20 or you
Yeah.
can go as much as
$100
$500.
gets you,
Like, it's really
$100 gets you longer.
whatever you want, and forever,
It's
however
super
many
cheap,
days you want to do it.
Wasn't there money left over from sponsorship from like the last
But
thing?
We're
We're
still-
still fighting.
yeah,
I know we're in this
still fighting,
fiscal
yeah.
year, and I know we haven't had it approved. We cannot use that sponsorship money for this.
You
Okay.
can't use that until it's approved.
Until it's
Mhm.
approved.
So
So
the
we have to go-
carryover is
It
approved.
goes back
We have to
to
go,
towns.
and I think we had $1,000 approved, right, for events. It's the only thing they approved.
I have it right here. I'm gonna
Okay,
send it
now
to
we
you
have
guys.
to go off our new.
Just
budget.
remember, they cut the whole budget.
They cut the budget to. what
Everything we
Yeah, I
asked for
heard,
for that.
yeah.
We have $1.
Well, yeah, it's the same as what
Right,
you were
It's the
right.
same thing as last
Yeah,
year.
we have $1.
I have it here and I'm gonna email it to you guys for your records, but I can read it for you. For events, you guys have $1,000.
$100.
And we have nothing for miscellaneous.
There's no miscellaneous.
Okay, I think we're just.
But remember, we have to include for this program, for this, we have to include some of the other expenses. that we have.
But understand that whatever we do, we have to bring money in at some point because we have other events.
No, absolutely. We have to get sponsorships from them,
So-
but we should, for now, I do agree we should use the $1,000 that we have, not all of it, but start with that.
So what would $100?
No, it does, because it's a range. I mean, I don't know.
$100 gets you, $100 will get us a lot.
It does.
Yeah.
Because what I was thinking is like, you know, for example, when I talk to you, because we're in political season, you know, and every day I get some sort of little postcard in the mail, or you get your little calls or surveys, but those robocalls that they,
Mhm.
so what I was saying is not everybody does social media. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, but parents of students that say.
They do, they, yeah, I mean, I'm an old guy now. I'm an old man, maybe I'm
I
not.
do mostly Instagram,
Yeah.
Facebook every once in a while, but Instagram is like the
Mhm.
one I go to. I don't know what.
Oh,
The
here's something
parents
I
do-
wanted to give you guys an update on. Forgetting about paid ads for a second, for flyers, just so you're aware of how we're doing things, because I know that there's been a lot of back and forth about our marketing. So anything that's just like a flyer will be posted for sure on our Facebook and our Twitter,
Mhm.
along with whatever details and words.
You know,
Instagram, we will be doing Instagram, but we're trying to do Instagram a little different for the sake of having a good engagement rate, which is what you all need. We're trying to stay away from flyers on Instagram because flyers are wordy and they're not
That's true.
attractive to your audience. So even if we can include the flyer, just keep in mind, it's not gonna be the first slide on a post, if that makes any sense. So like if we do 2 or 3 images, like what you want is, we're gonna have to get pictures of kids or something, or maybe do a video. Video is always a good thing, but I don't think we have anything for this, but we'll do like
We can make
pictures
a
of
reel.
kids or kids reading books or something that you guys, if you guys wanna share ideas of what type of pictures we can get. And then the flyer will be like the last thing on there, just because flyers are not good for engagement. So just keep that in mind, that if you see it and you don't see the flyer, like don't freak out, you probably just have to like scroll, which is good for engagement.
Mhm.
And then other than that, flyers, like what we can do is that, obviously, and then I can print flyers, like if you guys want to share them with your friends and neighbors, I think you guys are a great point of contact. We can put them around our centers, like Mary Collins or Roberto Alonso. I don't know how helpful it will be,
What I
but we
would
can
love
share it.
is for us to, so like, for example, I know we have a newsletter, and that's gonna be get published. in the
Yes, we can
newsletter.
include it in the monthly newsletter.
So,
It's in November, so, no, in
Okay.
November, we have a monthly, I don't know if you guys subscribe to it, the communications team sends out a
yeah,
monthly
I
newsletter.
get it.
Mhm.
So we can include it in there.
Right, I mean, I know I get it, that's why I
I get
know
it too.
this newsletter. Okay, the newsletter. Now, I don't know who would put it like, again, I don't
Laker?
always, but I do look at the Laker, I do read the Laker.
I will
about
ask
it,
them, so that's fine.
You know, and of course, the town, whatever social media platform we have to do it. I'm hoping that the district does more than just post it on social
I
media.
thought we were gonna give out flyers per classroom.
That's what I'm hoping, that's what I put flyers. I think you're the one who mentioned flyers on backpack once or something like that. We put flyers
So
on
the young
the
ones, the
kids.
flyers are.
Yeah, the teacher gives them out to the classroom.
Mhm.
But can you guys do that as like individuals, or they have to be the ones?
The
What do you
schools
mean?
would have to do, but
Like
the
I
schools-
can ask them, right?
The
The
But
school's
I-
not gonna print it. They're not gonna print flyers.
So if we drop it off,
We have
they
to
will.
drop them
Yeah,
off
yeah.
enough for the school, and then they'll put
But would
like
the
a
town print
bundle
the
in each
flyer?
classroom.
Yeah, we can print the flyer.
Would the
Thank you.
town charge us for the flyers?
No. If it's a special, like if you're gonna do it on a nice, like, yeah, no.
There
If
are
it's
no
regular
paper,
flyer. we
Like
can
just
do
a
it.
regular paper going
Yeah,
home,
that's
they
not
go in
gonna
their
cost you
homework
that.
folders, and they just, in the office, they'll correlate them per mailbox.
So
And there's
now,
no.
hold on, before we get, how many?
Exactly.
Yeah,
Well, each
because I
school
usually
has
say
the
no, but
number.
it's never really,
It's
you know,
a
huge
lot.
Like our
amount.
school has 1,400 kids.
No, and if you got to talk to the tech, to
So if
the whole
that's-
county, it's almost 9,000 students, the whole
So
town.
then maybe it might cost you something, but normally, but just let me know what's
I'd
an
be-
amount you're looking.
I'd be more interested in taking flyers to all the preschools, if they'd be willing to cooperate. I don't know how many preschools we have in the town.
Yeah, but you also have to hit elementaries, because they're the ones that are gonna. go to middle
Right,
school.
right,
And then
right.
the middle school is for the
Middle school and
high
high school,
school,
Right,
so you
but-
have to hit everybody.
No, and you're right, but what I'm saying is, if the schools are gonna do their own marketing of the event, and I'm assuming they will, okay? I'm assuming, I think they
They're
will,
built into. it.
okay?
I'm telling you, paper flyers are more.
No, I
effective.
get you,
Parents
I
get
get
it
you.
in their hand,
They
I
see
get you,
it,
but
what's this?
let's say. our
they'll put it on
schools-
their refrigerator, whatever it
Let's
is.
see, and we will see, because you work at a school, I mean, right now, I have 2 schools in the town, I mean, we could see what they do, but the preschools, you know what I'm saying, we have no way, they're not gonna advertise on the same way that the schools are
Right.
gonna do.
And preschools aren't used to being involved.
And I could see, like, for example, a lot of the 8th graders attend, because they're gonna go to high school, you know? I don't know how many 5th graders would attend, because they're both K-8s, you know? So then the middle school gets caught up in the air, right? Now, what is the advantage for the K-8s if we're not able to bring these preschoolers, you know, to the event? So we
I'm
need to
sure the
expand
Methodist has
more
no
the
problem
schools.
handing out, because they're very good about handing out stuff.
Hmm?
The Methodist hands out, you know,
But not knowing how many
And-
preschools, is there a way that we can find out how many preschools we have?
And here's a question, because I'm not involved with schools, I don't know, do all preschools that we have here fall under something that's Miami-Dade County Public Schools, or is there
No,
something
it
else?
doesn't.
No.
So, okay,
No.
I need you guys to help me with
Some are
providing who you need me
independent,
to
yeah.
contact with there. Or at least just
So we
like
have
what the
to like,
schools are,
we
and I
have to
can
Google,
Google.
like.
top of my head, I know you have,
You have
The
3 just in
Methodist,
this area, right?
you
The
have
two
the growing
Montessori's.
pains,
The
yeah.
Methodist
right, the
is a-
Montessori.
Yeah.
There's 2 Montessori's?
There's 2, there's
What's the-
Discovery and
But
then
isn't
there's
that
the
we're finding out
Miami
how many
across from
teachers
the
are,
middle school.
do they have to like a license?
Right, I know
or
the one
something?
from- where's
Yeah,
the
I guess I can
It's
do
the
that.
Episcopal Church. They
Yeah.
have one too.
Oh, the one.
Yeah.
I'll pull a business tax receipt.
And there's
Okay.
the one next to.
Oh, there's the
And
one
then share with you
And then
guys.
there's kinder
Right up
care.
154.
And the
Kinder
police
care.
station, there's one too.
Right,
And then when you come out by Miami Children's, there's
That's true.
The little college.
Little college.
But they have their own,
But
They have like
she-
3 of them,
but
yeah.
Guys,
they have their own elementary that.
guys, listen, she can do that. She
Okay.
can pull that. And these daycares, they don't need hundreds of flyers.
No, yeah.
No.
Because remember, a lot of their.
They can put it on their
clientele is
desk and the
kids.
parents can pick it up from the desk, because they don't really have like.
Or if we could
book
give it to
bag.
the older ones that they know they're gonna go. into
Oh, like the
school system.
pre-K four. Okay.
Right. you
Yes,
know,
pre-K
they're gonna
four.
go anyway to the school.
So I'll ask for the list, I'll send the flyer to the list. I will share the list with you guys, just so you guys can take a look in case there's a score or something we missed, just like look at it and make sure.
But could we make a few flyers to actually take to
But
them?
this
Yeah,
is like,
yeah, I can print them.
Or,
coming up
yeah,
soon.
yeah, yeah. Know what I'm saying? And I don't mind
We
taking.
gotta get it out
a
there
day,
soon.
my lunch hour. or
this is
whatever.
coming up really
I
soon.
can help out.
So-
So moving on to the packet, so let's look at that packet real quick. Cooler and ice, we had talked about having food and refreshments.
So I know this was discussed last time, right? I'm gonna tell you guys. Knowing that our budget is shut, right? That we're getting nothing, zero. And you know, you like how I did that zero?
See, was there?
We need to find a way to fund this.
I say we don't provide
No, we don't need to provide,
anything.
but I'm gonna tell you again, I know last time we debated a lot. If we can get pizza donated, I don't mind selling it. It's money that's gonna be, now, let me ask you
Oh, yeah,
this.
did you
I
ever ask-
didn't get to,
ask
but
that
let me,
question?
let
You
me
were gonna
send the
find
text
out.
off.
Because if we can raise, I don't know, whatever, it's $500, we're
Mhm.
selling soda, water,
Yeah,
pizza. You know, we can get the volunteers to sell it. I'm all for we need to fund
Absolutely.
future events, guys. I
But
mean,
one of us needs to be the one in charge of the money.
Yes.
That's the one thing.
Right, right.
And handling pictures
Emily
and
loves
money.
it. She collects all the money.
No,
Oh, that's
but-
right, because you guys might need that Thursday.
But,
If not, I'll collect money.
right, any of us,
Mhm.
the things we gotta keep thinking, I mean, we have.
Okay,
quite a
so
few
let's,
events.
let's think about this. Well, depending on her answer, we'll move on from the food. Let's move on to tables.
You're moving on, we're voting on
I
nothing.
mean,
No.
if YTF could do, I'm sure. we could do it.
They sold before?
Yeah.
Oh, perfect. So
Already,
we're-
yeah, all the time.
So can I make a
Um,
motion, not yet?
Not yet. We're gonna need tables, round tables or rectangular tables?
Rectangular.
Rectangular.
Okay, how many?
No, wait, why are we gonna need them?
Yeah,
The schools are
schools-
supposed to provide their own.
We can provide tables for them.
Ask Ms. Montana if the schools are gonna have their own tables or do we need to
They
provide?
should have their own too, because when they go to,
Okay, but
Presentation.
before you go crazy with one
They
thing,
have the same-
do we have 6 rectangular
Schools
tables?
never bring them.
really?
We can get them, but they're the plastic ones, like, you know which ones?
Yeah,
the-
yeah, that's okay.
anything.
Because they would have to bring their own.
That's
They're gonna
fine.
bring their own.
I'm sure they're
little-
gonna decorate it. with
Yeah,
their own-
yeah.
But we-
Usually what we provide for like sponsors or vendors is a table and 2 chairs. After that, like they need to bring their tablecloth
Yeah.
and
But
their
we
banners.
yeah.
and
we
everything.
could have at least 6 tables and.
Yeah.
Okay.
So we would need 6 rectangular tables.
Yes, well,
That's
put 7,
included.
just put 7 just in case, because we sell pizza, whenever we sell pizza, we need to put it somewhere.
All right, chairs, we need then,
And then the preschools have their own tables then?
For preschools, we're not.
If they show up?
Yeah, it's,
So why are you inviting them?
because they're looking for elementary schools, yeah.
Okay, just to
The next
come,
step, yeah.
not to present, not to,
Audience,
okay, okay,
Because
okay.
my understanding, for whatever
Okay.
reason, and I've been in there multiple times,
Okay.
I thought the Roberto Alonso Center was a huge thing
It's
with
not that
multiple rooms. So in my head, I
I
had
think it
something
has
that,
what, 2 rooms? Or
yeah,
3?
but you
They
see,
divide them.
we have the whole room, but one small area because of Domino's.
oh, we have to share it with Domino's at night?
I think so.
Yes,
Oh, wow.
We didn't know
Yes.
yes, it was brought up.
They couldn't kick Domino's out
Because they were
Oh,
pre-booked
they're
before you guys.
pre-booked and they
Is
pre-booked.
parking gonna be an issue? I know parking
that. I
is
thought
tough.
the
for-
whole thing was that it
But
was
this
gonna
one-
be after.
No,
No,
they moved other programs.
Yeah.
But
there's no
that's
soccer
the-
that day,
There's no.
Yeah, they-
That's
Thank
a-
God.
So there's.
The parking's rough and
Yeah.
it's.
so it won't be soccer. The only thing is that one last real skinny little room won't be available for if they Domino's.
You know, it could get loud in there, I hope they don't.
Maybe they'll come wanting some pizza.
I mean, yeah, it's business, they need to.
All right, so chairs, we're gonna need two,
No, How many chairs do we have?
There's plenty. I usually have bingos with the seniors or the
Do we have
100 chairs.
100? Do we have 200 chairs?
we need two
I have
chairs.
100.
But not 200.
Why
Do
do
you
you
need 200? I
Well,
can try to get them
so
for you.
let's try to
So are they
picture the
gonna be
event.
sitting or they're just
That's why
walking
I
around the
asked.
tables? or-
Is that what we want to do? How are the schools going to present? If we're going to give them 10 minutes to present, 15 minutes. What are the parents going to do? They're all going to stand around it.
That's true.
You know what I'm saying? We need to think it out, no? No, I do it.
Based on previous events, do you think we'll have more than 100 people?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah?
For that, for this, I assure you.
Okay.
Way, I think I was way more.
So, I mean, I hear your point, but, we can't have 100 chairs. I don't think we'll fit 100 chairs.
You can fit them.
What do you mean?
Oh, but the
No, but
thing is
for
that
the
I'm used to
awards,
doing
we-
it with the full.
The full,
space.
exactly
Oh,
what I'm
yeah,
talking
that's
And
about.
100 and you have leftover space.
So I would tell you, I don't think 50, more than 40 people are gonna sit at one time, and you put it in the center, if they wanna sit, you can sit, while you eat a piece of pizza. Or, watch them perform the presentation.
How
in the
much
school.
space do we really have then, for not to be able to fit?
You want me to get your measurements?
Isn't it just, aren't the tables gonna be on the?
On the outside, tables are not gonna be inside, we put the tables outside.
Oh, they're gonna be, no, because I was saying, aren't they gonna be
No, no,
on
no,
the
no.
outer
The
and then the
schools
chairs go in the middle?
Have to be in like
Yeah,
around.
circular,
Okay,
inside the hall.
They're gonna be on the wall.
What are you're gonna put the hallway in the school and the school comes inside to do the presentation?
Okay, how are you gonna set this up? We have the tables around, right?
Right, that's what I
How are you
do.
gonna do
Inside the
presentation?
room, right?
So if we can't, I have a piece of paper.
You guys party plan.
I'm not.
I'm like.
I have a picture of something in my mind.
That's why
You're talking about
Okay,
the tables
Yeah.
so,
outside, right?
yeah, I'm talking, this is
Yeah.
the stage, all right?
Where we have the
Presentation,
awards.
okay,
And then the
and
tables
then
are around.
each table.
Yes,
go
around the hall.
around like that.
Yes,
Yeah. like
inside the
this.
hall,
And then you could put chairs
in the
in the
middle,
middle,
like a little,
like
like
this,
audience.
you
Okay,
know?
see Mario plans parties, there we go.
like
Mario.
that, and then that's what you can do.
Yes.
So they can walk around.
So I
with
tell you
the
that we
chairs
never-
and everything in the way.
That's my only thing. My thing was,
How many chairs
How-
can we fit in the middle?
how many, I'm not too crazy about the chair idea, but I do see, okay, if you're gonna watch this presentation, where you're gonna sit,
No,
you're
but I'm
gonna
gonna tell you
stand.
right
They
now,
can just
Yeah.
stand?
I'm gonna tell
And
you
then
right
walk
now,
around?
if you're gonna put the tables inside for them to walk in, then they'll do a presentation.
Exactly.
Schools will do present, because how are you gonna tell me that I'm gonna have 40 people sitting here? Let's just say only
And then
100,
other people
right,
just
right,
walking
I got
around.
and 60 people walking around, talking at the same time. That
You do either
percentage is not
one
gonna
or
be
the
heard.
other. You
What
gotta
I
do
was
one
thinking, maybe
stage
a funny
with the
thing,
presentation
a funny
or the
thing,
6
Is that,
tables.
I'm just thinking about a Christmas event we did,
Okay.
okay, with the giving gifts or whatever, a couple of years ago or last year, okay? Are we gonna have all the space we have when we had the
No,
education?
count, like,
awards.
say this
The
is the,
awards.
It's
Say
happening, right? That's
say
what you're
this is
saying?
Not
the,
half.
no,
You're-
not half.
You're gonna be missing a quarter of it.
Okay,
So,
So like with a little picture.
so it's gonna start.
I don't know
so
which
like,
hand,
like,
I think
like
we
this,
just
so
walk
this is
around.
here, so this, like, say this would be missing here,
Okay,
like that.
I say they walk around
but
and
what I was
that's it.
saying is, if you come out here, because we had a long hallway here at the entrance, right? There's a long,
Mhm.
and you give them their tables,
Okay.
They won't fit out there.
It's
In
Six
that
narrow.
little
tables?
hallway? No.
6 tables don't fit in that hallway?
It's gonna be too narrow. That hallway is not that
If people are
wide.
gonna
Maybe
be
if you do it
walking
on
by
one
it
side.
It's
might
too
not.
narrow, yeah, it's
No.
like you can't get everybody to get that information.
Well, we had the mayor's guy, that they had the little auction tables, right?
Then I say that there's no presentation.
So why don't each
And then
school
just
do
go-
their own at their table? You know how some people bring like a little video, TV, and then they put things on it?
Uh-huh.
And then another one can bring a screen if they feel like it. Like each
their
table
marketing
has
would
their
have to
own
be like
marketing.
that.
Yeah.
A school thing.
They each
Yeah.
market their
Yeah,
own.
yeah,
That's it.
the marketing.
I mean, you're gonna have them all do a show. No? I mean,
No
maybe
stage.
we can have somebody sing, or I don't know what you guys like.
Yeah.
No, but the thing is when you put
stage
6
and no
tables.
chairs.
Okay,
No
so,
stage.
no stage, no chair, so no presentation of the,
Band that you
Yeah.
wanted?
Or the
What?
schools.
or of any, any.
So just be a question and
administration.
And you
answer.
could do either the chairs and the stage with each school going up, or the 6 tables, everyone just walks around.
I
You
think
can't
it's better
do
just walking
Yeah.
around.
Yeah, I don't think you can.
It's like
do
food
both.
and wine. You just go around and pick what you want. You don't have to.
Because my idea is, I mean, what I thought, again, is that if I go up as a school, whatever school,
Mhm.
and you have 10 minutes of your attention, I can present to you the programs that I offer.
Right.
What makes my school unique, right? Now, you will start, let's say, with the 2 K-8s. Then you go to the middle, then you have the 3 high schools, because a K parent doesn't care what a high school's presenting, you know what I'm
Right,
saying?
right.
So I made my presentation, now you saw that, hey, Bob Graham and the K-8 have these things. Maybe I like what Bob Graham has better than the K-8, or the other way around.
Yeah, but if they walk around, they can still see that. And if you say 6 to
But-
8, they're gonna trickle in and
But what
out.
you're gonna see,
They're not gonna
but
all
what
be
you're
here
gonna
from 6
see-
to 8 o'clock.
right, but when you give like that, and believe me, I've done this quite a few times, okay? You put this table here, and I'm gonna tell you what's gonna happen. Goldman's table is gonna be a huge line over here. everybody's gonna be dying to go see what go, all the high schools and then these schools are gonna get drowned out.
Well, it doesn't, they need to step it up then, they need to
Listen,
present.
I'm fine, either way, we can choose.
No,
presentation or table.
I understand your point of view. I'm gonna give my vote is, you give each person a table, right?
That's it.
And that's it. We don't, my only concern about, the stage was, I know that we're gonna have some, members from the district
I
there.
don't watch
So, you know,
what is a political event?
no, just saying, so.
They can walk around and look what their schools are doing.
Exactly. Exactly.
Same thing that everybody else does.
That's fine. I mean, again, let's put it to a vote, if what everybody says, you
I mean,
know.
but you understand what I'm saying?
No, I understand completely what you're saying.
Assuming we're only gonna have 2 periods, and we're not gonna have enough to put the schools out here, then this does not match with that. It's gonna be,
You tried to vote.
Let me give you a little bit more details so that I confirm. One, yes, you guys can sell. It's preferable that we don't do cash, but if you do cash, just make sure that you're
Just
just
do
giving
balance.
yourself more work, because then you have to keep a lot, but that's all. And then
I'll give you a cash
second,
receipt for, I can get you cash receipt.
and then room 4 is the one next to the kitchen. So
Yeah.
if that's
At the
the
back.
little space that you'll be
Okay.
missing. Without room 4, it's more or less 90 chairs. That's considering no tables.
And if
So-
since if we don't do cash, we do credit card?
You can
Do
do
you guys
both.
have
Do you have
the,
the thing?
the cube?
Yeah,
Okay,
I'll bring them.
okay.
So,
Yeah. 'cause
If not, I'll let you know how. it works.
So you have that, you have one of these?
Do
No,
we
but
all
I
need to
saw
fill it
it.
out?
She sent it to me.
No, I just shared it so you guys can.
Yeah, 'cause we
But
gotta fill this out.
I do need
All of
one
us?
You stole my.
No, you fill it out by yourself.
yeah, one person has to fill it out.
Yeah,
Yeah.
so we need, right now, we're on, I'm sorry, so we need coolers, because we're not gonna do the piece out of the water, we'll do coolers, so we need, 2 coolers, 1 cooler?
Oh, let's get 2, let's get 2.
2 coolers
We have
and
water and
bigger
soda.
seven.
Yeah, we need 2 coolers at least,
Okay, and ice cream.
yeah,
Nice.
we need water,
We need sodas, but
we'll just water, we'll just do soda.
So both. I mean,
Just
some
look like a
more,
water
both.
body, man.
You look like a water body, it's 70% water.
70% coke.
So we'll do water and soda. Okay, tables, we have 7 of the rectangle, chairs, we're gonna need 2 chairs for each table.
Uh,
And we're gonna need a table for ourselves.
Let's ask for 8 tables and 20 chairs.
Guys, we need a table for ourselves
and 20 chairs.
with our,
I'll be there early to
Tablecloth,
help set up. So we'll give-
Tablecloths, we need tablecloths, obviously.
Well, then they're gonna-
Every
Just
school
ours.
brings their own.
We have ours for our EAB, we have ours,
uh-huh.
so we're
Can
good.
can
You guys have it, right? You guys
Yeah.
I
have
don't
it?
have it.
I think I give it today at an event, I think.
I don't know, because I don't think I've ever handled. yours.
I
I think you
remember-
guys have handled.
What are you
it.
talking about, the table cover?
Table
I
cover.
gave it to someone. I had
We
it
used it in the.
I have to
book-
check
the
in my
book bag
house.
you
What was the
always
last
have.
event? Yeah.
The book bag, right?
I think they did, no? Didn't I give it to her
I'll
something?
ask her.
I think I recall putting it in a
Oh,
bag.
we're
I
gonna
know
need-
somebody was getting it
Oh,
from you.
we're gonna need one for the pizza.
Oh,
That's fine.
you did it for the.
Yeah.
the-
Okay, ask for 3 just in case the school just
So
shows up.
3
black.
black ones, just in
3
case.
black ones.
Yeah,
The school
she
doesn't
has-
show up with
she has-
anything.
The black ones we have stickers on.
My mom has this table cover.
Okay, so just, I guess you guys have to hand it off. at some
Dishware,
point.
plates, utensils, napkins, we need napkins.
Napkin.
And don't we need plates for the pizza?
Yeah, so
Plates and
napkins and
napkins.
plates.
Just give them a napkin.
That's what I said, but.
I'm okay with that too. It's cheaper, we have to pay for this, right? I guess it is. We can go take those black with that, brown ones from the bathroom.
Right, just open it. Food trays, food warmers. What do we
No.
do? No. Okay, food truck and vendors, we said no food
No,
trucks.
Just the pizza, I guess Dayton said that she had a,
Talk to, okay, janitorial. Okay, we're gonna need after and before, right?
I'll double check for you guys, because they might be,
There for
I
the
think that
Domino's.
part, we have people stay till
Staffed.
late. Yeah.
Okay.
Because
I just put
Anyway,
that there for you
Before
guys
you
to keep in
say,
mind,
yeah.
because sometimes.
or just 6 to 8, right? You said
Yes.
What?
6 to 8
Okay.
PM? 6 to
Yes,
8,
yes, yes.
yes.
So this, do they also have a handyman there in the building then?
Yes,
Why, you
and
use
there
it
is a
now?
charge for
No, but
handyman,
it's-
just so you guys are aware.
What do you
There's
need a
what?
handyman
There's
for?
a charge for handyman for
But it-
setting up the roof.
If something
But if they
breaks,
have
it's the
one there, we
building's
have to
issue,
still
not
pay for
ours.
What does that mean by setup?
The
Because.
setup of your tables and your chairs.
No, I set up my table. I set up my table.
We do it,
Oh,
yeah,
yeah,
I'll
yeah,
help out.
Then the school set up, I'll set up. We'll see.
Yeah, it's easy.
Question, since they're not gonna have to pay those $85 an hour, can we get that refunded to the committee so we have $85 more?
Refunded.
We didn't pay, how do we get a refund?
Moving on to IT.
We're not recording
Who's gonna have
anything.
anything?
Not everything is applicable. I just tried there, so you guys know.
Microphones and audio, we don't need, videography, photography, DJ,
No,
I mean, I hope they cut the grass, you know, but-
park department grass, we don't need none of this, we
and,
need.
and the sidewalks are clean. and-
Resources, registration page, we do need that, right?
And it's up.
Hmm?
It's up, November, so.
Programs,
We don't need any programs, we have flyers, right?
bikes, we don't need
No,
bikes,
no.
no helmets,
no.
no, police.
We need police, why do we need police for?
No, if you're closing down, again, not everything is applicable. to
We're not
you.
closing
You're
any
closing-
streets.
No.
Volunteers, we are gonna need some volunteers.
Volunteers will take care of. When you're putting a net,
Well, this is no.
what do you put no, nobody knows that it's a reason.
It doesn't matter, you don't have to fill out what you don't need. What I just need to know is what you do need.
Volunteers will get volunteers.
Okay. All right, moving on.
Wait, but you put some volunteer.
Yes, we
Oh,
need
because
volunteers.
They need to do away with the town.
We need volunteers, so check for volunteers. Stage,
No,
no stage.
no permit,
Permit,
no. Litter removal, we're gonna need, but then the custodians are already there.
If not,
They
you
work
pick
on the
up
building.
trash, Just take it out.
I'll
and
put
put
it
it
in
in.
the thing.
I'll reconfirm for you guys, but I think they are there for the time. being.
Street closure, we don't need.
No,
I don't think we need anything else.
no, nothing else.
So can we make?
What,
motion?
what's this, hold harmless
You want
parking or
it.
venue? What
Full
is it?
time is when we're using the space that's on ours, like a grand building or a parking lot or something.
Honor
But I
guard,
think I-
Amazon, or others,
No,
no.
we
We
don't.
do need to save some parking spaces for,
Right, for the
District.
Yeah, the
people
district
who are-
people.
Put it on other keys, just so we do it for you.
I'm assuming they would RSVP, the district, whoever's gonna come,
I can ask them to.
please, because that way we know how many spots we need to.
Mhm.
Pretty low maintenance, but everybody.
In
brings their
reality,
stuff.
in reality.
We don't-
we're
we're not doing
gonna-
much.
We just tell them set up there, set up there, and that's it.
Yeah.
Do we need to state that in an email?
I
to
think we
them
should
just
put a
to
little
make sure?
tape on the floor
Yeah.
or something as to where each school's gonna set up, so they don't just. go.
I can print the list of schools and you guys put the papers wherever you want.
We
them.
just do, no, like a little masking tape, or, yeah, or paper and say, okay, here, this school, maybe we can go before the schools get there and put the papers down.
So what do you think, like the two KAs, and they'll just go in sequence and then go in alphabetical order, like the high school alphabetical? Yeah, I mean, that's the only.
or you could do kind of like, you know, so.
Stagger them.
No, like elementary, then a high school, then a middle, kind of like, that way you get a little mix of everything.
Why not all the high schools together? That way one doesn't stand out like you said
Exactly
than
my point.
others.
I
Because if
don't
you put
want-
all three high schools together, then
One's gonna stay
you're
down.
gonna go through all three. No, you can just go to all three. They're just stuck
But
together.
he's saying to.
Put 'em
them
together.
Because if you
And
put
then
one high
they
school
do it together
here,
and
then
then
these two
together.
over here are gonna look empty if they don't go to it. So if you put all three together, the crowd will just run over
That's
into
true.
the other two.
All right, we'll
And
do
they'll
that.
be like, oh, this one's full. Let me just, what do they have over here? And just
So
look.
now you see the district personnel, you were at a meeting that we were not, okay? So it's just a general question, okay? You said district personnel is gonna be here, what is their role? Are they expecting anything out
Are
of
they just
us?
gonna watch?
I get,
and see
look,
what
they're,
they're
they're,
saying.
they're,
Walk
they're
and
also,
say hi.
look, they, from the feel that I get, they understand our concern about, you know, the kids leaving the school,
Mhm.
so they want to be invested in it as well, you know, so they feel like they should have a presence, and, you know, from what I know, that they're gonna come.
Maybe they
But-
just wanna walk around.
Maybe they just wanna walk around.
That's all they do.
If anybody has any, if any parent has a question, maybe, who knows? But then they won't know who they are.
That's my
So-
only thing, we don't, are we gonna introduce them, are we gonna introduce a council?
Or maybe they
member?
can have a table for themselves and say, hey, we are the district, we are the people that, you know, your resource, maybe, I don't know.
You don't think going back, you don't think that giving each school a moment to present something is a viable?
No, that was my original
Okay,
idea.
one of
We
us can
haven't
stand there
finished.
and say, once everything's established, people are there, one of us can go up, obviously, you gotta say something.
Mhm.
Thank you all for joining us, we have here, blah, 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 blah. they're available for you to visit their booth and their tables and, just put a little intro speech and everybody goes along.
You need a mic here.
Yeah.
Okay, so go, you need a microphone.
That is an option. You could have a rep from each school go up there and give their spiel.
But when you, right,
Yeah,
but the idea is like, every school's gonna want to have some sort of visual, right?
They can do that at the table, there's no way you're.
correct. I like
that's
that
true.
too.
Down.
Too, like, listen,
You
come
can't.
to our booth, this is what we have to offer, blah, 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 blah. We're located over here, and then the next person comes, hey, my name is.
Has this feeder pattern ever done an event? I remember when I was at Joel at American, they have a feeder pattern
Yeah,
event
they used
every,
to do it, all feeder parents.
they don't do that anymore.
I don't recall.
They
I've
have it in
never-
the gym
I've never
and all
been
that.
to
one.
And then they have like the band playing and the dance team. and-
After the pandemic, I don't know, but we cannot have it,
No, I
the
know.
band, I mean.
You can do it at
bands.
Goldman one year.
Huh?
You can do it at Goldman one year.
Okay, but that's the thing, and that's what we debated last time, right?
Mhm.
So the high schools have a lot more space.
Mhm.
So, but the problem is that which high school, none of the high schools want to go to each other.
You rotate it.
I'm.
And nobody wants to
Yeah,
go. Nobody wants to go. you know?
That is something, look, I don't know if we're gonna ever hold this
For
event.
the
again.
future, for the future.
We
Well,
can
I
do a
know it's a
lottery,
one-
maybe like a lottery. and
Yeah,
then-
or you just rotate it. One year Goldman,
You
one
wouldn't
year
consider
Miami-Dade
having the
Central.
band outside to intro
But
people as
who's,
they
okay,
come
so
in?
Really cool.
who's that
band.
we bring?
That'd
Mhm.
be really cool.
That's the problem.
You see what I'm saying? Now, who's that do we bring?
That's the problem.
So we bring they both have bands, each of them Miami Lakes has a band.
Yeah, no.
You
Because
know,
then
now we
you're
have three
favoring
bands
one
playing
over
against
the
each
other.
other.
No.
And it's what I'm saying, like, nobody's gonna
Guys,
wanna
don't
go into
complicate
Goldman.
it.
Yeah.
Don't
Because I just
complicate
go
it.
in an advantage, nobody's gonna wanna go to each
Right,
other.
exactly.
Don't complicate it. Just leave it as it is.
No, but I hear you on the confusion part, but I still agree that not a visual presentation, but at least let the
Okay, they can
member,
come up,
So
5
let me-
minutes.
let-
little
let me tell you-
little
Highlight the
intro.
school.
Yeah, just highlight the school, like,
Programs
listen,
and-
you know, this is what we have to offer, come
Sell
by
it,
our,
sell it,
come
let
by,
them sell the
come
school.
by our
Let me
table.
tell you what I see, okay, from multiple ones, and these are both middle school settings, right? So they bring all the high schools in. So one, which is the one that I prefer, okay? All the kids go into the auditorium, right? This was more geared towards kids, we're geared towards families here. Every school, like I told you, had 5-10 minutes to go up and talk about their program, right?
Mhm.
Then they went into like a spill out area right outside the cafeteria, and every school had their own table, and they gave away pencils and
Okay.
those little bands, and they talked about the programs, and hey, so that was a style, but every school could talk about each program that they had.
Yeah.
I have these 2 magnets, or these 5 magnets, or tech has 20 magnets, whatever. This is what I offered, okay? The other one, it was like on a media center type of setting, and every school had a TV or something like that next to it,
Uh-huh.
and they had a stick, one of those little sticks.
And they have-
I go and play their football game, and it was the same touch, and I saw it 50 times, the guy running for a touchdown, and they had their sports, and we have our pictures of their club, and it was constantly moving
Mhm.
while the people were talking. Now, we're not gonna be able to provide 7 TVs, right? The schools are not gonna carry 7 TVs into a building that is not theirs. So my thing, I've been to those 2, in which you just put a table and yeah, but who's gonna come out? It's gonna have this Goldman style. That's Goldman style, what we do. You put a table for this magnet, that magnet, and magnet, and the most popular magnet is gonna get 500 kids, and the other one's gonna have 5 kids. And that's
It's only
what
a table per
happens.
school. They cannot put a table per.
I get it, but
Okay.
like putting a table for school,
They're
my
gonna
concern is
shine.
that then the popular school.
Everybody's
that we
gonna
know,
flock to that
and
table.
you have the
But
administrators
if you put all
telling you,
3 high schools together, if one has the kid, the people are gonna look, it's curiosity, they're gonna look at the other 2.
Okay,
You
just
know?
a thought.
Yes,
So
sir.
that hallway that you talked about outside, if we put the tables on one side,
right,
it could fit.
that's what I'm
Because
saying.
you're looking at 7 tables right down the.
But
on
if
the
you're
left.
gonna have 50 people.
It's
you know,
narrow.
Right.
It's narrow, no, it's narrow, yeah. it is.
But it's very crowded for you to be,
Right.
and then what's gonna happen, if you're gonna Goldman table, everybody's got the Goldman table in that.
Right. But then we have the area to the right where we can have the presentations, right?
I mean, I'm okay with putting the 6 tables, we just gotta be
Here's
clear
an
with the schools
idea,
what they want.
you guys can choose to go with it or not, but we do, for the seniors, we do a health and wellness fair, and we do like a little bingo card where you kind of get something if you visit all the schools, so if you guys want to
It's
incorporate.
good, like, do it right.
Yeah,
You
yeah.
have a little booklet and you get a little stamp
That's a good
every
idea.
kiosk you go to.
But,
Yeah, that's
but
fine,
right, but
yeah.
the only thing about that is, again,
Yeah,
if
that's
I have a 5-year-old, why do I wanna go to a high school and listen?
You still have to, you know what, go look at it, get your stamp, sooner or later, you're gonna be in high school.
Who says you're gonna listen? They're not gonna be giving a speech
What
to
if it's the
every single
opposite?
person
What
that
if my
goes.
kid is going to ninth grade? Why don't wanna go see Bob Brown?
Hector, why do you have to make everything so difficult? This is what
Sooner or
we
later,
have.
you
So
know,
many
I can answer
stuff.
that, sooner or later, you're gonna have a
Oh,
grandkid.
You can have the card kind of be a customizable one where it's like, it's either visit all high schools or visit all middle schools. I don't really understand this. so-
You ask them,
But
are you a
like
middle
doing
school,
like
are you a
visit
middle
all
school
elementary
student, you're.
schools, Whatever it may be.
So did we decide on a form? I mean, at some point I would like to go in there and see.
We have to decide on a format, because we have to let them know.
I say the table's inside, and if you wanna speak about each school, then they get a few minutes. Go visit our table, go visit our, whatever. Because you
So
cannot have a
bring each of
presentation.
them up inside. to
If
do
that's
a
what he
little-
wants everybody to
Yeah.
talk. So,
No, I just
I
wanted to.
agree, I agree. I think that's a
I
good
just
idea.
individually showcase what
Correct.
you
Yeah,
have.
yeah.
okay, but not a
So what-
presentation.
Not a
Hector.
presentation.
It's too much.
It's just an intro to their school, you
Our
know.
table is over there. We're
10 minutes.
offering this, this, and this. Come visit us.
You know the other thing, how many people are gonna
Done.
stay for 2 hours? There's gonna be like a
That's what I
revolving
said.
door, right? They're just gonna come in.
That's why you
check
can do
it
a
out and leave.
presentation, because
Yeah,
this people, everybody's not
That's
gonna
true.
be there the whole
So
time.
let's
true.
forget the presentation, let them go walk around.
it's like a little fair.
Now, the only thing
Right.
is that if we do that, forget the district, I mean, there's nothing we can do to, oh, here's so-and-so from the district. here's
No, they can
so-and-so.
have a table and they can say, these are the resources that we offer at the district if you need us.
No, but we're
Done.
talking about district personnel, just.
Yes.
some for the show.
They can sit there, they can bring their assistants, sit there, and they could do that.
We can have a
offer
table,
this.
we can have a table of district representatives.
Exactly, that's it. This is the district. They can offer whatever they offer and whatever services they have. No.
I'm okay with all that and, you know. So that's it, and then just.
So then the format, we still need the,
But you still have to
microphone and
give a
audio.
speech, yes,
We still need microphone, you know.
thinking, whatever.
Yeah, I don't know, I don't even think we should be doing that.
Yes, Hector, listen, our car show that we do every year, 4,000 people come, but they trickle in and out. But we still give an entrance. We
You
still give a
an
thank you
intro,
for coming,
and
blah,
take,
blah,
hey,
blah,
why
this
don't
and
you introduce
that.
everybody, thank you for coming
And
out
there's
here.
always a
You know, each
closing.
school's gonna give a little intro about their program, please bear with, please,
Yes.
stay with us, please visit every booth.
Right,
I'm-
exactly. And then at the end, you
Yeah, I
close
think
it
that's a
out.
good idea.
Thank you
Now
for
representing
coming,
That's it.
thank you,
Barbara
to district members, blah, blah, blah.
You
Hector
open it
Bond,
and you close it. That's it. No, you don't need a stage, maybe a
Yeah,
podium.
you need the podium, just a
The
podium. You don't
stage is
need a
like,
stage.
what, this much higher?
But just check off.
Give me a milk carton.
Well, no, in your case.
But the stage is like tiny. It's like.
Well,
not
we
even-
haven't.
We didn't do it for the awards,
right?
No, I
No,
don't,
no,
no, put the
No,
podium.
Yeah, the
The
podium is
podium.
fine.
I think for the awards.
we have a
Yes,
podium board
podium.
here?
Just a podium, yeah.
That podium, yes.
That's
The-
right.
the
Yeah,
screen
yeah, we made
podium.
it like a rolling screen.
I'm gonna circle podium and cut the grass.
Oh, you can have,
Maybe that's
you can have
on
Jolters do another message, right? You could open up,
Dodgers,
yeah.
maybe will come.
Maybe they'll come.
No. Dorches will be there.
Exactly, so I'm sure
So
Dorches,
don't act dumb, we know who's gonna be there.
Dorches is gonna wanna be like representative, that's what I say, hey.
But again, but is that, I mean, that's why I'm telling you, you were at a meeting that none of us were privy to, right? At that meeting, what are their expectations? Because what I don't wanna do, what I want is to make sure we have a strong partnership with the school system, right? Because that's all it is, we're based on education, they're in the school board.
They wanna have a little time to speak and, present their.
Okay, But
That's
again,
Whenever they get there, they can speak.
So I think we
but
just need
who's
a
gonna,
podium,
they wanna speak who, the schools or them?
the schools. Schools have a little time to,
Yeah,
show a
to
little.
sell.
But
Sell.
Listen,
I think that's
Listen,
fine, I
they-
think they gotta sell it, because you
They
don't sell
do,
it.
they do.
So
I
Hector,
agree,
what are you
but
gonna do
all of
then?
them.
I thought you were the one that was gonna introduce the schools that were there, and then people were gonna walk around, and then you were gonna close it at the end. I thought
We
that's
could-
what
we
it was.
could
so we're gonna have
Introduce-
100, 200 persons standing around, talking to each other while the school is starting.
The schools are gonna talk for maximum, what,
It's quick. yeah.
5-7 minutes?
So you're gonna have each of them come up and say, what, a few minutes?
Few
Maybe give them
minutes.
Like 3 minutes?
Yeah, stop by our booth, if you're in this grade from this grade,
Mhm.
if you're going to high school, you're interested in this, come to this, table. Give me your.
I think that's gonna make me honest, I'm sorry.
The
I thought you were gonna
Schools.
present
They're
each
asking
school.
Yeah.
No, the
They-
schools are asking.
Yeah, the schools are asking.
The
to
schools are
speak.
asking for them to speak for
The
them,
schools or the district?
well, the districts, when I was in the high school.
He's asking for them. But you see how everything evolved, that's why.
The districts would
we
like for
took a
them
lot
to
step
have
forward.
a little time for them to speak.
Okay, but then again, we go back to it. We put 6 tables inside,
Correct.
okay?
We got that part.
And you're gonna have 40, 50, 60 people standing up, right? Well, you could fit more if they're standing up.
That's why I said we could put 32. Some chairs, not many.
Yeah, that's ridiculous.
Yeah, forget the
Yeah,
chairs, forget the
yeah,
chairs.
at
Let
this
them
point,
just
ignore it.
crowd into the middle, just forget the chairs.
I
No
just
chairs
don't
for
think that
people to
that's
sit.
exactly what they were, for whatever reason.
No, the chairs
I
never,
got a
never
feeling-
spoke.
I don't know, I'm just trying to picture what I've done in the past with the school system. I don't think that's what the school system had envisioned.
The chairs?
No, in the whole concept. You know what I'm saying? Because, I mean, they usually have like a way of doing things, you know what I'm saying?
But that's them.
Right, no, we're
We
gonna do our
are-
own, but what
We
I'm
are
saying.
the EAB, we're not the
Well, the
district.
conversation was,
They're
are they gonna
invited
have some
to our
time
events.
to speak and to sell the program? And we're like, we do have, an area where you can speak and sell the program.
Nice. Aren't they invited to our event?
Yeah,
We're not
yes,
invited
yes,
to
yes.
theirs.
Exactly, you're
So
right.
they
Sure.
need to kind of follow whatever we've set up for
I
them.
think 5 to 7 minutes intro to each program, to each school is more than enough.
Giving tech a few extra minutes.
Give and
Yeah,
take 3
to-
minutes. Yeah, they have 2 schools, so they get 14.
Oh, because they're doing the adult side too, right?
Listen, if that's what's, I think it's gonna be chaos,
Why?
but if that,
Yeah,
I'm telling you.
Not really,
Completely
because I do
I want you to
understand.
because I want to learn.
Okay,
The idea of how they're gonna be 5 to 7 minutes, everybody just standing in the middle or around it, or it's.
no,
Just
people
like
are gonna be
the-
walking around and doing their
Just,
stuff.
but people are
Exactly.
talking, while the other people are talking.
Yes,
it's chaos.
exactly.
So
Listen, we do it every year. We go up on the stage and we have sponsors and we have vendors and we do it every single year. You open up and then throughout the day, which we have a lot of hours, but throughout the time, maybe 5 or 10 minutes, there's make sure to visit so-and-so's booth, blah, 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 they're this, they're that, that. But we have one person doing it. We don't have each person from the booth coming up and doing it. Now, you can have each somebody presenting from each school coming up and saying, hi, we're here, presenting, make sure to visit our booth, but nobody's gonna stop and listen. Some people might, some other ones might be still, but they need to
But that's
know
good,
that
that's
it's
good,
not.
But, and that's what I'm telling you,
Yeah.
are those the expectations? That's what we really wanna put. I just, my mind.
Listen, I think every school
needs.
needs to receive a little paper saying, we're gonna give you 2 or 3 minutes, but people are gonna be walking around, they're gonna be visiting the tables, you can announce your school. But it's going to be sort of like just an open forum. No, you're not gonna have just a
Emily,
set
what do
time
you
where
think?
everybody's gonna stop, freeze, pay attention and go.
I
No,
think it should just be you presenting everybody and they'll
That's
do their own thing.
That's what I thought.
That's it.
So you say, well, we open the show, we start at 6, at 6:30, hey, thank you for coming. We introduce, hey, please, we have 6 schools here today, we have Bob Graham, we have so-and-so. Why, do we give a little explanation of the school or?
But you're not gonna know anything about
Yeah,
it.
yeah.
He can give whatever the person wants him to say.
Yeah.
We have whenever you have a sponsor or vendor, they tell you, please give this little
Like a
spiel
little
about
blurb,
us.
yeah, a little
Right.
blurb about each.
I prefer that each school does their own little blurb, because they know what they wanna say.
Then they have to expect that people are not gonna stand there and stare at them the whole time.
So
Yeah,
you
that's
open
okay.
it.
So as long as they know that.
Whoever's gonna open, you say, we recognize whoever's there from the district,
Mhm.
and then every school starts, it has to be. a
Or I
simple
could
thing,
bring them up,
something.
it's like, hey, next school they're gonna present it, it's gonna be Miami-Dade K-8. Please take a moment to pay attention to what they have to offer, and then we'll bring up the next one.
I'm just saying, people aren't gonna stop.
Yeah,
Everybody's not gonna
There's
stop.
always gonna be a group that's
Right.
gonna be wanting to go see what they got.
Right, they're still gonna be visiting the other tables, because you're not gonna close out the tables.
Yeah, you're not, but not everybody's there for one school.
Right.
So the person that wants to go to Miami-Dade K-8 that's interested is, okay, let me pay
Right.
attention to that. The person's gonna pay attention to Barbara Goldman, is gonna pay attention to.
Right.
Yeah, that is true.
Exactly. So then
What about the
why-
ones that are going to elementary? They don't care about Barbara Goldman.
Exactly. So
Yeah,
then
right, that's
there's no
true.
point of having them present. Let them present their own tables. You just see that they're there.
Yeah,
That's it.
that's-
I'm okay with that.
And then present the district.
Do we give, I got an idea, just so,
We were going so fast. Almost.
I know. Just so they have a bigger presence in the sense of their voice. What if every time that, we give each school like 5 or 10 minutes at their booth, right, with the microphone there, not having come to the stage. You know, so say this is, Bob Grimer's booth, and I'm the next booth, so the mic could come here, and he'll be like, hey, so this is what we have to offer. Everybody's out there, but the sound is a little greater.
Okay, so you could do like what they do at the OLL fair, that there's one person as the MC. He's walking around every food booth. Hey, make sure to come visit, da 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 da, so food. Hey, remember, they're selling this, da 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 da, whatever.
Listen,
But
you're
you
the chair,
cannot.
not me.
You cannot.
It's,
I think that was still interrupt everybody else.
You think that would introduce them?
Yeah.
I want to keep it as simple as possible.
Exactly,
so
so just you
Just
introduce them.
introduce the schools,
My thing would have been the way I said it first.
sometimes I wonder why we proposed this event, and I know for 3 years I've been bitching about it. But in my mind, my
Have
biggest
you
thing.
ever planned
even-
weddings, parties, 15s,
No,
any of that?
that's why I have
Don't
a
do it
wife
then,
and
don't
that's why I
do
have two
So
daughters.
And that's why you-
I'll introduce each school,
This is how it is, this is how it
Okay.
is.
Give a little like.
So I really
sentence.
thought they were.
give a little intro for each.
Yeah.
And we could break it into 3 and now.
I think it is one of the biggest ones, but it's not huge.
But I don't know, for whatever reason, I thought it was like, oh, we can. break it
Auditorium.
into
No, it's a
three.
good size, but it's not huge. Yeah, it's not-
Uh-uh.
So it's a quick welcome. We present any distinguished guests we could have, from the school, we're there. From the district. And then the school
just so we
do their
have
own
this
thing,
form,
right?
so we can send to one thing. So the form is gonna be as follows. We will have a quick welcome, present each school.
Mario, make sure that each school sends you like a little, like Kevin said, a little
Yeah.
blurb about them,
Present
that
each
they
school.
want you to
I
say.
think we, a blurb of what.
Yeah, like what they want
Yeah.
him to say about them.
Have each school provide a blurb of what they would like us to say. We will introduce any district member, and then
And then you gotta close it out.
then the audience has a chance to visit each table. Then at the end of the night, we'll close it.
And remember, during the 2 hours, mention the pizza and the food and stuff that's gonna be outside.
Can you send me those sequence?
You know, so-
So you need to be on the microphone
So I can
every,
share that with the district, right?
every like half an hour, give, like, remember, we have pizza and soda and water outside, whatever.
So, right.
We
so
can put that in the hallway,
The pizza
maybe.
table should go
Or can we
outside.
do it?
Maybe
when
we could do it in the hallway.
The gala and we do the introduction of the tickets, not the introductions, like they pick up the tickets or they sign people in.
I wasn't there, so
Last year,
Please explain.
Okay, so explain.
But just tell me where.
so when you enter
To the left.
the community center on the left side,
Oh, where the
Yeah,
little, where
the little
the
reception
welcome
area.
desk.
yeah,
Okay.
can we sell pizza there?
At the
Yeah.
welcome desk?
Oh, yeah,
Isn't it like a little higher? No?
that's perfect.
No, yeah?
And everyone's
Yeah.
seeing as you're coming.
Okay. So
So
tell them
then
to
when
go
I
out.
said extra,
So there's nobody at the
That's the table.
reception? So there's nobody there?
Well, we don't need a
over there?
table.
No,
exactly.
nobody's ever there.
Okay.
So one less table for them.
All I'm gonna say, we're not allowed to have vacations that weekend, okay? I'm just saying.
No problem.
17.
I'll
So,
stand back there
so,
if anybody needs me.
right, however, so I make a motion that we sell pizza. I need to make a
Pizza,
motion.
soda, water.
I
Pizza, soda,
second.
water.
Can we sell chips? Like, you know, the big box of
And
chips at
we can do
Costco?
chips,
Make a
right?
motion for pepperoni.
No, pero te digo. Pero
So
we should
pizza, chips, and the sodas and water.
make- So some water, if we can get them donated, it would be great. So,
That'd be
Make the motion
and-
proper.
Doesn't,
so I make a motion that at the event, as a fundraiser for EAB, we sell pizza, chips, water, and soda.
Yeah.
I prefer Coke products, but.
I'll
Yes, me
second.
too.
All in favor?
I,
Aye.
Okay.
That's
Now, I
you
wanna
got to
make,
make your,
I wanna bring another point. Okay. So, and this is in discussing, let's say with administration in general, it's not too much. So people feel that, it'd be great to know why some kids may choose a private school, a charter school instead of a public school, right? So what if, it would be great if we could give the school some feedback, right, after the event?
to get a comment box.
Like right, sort of like a comment box, but not necessarily, but like a little survey type of
Survey.
thing.
Okay.
We don't have to put names, we don't want to
Right, right,
identify the
right,
person.
right.
but-
Like a
But
climate
what
survey
grade
or
are you
something,
in,
right.
what school do you attend? Maybe what do you like the most about your school, or what do you dislike,
And what do you like about Miami-Dade Public Schools? And what
no,
do you-
not Miami-Dade,
No, no, the
your
school
particular
in
school,
general,
get the school
like,
district.
Miami-Dade
What do you like about Bob Graham, what do you not like
Right.
about Graham? If you do not attend a Miami-Dade County Public Schools, why Why not?
Why would you not?
Why,
So it's-
what's keeping you?
Yeah,
I agree with that. Come up with the questionnaire,
So
send
say
it
with
to
the-
Al, and
yeah.
then we could have a little box to do.
There you go, Hector, make it up.
And here I'm thinking that maybe we can have more bids, he's a big salesman, you know,
Mhm.
going out after the experience.
You can go to everybody and give them
Right,
out.
right. I mean, I don't wanna get him, he's not here into that.
I don't think, do we need to make a motion for that, or?
For a survey? No, it's just an
No,
idea.
it's just part, just like we're not voting.
Send
Pizza
the,
because there's gonna be money involved.
send the questionnaire to Al, so she can come up with some kind of, can we come up with a little, index card?
Yeah, we can do it.
We can print it
And I'm sure you guys
for
have a
the
box,
event.
right? Like a little like
We
ballot
had a
box or
box
something?
before.
For the event and maybe.
I'm sure there's one of those.
can we do
somewhere.
a
Are you
QR code
done
also
with
and just do like a digital
Yes.
search?
Yes.
We can do that. Are you fancy with those things, the QR thing? I mean, I don't know.
The flyer, like,
Yeah.
No.
It's
the-
instant data, yeah.
The QR
But they
code.
can do it on
Somebody
their
needs to like,
phone, like a Google survey. Just
Yeah,
like, Yeah,
yeah.
I do it all the time.
maybe we could put it in like a
Awesome.
little stand and they can just do it.
Because
from
what's
there
the
if they want.
percentage of families that are coming to public schools in the town? It's low, I know that.
So that's debatable.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Like, what's the real data on that? Like, I know.
But that's
that
the
number
thing.
was
You really
the thing
can't
is
get
hard
the
to do
real
because
data
we don't know how
because
many true.
nobody
clients,
knows, right?
so How many school age kids?
No, but
are
that
there?
number has been tossed around, was it like 40% stay in the
I think it's
town?
lower.
I
it's
think
lower,
my
right?
school has 60-something%
From
Miami Lakes.
Okay.
60, I don't know if it's 67.
But then again, how do we know the number of kids that live in LA?
Well, they
I
have,
don't know how they
they
came up
have
with
it,
that.
they
I know
say
it's
it's 60-something, I don't know the
No,
exact number.
67% of your population,
Of the Miami Lakes,
like, of your
population, right?
population.
Right.
But what I'm saying is, that's not the total population of kids, right? There might be so many, like, we don't know how many kids in OLL.
oh, no, yeah,
We don't know how many kids
No, I
are
mean the
in.
public schools, I don't mean the private schools.
yeah, public school.
Because that's what they want to know. They want to know, how can we keep those kids in the
Correct.
public schools in the town?
They want to know why they're losing kids.
Why are they going to
Where are they going to?
Mhm.
Archbishop McCarthy or Pace or.
Yes.
Well, I
A
can
few
tell
going
you, I
around.
can tell you why I went to Archbishop McCarthy. First, religion, because
Yeah.
in high school, I mean, I take them to church on Sundays, but sometimes the kids don't listen. So if they have it every
But
single
this
day,
town
it's
always had a
different.
big segment going to Pace, and now that's become the
Yeah.
premier school, right? Let's be honest.
My kids had to choose.
Yeah.
I went to Pace, but they wanted to go to McCarthy. So secondly, their security is beyond, like,
Yeah.
they are there, they're called the red shirts. And it's like, they look like a mob of ants everywhere. And they're on golf carts, they're everywhere. They're there after school, during school. I mean, I pick up Josh at 6:30 from football, 7 o'clock. They're all over in golf carts. Some of them are off-duty cops and they have guns with them.
Mhm.
They're equipped to handle a lot.
But that's good.
They're
information.
always,
But
So your top two,
That's
that's your
good
religion, your
information.
second is
Yeah.
security, what's your third?
I mean, I would say academics just because they're so rigorous, but public school also has a rigorous.
Listen, she can fill out a
academics.
survey. Don't put it on the-
No, but it is that, and it's just security. I mean, the kids are.
Would you say the
it's just
educational part would be the programming part of it, or the
Programming?
sense of what's available in sense,
The curriculum
curriculum?
No, I would think that they just,
and the faith.
think they're
the faith-based
comparable.
component, yeah.
they're
So
comparable, I
your top
think.
two security, okay.
I mean, from
Security's a big
from
one.
what Joshua hears from his friends that are in the magnet programs at Bob Graham is that he gets a lot more work than they do. A lot more quizzes and tests and stuff. But, I mean, I think they're both challenging. But yes, religion and security is
Your
top.
top, your
Oh my
top.
gosh.
That was,
When I
that was
went
the
in
biggest
there,
factors. that
And I
you-
saw those kids cannot go through a corridor without their ID and going through a door with their little badge, like in hospitals and stuff. They can't pass from one corridor to the other without their badge.
All of them.
Yes, like they can't go inside the building without that.
Hmm.
And the
That's
cameras,
an interesting
they're
fact.
literally, they have screens like that and you can't walk in, so they look at every single screen. They're all, because you walk in, they don't let you in the school.
Every-
And you see
Everybody has an
everything.
ID.
See, just like the other day, I found out that some schools, not public schools,
Mhm.
have alarms in the bathroom for vaping and for smoking and.
Oh.
And you can catch a fight.
Yes.
It's like,
Yeah.
it's like,
Okay.
well, why don't
But the
we have
problem-
that?
Mhm.
Funding.
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay, and then, well, it's all priority.
It's all priority.
It's a lot of
And part-
fundraising too.
No,
I
no,
think.
it's not funny, you're right, it's all about prioritizing what's important, what's
Yeah,
not.
exactly.
Anyhow, let's move on.
So we agree, we're gonna do
Agree.
inside, because that means that are we do subcommittee or not?
No, I don't think we need to.
No, we don't have
Okay.
enough people and stuff.
I'm just saying, I don't know. You don't
We
want.
don't, we
subcommittee.
don't need to do a subcommittee, do we? No, we have pretty much everything we have.
I think
We
we're
just
fine.
need to, the day of the event, meet before, so we set up. The Eventbrite's up, the flyer is gonna be reset. We have the
So
format.
we're gonna wear our EAB shirts, right?
Mhm.
Man, it's not a small, I mean, mine's a little big, I'm gonna have to get a smaller one.
That's, I'm just saying.
Shrink it, shrink
You and I
it.
always have an issue with
I would
that.
shrink that one. I'm gonna try to shrink it, see if I put it in, hot water, it shrinks.
Okay, so we're gonna show up early.
Yes.
We
We
agree
have to
it's
put
gonna
the
be tables
schools,
around
we have to put the
inside.
papers with the schools so they know where to go.
We need to get the flyers that we distribute.
Are we not gonna see each
But
other
that's a
before this?
time.
When's our next meeting? Oh, it's after. Oh, okay. Okay.
What did you say?
We have to get the flyers so we can distribute to the schools.
Okay.
Yeah, I just need to fix it. I was gonna ask with the whole incentive thing, because I saw that Clara said,
Mhm.
check with your student advisor for school-specific incentive on attending this event.
She's gonna send out an email to the
No, I
schools
don't
to
think we
see
should put,
what,
I don't think we should put anything about it.
I think the schools should create
The
their
schools
own.
need to do
Yeah,
it.
that's what we-
Let that be on the
But-
school.
But I mean, to put that on the flyer, that specific line.
No,
Oh.
don't
Yeah,
put
because
any,
that means, because you don't know if the. schools are gonna
don't
see
put
us.
anything about incentives yet. Yeah, let the schools give their own incentives for them going individual.
So that's not gonna be a part of the flyer.
I don't think. we
No,
should
it's
put it.
like-
Let's
I'm
agree.
asking-
Well,
also
'cause,
gonna
yeah,
should
that's the
be-
thing, we need to either like agree on the flyer having it or not right now.
We, let's,
If now we're gonna delay
What,
the flyer.
yeah, you might have
Can-
some schools
can
that
you-
don't provide any. incentives,
exactly my
yeah.
point, What if you say school will provide an incentive to the school?
Yeah, it says, I would
Yeah.
caution placing a statement on the flyer that
Mhm.
promises universal incentive.
Yeah,
So that's what tourists said, yeah. So yeah, we take it on.
So let the schools decide what incentives they're gonna do and they publicize that on their own, announcements or whatever.
So let them know we're not gonna put it on our flyer,
Yeah.
we'd ask you to promote it.
Right, to
Promote the
kind of-
incentives
Well,
individually.
then that's
Incentive on
based,
your own.
that's what their
And
email
then-
said, right? They're-
Well,
The point of contact. thing.
the point of
We'll send them
contact,
all tomorrow.
I think if we have an Eventbrite,
Please visit the event, right?
yeah, please visit the Eventbrite for questions and then we
I
can
think
answer.
the flyer already had that, right?
Yeah.
So I don't think that's what she wants. Or that's
Can-
what they
can-
want.
can-
Or did I take it off?
I'm just.
No,
like,
I
letting
was
you
gonna say,
guys
do
know
we
that.
have,
I had
logic
taken
says
it
to
off.
put the town,
You're
that's a
taking it
central
off?
place.
Okay, maybe.
But
we
I-
can
I-
get away with that.
But
Do you have it on?
But on Eventbrite, are they allowed to
Took
send
it off
messages through there?
for some reason.
Like ask a question? I think they
I'm
are.
not-
Can you ask?
I don't know if we have that function. can
I
try.
think you can send a message to whoever's in, like, on the Eventbrite. And like I said, the
I
town can
think
just give
so,
a general.
yeah.
Yeah, that way,
Answer
because we could just,
But then should we put the town's
But
number?
it should be the town's number, right? I mean, who else is gonna be the point of contact?
You guys can put my number. The only thing I'm gonna warn
Yeah,
you
but
about
you're
right now
gonna-
is no, like you can put my desk number.
Okay,
My only thing is that I'm gonna give them the details that are literally on Eventbrite. I'm not gonna
Exactly.
provide anything.
Exactly.
So I don't know if
That's
there's
it.
a
Or you
Yes.
can- or you
to
can
that.
just refer them to event.
yeah.
So-
that's the only
But
thing.
that's what I'm saying, like, people are gonna be unhappy if you have them call a number, they're not
And
gonna
then
get
they're
anything.
gonna answer, so just
But
leave the
there's
Eventbrite.
nothing to.
Exactly. I don't know.
I would just leave the
oh wait, I have a
Eventbrite.
good number, 305-460.
Don't say it.
I didn't finish it. I didn't finish it.
So I'll let the district know that if they have any questions, we'll open up like a box or they can
Comment
put my
box.
email if anything, I'll let you know, and they can send questions and maybe I can
Yeah,
forward it to you.
yeah, just put an email. Anything else on?
I mean, emails,
Then
I'm
they
okay.
wanted also, they wanted to put the address on there. I didn't
Well,
get
that's what I-
why.
yeah.
I just have
We put the
Roberta.
Roberta.
name of the center, yeah.
I guess some people
Don't know where it is.
You know,
Remember Barbara Goldman gets people,
From all
Well,
over the county.
we are open schools,
So listen,
so.
Bob Graham just said that 33% of their kids come from out of
mhm.
the bottoms, right? I think Miami-Dade students like 80%.
Yeah, they don't know where.
You know,
So maybe that's why they want the
100% of
address,
the
yeah.
kids come from out of the.
Do you have the address?
I think it's-
Okay.
Okay, I think that, yeah, doesn't have to put.
Now, do we need to make a motion to use some of the money from our budget for the items that we need? So,
So we need to talk
or-
about social media quickly, Alex, social media. $100?
I'm.
Do you think that will buy us a lot?
It's a lot.
I think it
It's
would
gonna
buy us a
get
lot.
you a lot of
Mhm.
reach.
I think.
They're not that expensive.
$20.
Aren't you just gonna do our radius? Because usually, they do.
Yeah, they
social-
So
do.
we
don't need
can we
that.
expand the
Yeah.
radius?
Yeah,
No, you can spend it
The
however
more
you
you spend,
want.
the bigger your radius
Yeah, the
gets.
more,
I would like to
more it
expand
is.
5 miles outside of our radius.
Oh, that doesn't cost much at all.
no.
So if we could do a motion to use
For like
$100
$20.
Yeah.
for social
I
media.
make the motion. Ronnie, you make it, you want to,
I'll make a motion that we allocate $100 from our events
That's a lot.
budget to the school showcase on Facebook.
Is that the
And
only thing that we
Instagram, you
use?
have to do it on both.
And Instagram.
I don't know if that includes Instagram, does it not?
Sorry.
No,
I know we
not for
do
the flyer.
Instagram, but what else do you want to do? Facebook?
No, there's a Facebook when you do
You want
the
to,
ad
what is
for
it,
$100.
sponsors?
I don't know if it's the same or if I mean.
Because I know you
because I don't-
connect Facebook to
Yeah,
Instagram.
but I don't do the stuff. I'm not gonna tell you yes.
So
but
let's,
I might be wrong.
let's say,
So
I'll,
do you want to do 100 between both?
yeah, we'll do 100 between both.
So if it's the same thing, then
If
it's
you-
100.
If you don't think that's enough?
I think you'll get, I mean, here's what we can do. We can, if you guys want to vote for 100 and I can show you, like, we can give you the analytics and you'll see what it's reached.
Yeah, I think 100 is more than sufficient.
Or if you want to like
Sure.
approve
I've
a
done it
range.
before and 100 is good. So my motion is to use $100 from our events, $100 from our events budget for social media advertising. So second,
That includes Instagram and Facebook.
it includes Instagram and
What's
Facebook.
the other one that isn't up there? Social media?
I don't know, because I don't do
Twitter.
Twitter. So I
Well,
don't
those
do
are
Twitter.
really the
The
two
Twitter,
that
yeah.
Yeah.
Do you have a second?
Second.
All in favor?
We don't get to discuss it, we just vote.
Discussion.
Mhm.
Go, Hector, discuss.
You don't want to do 200?
No, I
But
don't.
maybe,
want
but
to.
maybe I can pull the analytics so you can see how much.
100 gets you a lot. Let me tell you,
Yeah,
100
it
gets you a
will,
lot.
it will.
I'm okay with 100. We don't have money anyways. Hopefully we'll sell our pizza and sodas that day.
Yeah.
Okay, so I'll take it.
Anything else?
So do, are we
Can we
still
take a
doing,
vote?
hold on, the suggestion box, you guys, so you still want me to provide?
Yeah.
The box, yeah, so they. can
Hector's
put it
gonna
in.
send you the questionnaire for
A
the suggestions.
box, pero Emily's gonna create a QR code, right?
But that just
Yeah.
gives you a better way to reach.
Right, but we still need to have pencil paper.
Have them both, have them
We're
both.
gonna vote, okay.
I just need the
Questions. yeah.
question here.
Hector.
Okay, I'll try to come up with something.
Or have them released to it. As a kid, you know.
Anything else?
I'll talk to
Tell
him.
them.
And anything else? No, I don't have something else, but. Okay, nothing I cannot wait until.
Anything
In
else?
terms of, I do have a question, because I know you guys talked a lot about what you're gonna do with the space. So what do you, what's the layout gonna be?
Tables around the outer edge of the
Mhm.
hall,
Mhm.
and then where we had the podium the last time, we want a
Mhm.
podium there with a
Understand.
microphone.
That's it,
That's it.
That's it.
and it's 6 tables.
Eh,
You had put 8, but I know it's
No,
because
seven.
Six gonna be inside
6 around inside, okay?
because, OLL never
You're gonna have a
replied, so I'm
case-
assuming they're not gonna
uh,
participate.
So-
Did they have a
Well,
deadline?
what-
Did all the schools have a deadline? No, I'm just
No, we
asking.
haven't put a deadline, but the public schools replied that they're participating.
So all of them, okay.
Yeah, the whole town's gonna participate, it's just that OLL was a question. But you said you emailed them already,
And they haven't answered.
they've had plenty of time to answer, and they have not.
That's odd because she seemed very eager over the last.
I mean, worst
Yeah.
case, look, adding a seventh table, we're gonna have it there on the side.
No, but I wonder if she was invited.
I'm assuming that we're all inviting them.
Hmm.
So.
I sent it last week, Tuesday.
Okay, so we'll leave it open. If she replies, you let us know. So, but we asked for 8 tables anyways, right? How many tables did you ask for, sir?
I think it was 7.
7.
But we have to have one outside for the pizza.
No, the pizza we're
No.
selling at
The
the counter.
reception
No,
area.
I
to the
guess.
left.
Come on, keep with the program.
Ask for 8 just in case we need to sit the school board, no?
That's what the 7 tables for.
What about
But
ours?
what if OLL comes in?
So 8 tables. are-
What about our table?
Go back.
Is
to
that
the-
including our table? That's including our
9
table?
tables, 9 tables. We don't have to put them out, we can keep them, put 9, please.
We need a table for us. So,
9 tables, we'll keep, if we don't use it, we'll keep them in the back.
Yeah, it's
I know it's better
10,
to
let's
have
go,
more.
let's go for 10.
You're getting killed.
We'll invite Horb, we'll invite Horb,
One
right?
more.
Mr. here says 10.
No, no, no. Not you.
We're almost at the.
So 20 chairs.
Yeah, there you go. You're close to HMO, right?
Yeah, we're close. Yeah, that's true, we are close to HMO.
Now for
Can I-
the drinks or
lobby
pizza
for
or whatever you guys are buying,
We're gonna talk to the sponsor about the pizza.
but if you guys do have to go buy anything,
Mhm.
make sure to connect with me and
We
get
don't
my
have to,
credit
we
card.
don't, we don't have to vote on that. Or what
Well,
we're
you
gonna
guys
buy.
just discussed.
Yeah.
But we discussed that we're gonna buy,
We're
but
gonna
we
buy.
have to allocate money because it's already for events.
Well, it's under event, it would go under
Right.
event.
Right.
But I'm saying is if you need a credit card,
I would have to
come get it
call
from me.
Okay.
And if I buy it, can I bring a receipt and get reimbursed or?
We do not suggest that, but we can
Okay.
do it.
So just do it
It's
that
just
way.
easier to do it with the
Sure.
card, but if
Okay.
Okay, but
if
question,
that's easier for
question,
you.
how would I do that? Let's say I go to Restaurant Depot, right, and I get it there at a great price, how would I get the credit card? I would have to need it at the time that I go.
Yeah, I'm saying like, get it
For
from
me?
me and
Okay,
take it.
okay,
Yeah.
all right,
You're willing
And I
to-
can do-
You're willing to give me your credit card, a time
It's
credit?
not, it's a time.
That's not a problem, I could do that.
I guess so.
Yeah.
I'm talking-
Anything, any other announcements?
No, whatever it is, we'll leave it to the next meeting.
Seeing none, then I will
Make a
adjourn.
motion.
I motion to adjourn at 6:55. Do you have a second?
Yeah, second. Oh.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Thank you very much, everybody.
Thank you.
Alrighty.
Thank you, Chair.
Yeah, I hope we get
I
this.
mean, we're finished on time today.
That was good.
Well, I don't know, I think we went over 25 minutes.
No, no, we got 5 minutes to spare.
Like, so what time was ours?
Seven?
Seven?
Yeah.
You're good.
Evening, everybody. Start the meeting today for October 17th, 2022. 7:06. Let's go down, start with the call to order, and we'll start with roll call. Bill Martinez, I am here.
Rudy Blanco, I am also here.
Stephen Harrison.
Brian Moreno.
Angel Ernesto.
Okay, so we have Esther's out, and Rafael's out.
But please make sure to put Esther down as
sure.
absent.
I got
I mean,
it.
excuse, sorry.
Excused, okay.
Want to introduce yourself?
Sure. So, John Estrella, been Miami-Dade resident for 10 years. Live over in Gramercy Park. Prior to here, I was living in Houston, Texas, and originally born and raised in New York.
Oh, what part of New York?
Brooklyn?
Yes. There's some New Jersey here,
Okay.
neighbors,
There you go.
somewhat.
And married, 3 kids, coach baseball here at Optimist.
So you're starting out with us then?
Correct.
You're signed up. What have you done any of the, viewed any of the lessons that was given or, I mean, are you aware of anything?
The only preliminary thing that I've done is gone on the site. I've seen some of the, I say the site, the town site, to see kind of some of the things that come up there, but that's to the extent of it.
Okay. I've given several meetings we've had, I've given lessons so you get some background knowledge.
Okay.
The biggest thing, I've been doing this for too long, that I want to care to admit. But the biggest thing is lack of knowledge and information. So
Mhm.
once people are aware of what they're looking at, they understand what's happening.
Right.
So there's a lot of science behind all of it. And I have given several, I'll call them lessons, presentations regarding that. So I recommend that if, I don't know if Al can give you some of the list of the dates.
Sure.
You can look at them up. You'll get some pretty decent background info. One of the things that we're going to discuss now, which then we can go over, regarding new members and whatnot. So we'll get into that.
So you're a new member of the committee. Yeah, my apologies. I thought he was a member of the public.
No, that's, yeah.
Great.
Sorry about that. Yeah.
So
added on, like already.
he's sworn in. Yeah.
Oh,
That's
sorry.
right.
He's
sworn in.
So,
Make sure you get
yeah,
the name
what's
for
let me get the correct spelling. I think
Again, first name John, J-O-H-N.
Okay.
E-S-T-R-E-L-L-A.
He's the star of the group.
The star.
Gotta be careful.
There you go.
Oh, welcome.
Thank you. Appreciate it. Thank you.
All right, so any public comments?
Nothing on my end.
Nada. All right, so we're going to number 4, the adoption of minutes.
I have a motion to include these, what was it, the date, September 15th?
No, that was the August. This is the August.
Yeah.
I know, but he wants to include,
Oh.
what was it, September?
It was, well, I'll just say the September regular meeting, minutes in, along with our agenda. That way we can, review and approve them during this meeting. Just to be clear, my motion's not to adopt them, it's to include them in the agenda.
Here they are, I think. Yep,
Yeah.
here they
Or
are.
add them to the agenda.
Here they are. Here it is, I'll tell you. Yep, you got it.
Yeah. Yeah, second.
I third. Fourth.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
And then that being said, I will move the adoption of the August meeting minutes and move the table, the September minutes till later in the meeting, so we have a chance to actually review them.
That's fine with me. Maybe a second on that.
You seconded?
Well, I can the chair
Yes,
second?
yes, you are on second.
So all in favor then?
Aye.
I don't think the chair could,
Absolutely.
oh, okay. Learn something.
Is anyone missing the September again?
All right, so old business. We need to get hunkered down with this roundtable with the miners. We need to get moving on that. Time's going by and we need to have that done ideally before the next legislative session. We go to Tallahassee. We have something to talk about. So I don't know what connections if any, how can we get in contact with them? Does anybody have any connections for that?
I mean, we know who their attorneys are.
Yeah.
We can reach out
Yeah.
to counsel. I mean, I remember we saw one of their counsel at a Miami-Dade, commission meeting.
That was Granda. Miguel Granda.
From.
Miguel de Grandi. Miguel de Grandi.
Right,
I think it was Miguel de Grandi.
yeah, I mean, that's one way. I don't
Miguel
know
de Grandi.
if anyone has personal connections with anybody that we can figure out.
And Ron Brook,
Ron Brook, I'll try that, yeah.
I think that would be key.
Ron Brook,
My understanding, he was ill
yes.
of sort. I don't know what.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, cancer.
Right.
Bad or?
There and there.
But,
There and there. But I'll reach out to him.
all right.
How about our old lobbyists? I don't know. Our old
Yeah.
lobbyists.
I mean, I don't know if that's the best.
I don't know. I don't know.
Right, to
But
have a.
our own.
Send him an email?
Our own
Like,
lobbyists.
No, I mean,
Lobbyist call, make an appointment.
well, they have their lobbyists and they have their civic, they have their own
Right.
association.
Right, but I think it's their attorneys is what I suspect that they're gonna be
I
sending.
mean, they'll speak to the attorneys before they reply or think about, because it'll be a public meeting.
Yeah,
People can come and take record of it and whatnot. I mean, I don't know if anybody has ties to construction industry and you go through the people that know that. I mean, somebody used to work in my office, does a lot of their GC work for Cemex. You know, obviously they're gonna know them, but you gotta use every avenue possible.
but this issue is the Miami-Dade Lime Rock Association or White Rock or CMX?
Well, I would think the Miami-Dade Lime Rock Association is one person, one association, right? And then White Rock directly.
Right.
Those are the two that we want to reach out to. I mean, in reality, we've been discussing, maybe you want to reach out to the other miners and say, hey, why don't you come and show how you guys are triggering
That's
without triggering limits?
Yeah.
And to ask them why they're
That'd be
doing
my
it.
point.
Very good actor, friend, Mark Nation.
I would not.
I know. I was being facetious.
But that's
I was
what
being
we're
facetious. I went to that
Oh,
meeting.
You went?
Oh, yeah.
I was supposed to go and then
I was there. Anyway,
All right.
keep on. It
It
was good, yeah.
Discuss
It
about
was
that.
good. Yeah.
But I
Let's
guess,
discuss about
I
that.
guess that answered my question before I asked it about, like, at the end of the day, who exactly is the miners? It's not
Right.
just White Rock, it's also
Right.
CMEX.
CMEX and what is it, Vulcan?
I think Vulcan.
Vulcan, there's 5 companies now.
Correct. But
SDI,
but I definitely think it's a great idea to like the smaller ones that
Agreed.
aren't affecting us.
they're getting a
Of
bad
course.
rap.
Because they're getting a bad reputation. I would like to, like, it's what you keep saying, how are you blasting, making a profit and not affecting us?
Right. Right.
Whereas White Rock is, annihilating our houses.
Right. So I think we need to make some sort of movement in that direction though. So what's your opinion? You can contact
Ron. Ron Book,
Who's your?
lobbyist.
Does he represent all of them?
I don't think he represents all of them, maybe 2 of them, or I'll find out.
he's in White Rock, so now I think that because for time constraints, if we continue waiting month to month.
Yeah.
We're gonna be too short.
Well, why don't we do that? Like, why don't we give out assignments? Each one of us reaches out, there's
Yeah.
5 main companies plus an association.
All right.
I think all of us can reach out to, there are 5, 6 of us right now.
Right, now, here's my question, I agree with you 100%, here's my question, can we reach out, say, hey, we want to schedule this on behalf of Timeline Relations, Timeline Relations to reach out to them?
Interesting.
That's,
Wait, I'm sorry, what was it?
well,
Okay,
but
I mean, we can reach out to everyone we want.
we've been
Personal.
representing the
Personal.
town.
Yeah, well, if we move and vote and approve us doing that, then yeah, we can do that.
Yeah, we're representing the town for that month as a Alaska Advisory
I mean, it
Board.
has been approved.
Right.
Right. I'm just thinking, again, the problem is how long it would take. Is you get the town council or town manager or whoever to send invites. Say, we're setting this event here, we want you to participate,
Right.
Timeline Relates, letter, seal, sign, whatever.
To narrow things down, when is legislation session?
I think we narrowed it down, I think it was March of next year.
Yeah, it's
Okay,
not-
so we
It's
have
March.
time at the beginning of the year.
Right.
Because towards the end of the year, it's not gonna happen.
No.
Agreed.
So So I'm thinking maybe the second or third week of January,
Right,
in that
something like
window
Third week.
Was that second or third week?
of January sometime. We need to get a consensus of what's availability on their side. Maybe that's the next avenue to see when are you guys available? Let's make this happen.
I think that if you were gonna do something, I like someone's idea, I think it might have been you, of having the town manager send out,
Yeah.
formal book and seal,
Right.
invite, but I think the
Reach out to
initial
them
reaching
first.
out of engaging interest, no dates, just, hey, look, we're interested in having this roundtable, there's obviously an issue. It'll be a chance for you to dispel some myths, it's a chance for us to hear from you directly, it's a chance for us to talk to you directly.
Right.
We're thinking about, coordinating this, is this something that, you guys would be open to
Interested.
and interested in? It's a way of getting the foot into the door, it's the precursor to a formal invite, which I think it speaks volumes if you send the formal invite like that, and then they don't show up.
But then the next thing is it better for us to be doing it as an individual? Representing anything, or have the town, because I'm thinking about it, it may be better to have the town do it
Then we go to.
as
IR,
opposed to
that's-
it comes to us and
That
say,
would be my question to
really?
you.
And Brian disappears.
Should we do that or,
Absolutely.
or should the town do that?
Who are you?
The
Exactly, these are
minors,
just
the
new
minors.
things. The suggestion would be, we can obviously help you, if you guys give us the text, we'll put it in a letterhead and we'll send it out.
Yeah.
We can ask the mayor to send it out.
Yeah, same as you guys did to the other municipalities.
Yeah.
It's gonna be the same
Okay, so
fashion.
we can do that,
Yeah.
but I think it would also be good to have a personal touch from the committee members. I think the more the merrier, when you're trying to invite
I think that's
people
what
out.
we're talking about, that the initial contact would be from us, and yeah, I mean, at the end of the day, I could, any of us could disappear and not be members of this committee anymore, but
I'm
when we
not talking
do,
about, disappear.
well, when we speak, in this capacity, we're speaking on behalf of the committee, so even if I was to no longer be a member of the committee, I still spoke at that moment, spoke on behalf of the committee, and so whoever takes this spot would then continue that, or, one of you guys
Yeah,
would assume that role.
But two different things.
I'm just saying that in terms of speaking for yourself as an individual versus speaking as a member of the committee, this is speaking as a member of the committee for sure.
Correct. But I'm talking about as a member of the committee, be used as an anchor at 85 feet down.
Yeah.
It's not welcome.
Yeah.
So we need to be cautious,
So just, so I'm following, you guys are gonna be sending me something? to send out?
That's where we're discussing.
Maybe we're also splitting hairs here regarding the form of communication, because I think that what I'm referring to isn't so much written communication as it is a phone call. Pick up the phone, call the attorneys for White Rock, call White Rock itself, call Vulcan, call Vulcan's attorneys, whoever, and just have a cordial phone call. That's kind of what I'm talking about. It's not a formal,
All right, we'll get a contact.
yeah, and then once we've gauged their interest and made them aware that this is something that is coming, now they know when they get a letter that looks like this with the letterhead, that's, oh, this is what that conversation was about. That's kind of
What,
Yeah, I agree. But I think the question now is, who do we contact?
Yeah.
I 100% agree.
I think each one of those companies has their own organizational structure and how they do business. Like White Rock is gonna be probably very different from Vulcan and how they do business.
Right.
So I think you can hand out assignments and then we're all big boys. We can, and girls in Esther's case. We can all, determine how best to reach out to them and who to reach out to.
You know what? I'm gonna reach out to the CFO's office first and see who the contacts are for each company.
That's actually a really good idea.
So, me, Jimmy?
No, Ruben Gardillo,
Oh, okay.
because he's the one visiting each man,
Oh,
so he knows who's who.
oh, that's good. That's good.
In order not to delay, can we, it's the question for discussion, can we motion that you're gonna go ahead and do that, and then after you get that, even if it's before a meeting, you provide us and assign tasks to us?
Okay,
I was gonna do something similar, but basically it's just, he's already gonna do that. The proposal would be that we now appoint quarries. And then he supplies, so like suppose I get Vulcan, he would give me Vulcan's contact info, you get CMEX, he gives you CMEX's information. After he gets it, that way we don't have to have another meeting just for that.
Got it, that makes sense.
let me see you. down here.
So that was a motion by you.
I didn't know.
Do you want me to rephrase?
Yeah, you can go and rephrase it. Motion by you.
So I'll move to appoint the chairman to reach out to the CFO,
Okay,
to the CFO's office, for contact information for each of the 5 Miami-Dade quarries. And then for each member of the committee to be assigned a different quarry to reach out to, and for the chair to provide that contact info to each assigned member once he hears back from the CFO's office. You got it? Yeah.
I can always. send it back.
That's my motion.
Video.
all right, so somebody want a second?
I'll second.
All in favor?
Aye. So then the next order of business there would be to appoint the different quarries. I think open forum style is probably gonna be the best way. Does anyone have any connection to any specific or desire for a specific quarry? Well, let's do this. I would say that White Rock should have 2 people reach out to it. There are 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 of us here. Oh, are you also gonna get the contact info for the, what was it called? The Florida, South Florida
That we have,
limestone,
Miami Lime.
Miami Lime
I think we have.
we have it here, 786-412.
we have it.
2843.
I think that for White Rock, we should have 2 people. So here's my motion. I move to nominate Miguel Martinez and Rudy Blanco to together handle White Rock. You guys have the yin and the yang. You're slapping him in the face. This one's legal. You slap him in the face, he makes it legal.
I like
Yeah.
You haven't noticed it yet. These guys should really, they told me to bring me down.
I'll second that.
All right, I guess, who's in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
You're
I'm
allowed
not
to vote.
voting no matter what.
No.
You're allowed to vote.
All right.
Abstain if you want.
You can, you don't need to.
No, that's fine. I have the map here from the Miami-Dade program, Miami-Dade Limestone Association. So Sawgrass, White Rock, CMEX, Tarmac, White Rock South, Old Castle, CMEX, SEL, and Vulcan, Kendall, Chrome are the mines.
Which are the ones that
so-
actually affect us?
Huh?
Which are the ones that affect us? Like, I guess-
Probably all.
The
Yeah,
ones that
probably.
affect us is
Oh,
White
yeah,
Rock
yeah.
and CMEX, those are the main ones.
White Rock is really the big one.
But those are the ones that are blasting indiscriminately. However, I think, I mean, we call Vulcan especially, I know that they're doing below trigger limits. So we really need to bring in all of them. But if we can make a list, Steven, we can just make a list so far. Did you get the names ready or?
No, not yet.
Go back down.
And then we'll make a list and I'll speak to this guy, say, and I'll go down the list with him and see what he says. I think that's gonna be the starting point.
Okay,
What's
go ahead.
that?
I got White
Tarmac.
Rock, Cement.
Tarmac and Old Castle.
Yes. All right, so Sawgrass, White Rock,
Sawgrass.
Sawgrass,
Okay.
they're a small little mine.
Tarmac.
Tarmac.
CMX FEC,
CMEX FEC.
yeah, there's different
Florida
words.
East Coast and then the CMEX Cement.
Well, there's CMX FEC and CMX SCL. There's 2 different, I imagine it's the same company, that's Cement Mexico. It's actually the Mexican.
Yeah, CMEX, yeah.
Is that what it
means? SCL would be a Mexican corporation.
See on the other one?
All right, so then you got then White Rock South. I thought they were done. I guess, I don't know if they're still open.
That number 5 is the one.
Which one?
That number 5 of White Rock. It is that one. It's the one's causing a lot of.
No, the one's causing trouble is this guy here.
Right, the one on top. Right. Not number 5, it's like, black,
Yeah, this guy.
right there.
Vulcan. Kendall Chrome. And Kendall Chrome, that's it.
And the Chrome is its own line?
Yeah.
That's not part of it.
No.
I think that's just what it's called.
Kendall Chrome, according to this map. All right, so
How
those
many
are
is
the
it?
companies, and again, I'll start.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6.
SEL and FEC.
8, including both CMS, it's really 7. But that doesn't include the association, which really reach separately.
Association is all of them, right?
Right, but I would reach separately to association.
Agreed.
So what is association for? South
Miami-Dade,
Florida.
no, Miami-Dade, Lime Rock,
So-
it's MDLPA.
Professional.
Limestone,
I'll get there,
Limestone Product Association,
Right.
Miami-Dade Limestone Product Association.
So then you have down that,
I'm sorry, are we gonna approach all these companies exactly the same? In other words, those that impact us less as opposed to those that impact us more?
I think that they all have a stake in being at this round table because people like Vulcan, which don't affect us as badly, are getting a bad reputation because of the bad actors. So they would actually have a dog in this fight because if, and by no means is that gonna come from us, but you could have the potential for whiplash legislation that comes in too strong and then actually does adversely affect them, even though they've been playing by the rules. So I think that they have a dog in this fight.
So you're aware, what's happening is there are companies that they're blasting, particularly down south, Old Castle, Vulcan, especially Vulcan,
Corral,
that
Homestead.
they're blasting below trigger limit. So as the machine itself, the blast is so low, it doesn't even pick it up, non-detectable. And they're getting a bad rap because companies like White Rock by us and CMAX, they're blasting at near the legal limit. Now, CMAX is blasting at high levels, but you notice there's nothing around them, so it doesn't really affect much. It's not significant. They do affect people, issues there, but not much. The culprit here is White Rock. All right, so, all right, we'll get things rolling with that. So that's 5A. The 5B. Now,
If I can just clarify, so are you, or should we assign?
Yeah,
now,
we
or
still
are you
need to
going
assign.
I think we should
Then
find
you'll
out.
just send out an email out or however, say, hey, here's a
Alright.
list. You
Yeah,
Call here. you
I
call
think the
here,
first
you
thing
call
is to contact this guy.
Yeah.
Because maybe he's like, this is what we gotta talk to.
Right.
We're done. Here's all the information, guys, and we're done.
Because then we'll know who.
But then if that happens and then you have the contact info, we need to wait until the next meeting to
Right,
assign
so I
the
think
round.
we should have we then create a
Or notify.
Not necessarily.
mini meeting, if you will.
We gave him the right to assign.
But we didn't, but we can.
Oh, we did. I don't know.
We give him the right to give us the contact info to the people who get the assignment.
And assign.
But I
I
actually,
mean, I put it in my.
Right, and assign to each.
I mean, I
EAB
put it
member.
in the
Yeah.
minutes that,
How'd you put it?
I put it, and for each board member to be
To
assigned
be
a
assigned.
specific query
Yeah.
to the chair.
Yeah.
And then be provided contact information from the chair.
read the whole motion.
Motion by you to appoint chair to reach out to CFO office for contact each Miami-Dade query and for each board member to be assigned a specific query and then be provided contact information from the chair.
Yeah, I meant that as two separate motions, but it's fine if we want to consider it like that he has, so here's what I'll do. Motion to clarify, chair has is being given the authority to assign the different queries to amongst the members.
Perfect. I'll get that clear.
Second.
There you go. Hey, he just learned that he can
Second.
second.
If I can do it, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
There we go.
Um,
That way,
That's fine.
that cuts out a meeting, basically.
Well, the issue is we don't know what information we're gonna get from this guy. And if he gives us everything, then we.
It just
don't need-
streamlines is what it
Yeah.
does. All right.
Fair enough. All right, so item B, 5B is the flyer approval. We tried to have an approval meeting,
Yeah.
but things
Hurricane.
happen. The town's letterhead, I know Angel had sent some recommendations and advice. I updated this accordingly. I think based on that, you had some points.
looking back on the minutes, I was under the understanding that we were to submit suggestions in the town, requests to the town to prepare the informational flyer. But the town would have someone who could create the flyer and not put the burden on you.
Well, yeah, it would be nice.
That's what I understood from this
Well,
motion.
We need
just
to
so
give-
we're clear, we do create flyers, but we were never told to create flowers. The chair had already sent one that was already drafted.
No, what happened was, to clarify, we had information that we took to Tallahassee.
Right.
Using that as a basis as a flyer would be given to the town, which is what I did, and that was to be dispersed to you guys, and you guys would provide edits and whatnot.
Yeah.
That didn't happen.
Because of the hurricane.
Right, everything.
Whatever it.
The hurricane that didn't come.
So
What I had understood is that the edits that we had suggested would go to the town so that they could prepare the informational flyer.
Okay. Whichever near nor there, just move forward. But I took your advice or suggestions of things, and I did my own as well. I had unfortunately waited for the town's parameters of their letterhead, and it came in today. So I kind of made a rush adjusting of this thing. It's two sides. Obviously, we need their letterhead. If you guys want to take a look at this. And I think of pertinent information.
Are these working? Whatever you
Yeah,
call
double check it, because I checked it on mine, but double check
Okay, I
it.
have
Oh, yeah.
my copies. I didn't know that.
it? These what?
No, yeah, I updated it since Clarissa sent me the.
Oh, okay, I see what your website.
Last thing,
That's that's about the
So,
main, and the other
just-
So yeah,
side will
use
be
his,
the
because
main
he
one.
doesn't need a-
And again, to recap and to bring up the speed, the Miami-Dade pilot program is underway. Okay, that was a law, a bill done by, oh my God, Manny Diaz. And it was passed and approved, but it wasn't enacted. Patricio then pushed it, and it's now being.
Bring
has
something
been
to the
enacted.
morning. Order.
And the CFO's office then, they put an RFP out, a national RFP, and a company was contracted to provide the seismographs, readings, unbiased readings, and official readings. And they set up 25 seismographs throughout the county and even Miramar, since detecting the county. Actually, 23 are in operation. There was a shortfall. They then hired Chris Colson. He's the director of this program now. Chris Colson then brought in 2 assistants to help him. What they're doing is collecting data. The data is official, and they're generating this data to populate a website. And the intent is that data can be used for studies, which from official data. 1, 2, they can create then with what they're seeing, proper legislation be proposed. If legislation continues to ignore this, that they've done in the past, then because they are the body in charge, they're going to give a best practice advisory to the miners. You're going to operate this way. Done. And that is the intent, hopefully for next year. So we're working on that. Now, the website that they're doing, that they're populating, is pulling data from several sources. The first source that they're getting from is actual citizens' complaints. And it's in the tens of thousands of complaints that they received, with a gross majority in our area, so White Rock. They're logging the complaints. If you look up the website that I gave you, not the complaint form, the other one, right now, that is their website, and it will be set up once they have their website in operation. And what it will have is this. He gave me a screenshot, and this will be a map on their site where the yellow triangles are monitoring locations. They have devices installed, and the blue dots are complaints. So you can go to your blue dot at your location, pick it, and it will link you to the blast that created that complaint. And you'll be able to see dynamically all the information of the blast, the data that was collected by the state, and the blast report provided by the miners, a better match. Because one of the problems is the miners by law has to provide a blast report. They have to hire a company to do this, but the client then is the miner. The blast company, or the monitoring company gives it to the blaster then gives it to the state. that gives an opportunity for funny business. So this
Right.
avoids it.
With regard to the fire, you know, I hesitate to say that it has too much information because it has necessary information. I can't see what I would cut out. I really can't.
Yeah, no.
The only thing I would suggest, my only suggestion, this is much better than the first version. Is just, I don't think you need the whole link. I think in this box, in these two boxes, you just make it very simple, big, you just say, file your complaint now, and then here. And then, you know, check out the Miami-Dade pilot program here with a little arrow, just something like that. Other than that, I think it's great, and I would count also on our marketing department to do some little magic.
Yeah, agreed. And the truth, I flip-flopped that specifically, but the issue was not everybody has a QR code reader. So how do they get it?
99.9% have, and frankly, the ones who don't are not gonna remember a link of that size.
Agreed.
Unless the BAB, which already has a thinned out budget, wants to buy forwarding domains. Wants to buy forwarding domains to reportmyblast.com or something like that.
No, those domains can cost like $3 a year.
Exactly.
Yeah.
I mean, which frankly, if we find one like that, I'll donate it.
Well, the cost is the website itself.
No. It's a forwarding domain. Like to eliminate the issue with the long link, you buy something like reportmyblast.com, and then all that happens when you type that is it redirects you here. Yeah. That's what my website is. Yeah. That's not a bad idea. Crap, now there I go down a rabbit hole.
All right, so I'll change this then, complaint form and the pilot program site. That's all I need.
The only change I'd recommend, I think this is really good. I think it's even better than the one we did in Tallahassee. This is something that this would be what you go to Tallahassee. I just like if you, the second sentence, however, the destruction of neighboring properties, I wanted to say our properties.
Okay.
This is being sent to people minor lakes, right? Or people in the area.
Correct.
It's not neighboring properties, it's our properties, it's our homes. That's the only thing. And of course, the town should work on making that, you know,
On the first line,
making it.
rock mining industry in Florida's, the rock mining industry in Florida's economy is essential and do not wish to see it, and we do not wish to see it terminated. And then what you said as well, but I think you did a great job with this, frankly. I don't know if, you know, do we,
Well, also, you discussed, you also want to get rid of, I guess we should motion these three things. Get rid of complaint form. It says, submit your lasting or more information on the date. Is this website up?
I'm gonna move,
Well, the website's up, but it's not the form the final form.
Right.
But right now, if you look at it, it's gonna give you the complaints that have been logged.
I'm gonna move to open workshop discussion on this, that way we could just have a free discussion on it.
Yeah, a second.
So what are you guys gonna do?
Say it again?
Move.
I'm moving to open workshop on this, that way we could just have free discussion without having motion.
Oh, okay. All in favor?
Aye,
Alright.
so you got this?
Do you wanna get rid of the complaint form for me?
No, just have the QR code, get rid of the.
I'll do it in order.
Yeah,
I will leave them.
once we
Get rid
get
of the
exit workshop, we do a motion adopting.
So if you wanna get to it, you scan it.
I will leave it, because there's some people that don't scan.
That's
anything.
right.
They don't scan it. I know, sir.
But the ones who don't scan it, are they gonna actually remember the link?
Yes, if they have this. they'll
If they have
remember
it
that.
in their hand,
Don't-
I guess
don't
if they have
type
it
it.
in their hand, yeah.
Don't type- I know what I'm saying.
No, you're fine.
I know what I'm saying. Especially if we're gonna pass these at
Correct.
at the same, you gotta leave it in,
If
leave the
I can ask
website
you a
in,
question for
leave the
Al.
website in.
Al,
Mhm.
if we were to hand this to the town staff in charge of like marketing and making things pretty, would they also, on top of, I guess, turning it nice, would they have like suggestions with like maybe change the headline to something more catchy or make these kinds of suggestions, would they?
Yeah, we obviously, we right now are in the middle of working with the header, so we're the ones to put, just so you guys understand, we're the ones to put the final header on it. So,
Oh, I see.
yeah, like,
Like this?
No, like the actual town header. That's done after everything's already
Like
finalized.
this.
Like, we don't give it to you guys to
This on
add.
top.
So that's why this is empty?
Yes,
Right.
because he was waiting on those
This one.
measurements, so we'll work and we'll play so that, so that it fits our header, so you don't have to worry
It'll
about
do
that.
this, it'll do this.
Now, in terms of the title, if you wanna leave that to the team, I can work with them, but I will tell you that blasting, I feel like it's a very specific.
No,
I think-
no, no,
If I don't know what they'll find.
It was more of a question like that they'll offer input, specifically on something like this, like if we're gonna keep the link in there.
I think we
Then we
have a
can
way to make
format it.
that link, I think we'd have something that we use where we make those links shorter.
Like a hyperlink or something like that.
No, there's a
Yeah,
short
something like that,
Okay,
that we can
okay.
customize the
If,
link,
if
so,
the town has that membership, then that would be great,
yeah, I don't know if we do, but I'll work with them, because I think we have something
because then
similar.
it's a shortened link.
There's a shortened link, I don't know what it's called, and this one actually is the shorter
10
version,
euro.
it's just either a real one. It's like.
I mean, I think we can customize it, we might have to double check, but I think we can customize it if you guys think that that's
That's
better.
fine. Yeah, no, absolutely, absolutely.
And then I guess the other question that I have is just, what kind of paper stock is this gonna be printed on?
Well,
Because it's important for
how
these back
many do you
pictures.
guys need? Let's start with that.
This is gonna be a lot,
I think it's in the hundreds to possibly,
500.
I was gonna say 500.
Rudy, how many should we
Cause
have?
a certain amount we
A
can
lot of people that
print,
goes that
Right,
event,
but-
in and out.
if
Well,
it
you
gets
don't
too
need-
high, then.
I've
We don't
invited-
need
I
all
invited all the
1,000 right,
chambers
like
to come.
tomorrow.
All of them.
There's an event for the Chamber of Commerce,
Right, on
and we
November
wanna have a
3rd.
stack for that, maybe 200.
On November
Uh,
3rd.
Let me get a
300.
copy of the ones you want, please.
And
Rudy took them all.
I think if we can,
And I
We'll
emailed
format
you.
it and add it.
I think if we can capitalize
You're gonna
on,
miss them, dude.
By when do you need those for the chamber, I'm sorry?
Probably about a third. as soon
The
as we get-
Chamber's the 3rd, so we need to do it before then.
however,
Yeah.
is that too short a time?
No, that's fine. You're saying November, right?
Yeah.
November 2nd.
November 2nd. it's on
No,
the-
it just,
Right, that was my email
it
to you, by
depends
the
on
way.
if you guys are still
Yeah, it's
working on
like
it
2
or if
weeks.
it's finalized.
So I just think that if there is a good price that we can capitalize on through bulk pricing, I think what Steven says was right on the head of this needs to go into the new folders for Tallahassee.
Absolutely.
Yeah, yeah,
So we
yeah.
might as well bulk order, take advantage of lower pricing,
Yeah.
consider our reduced budget.
Agreed, but if they're printing them here, and
It's
they
gonna take
can
a
print out
while.
100,
Yeah, if they're printing them here, then yeah, I mean, just do 200 for now.
Yeah.
But if it's gonna be more and it's gonna go external, or even if 200 is something that goes external, then.
I guess that would be the question, because you just said there's a lot of people there, I think 250, 300, how many can be printed and whatever have left over?
You keep
no,
it.
absolutely, absolutely.
So what number is it?
How many can you do?
No.
I think we can, I just don't wanna promise you because if it's a huge amount,
Right,
you know,
The town
takes-
has printers for that, like that print on like nice, good
But
stock
that's
paper?
why now if you're getting fancy, that's a different.
We're not talking about
story.
these papers.
Okay, then no.
Yeah, I wanted that to be clear. We're
Yeah,
not
no.
printing, we're talking
Like,
about
if
nice.
you want us to print a flyer, we can do that.
No, this is like the stuff that's over in front of the chambers, like.
If that, so you guys don't have budget for that,
Yeah.
Correct.
so that's why I'm
I'm gonna
wondering why.
excuse myself, I'm gonna go over there to see what I'm talking about.
Okay.
Some are like durable cardboard, plastic paper.
Right, but I can print for you guys with this, like if it's anything that's gonna, there's a cost to it, you guys.
And we have to.
That's the gloss paper.
Even something like this that's not glossy would work.
Right.
I can bring
But I'm
that.
gonna
over.
Here you go. Plenty of these. We had them at the chamber, we had them at the chamber.
Yeah,
Shit.
exactly.
Like, yeah, there's.
By the
paper
way,
that's-
This is.
That's a great map. That's a
That's a
great map.
great map.
So there's paper that's a.
That's gonna be
squeezy as this, and it's
easy.
just a little gloss.
These are the new restaurants coming to town.
You got this thing.
Of course, you know that.
Now I know why you.
Forget about everybody else.
The problem isn't glossiness
No, I know.
as much as it
As
is
the presentation.
heavy stock, because
Yeah,
the problem is,
You want them to last too.
the problem is, right here on this very paper, that image, that crack is not showing up. You
Oh,
barely
that's
see it.
another thing.
On this kind of stock, like, yeah, I guess this is glossy
So
or
you want
whatever.
part-
No, because this is.
I don't know about
see-through.
crunch stuff, but
You
yeah,
can
that's.
see
Is
that's
this okay?
see-through.
Is this what you want? I'm like,
You
I
guys
guess.
sound very specific, so I'm just gonna ask you
Yeah.
to send me what it is that you want.
I'm gonna be right back. I'm gonna go over there.
What paper is that?
Yeah, that's where I'm going.
No, I know, what paper is that?
I don't know.
That's
I'll
slightly
bring back to
thicker.
them.
Bond, whatever.
That's slightly thicker, right?
No, I know
Yeah,
what you're talking
feel it.
about.
Yeah, that's a little thicker, exactly.
There'll be a ton of-
Something like that.
Okay, I'll take this paper and I'll tell you what we can and can't.
Fair enough.
You're allowed for now. Next.
I sent you, actually, I'll send it to you again after with these edits. So you can-
So we also, how many do we want now? I say for this 300.
At least
Yeah,
300
leave it
for that.
at that.
Yeah, we need minimum.
I invited all the chambers and all of them. All of them.
We need
Brinkle,
400.
Brinkle, Miami-Dade, Hialeah, Doral,
I mean,
South Florida,
you'll need
Greater
more.
Miami, everything. And they're all confirmed. We'll be here November 3rd. I mean, so I don't know. I mean, we always have a lot of people that come in and out.
Any other
Sorry.
edits?
It would be nice
Text
to
edits
have.
that you guys are thinking of?
And,
Given that we're thinking about using, you can always change it, report to us or whatnot.
I think we should explain the double court proceeding.
We can't have, there's no room to add.
Yeah, I wouldn't, honestly.
The what, the what?
The Delaware proceeding.
That
People
gets
can
in-
address their complaints legally,
That could,
No,
yeah,
that doesn't work.
that's-
You want to.
other than just filling out a form.
No, but the double complaint, you want to shy away from it, you're gonna lose.
and that's what you talk about when someone approaches you.
Yeah.
That's a more specific
It's very
question.
specific, people go administrative. What is
I have no idea what that is.
You don't root it.
I have no idea. Yeah, right.
So, I think we can all agree this is beyond our budget.
By the cardboard. Yeah, that's a more- the cardboard thing.
How much are, I don't think it's. I mean,
But if you look at this,
I really.
Right, that's what I
yeah,
said. That's what I gave
this
her more or
is
less.
not beyond our budget.
I
That,
mean,
we printed these.
Which one?
These,
Yeah.
yeah, so,
Yeah.
so,
You printed the
so
type.
that has
This is good.
a lot of.
That's good. That's good.
Now, I don't know what stock that is, if that's regular stock or
That's regular. paper.
that's regular paper with a really good printer.
Yeah, but you can see through it, so that's not good.
Well, we would be double sided, no?
The card.
Like, if
the
you-
card-
if you look at this
See
one-
this side.
It has to
If
be
you
double
look at
sided.
this one, you can see the letters.
But that's because there's nothing on this side, on the other side, of
What?
this one.
Yeah, on this one, you can see through it because there's nothing, but on this one, it's two-sided, but you can see the
That's my point.
the letters,
But it's
yeah.
the
You
same
might be able to-
paper. is
It's
what
the
you
same
don't
thing, is what you're
understand.
saying.
That's what we're printing. like
Yeah.
in-house.
So we can't, so that's not good enough.
So I guess not for the purpose of this, because what we're trying to highlight is a very finite
Right.
track there. And if you get words back here, which.
Right.
Or worse, you get this photo right behind this photo, which is what it's looking is gonna happen. You're gonna have overlap
You
on
can't
it.
see it.
It's gonna
You
be
can't
tough
see
to
it,
see.
You're only seeing one crack.
course.
There's like several cracks in here. You can't see.
Yeah,
it.
of course, you know. Your team, the town staff team can also work with the images to like make them a little bit.
Yeah.
More,
Like sharpen, color,
Yeah.
highlight, whatever.
yeah, make them pop, you know, I think that's.
Split the wall a little
Split
bit.
I
the wall
think
a little
that's
more.
more realistic than like the type of paper you're asking.
Cause I think that, Stephen, to your point, I understand what you're saying, that this might not be beyond our range. This, at this size, is definitely beyond our range. And we cannot fit this into this.
I don't know how
Right.
much it would cost. I really don't.
This is not cheap. This is not cheap. I just bought some cardstock for like my company. It adds quite a bit to it.
That's your
and
Christmas,
that's-
your Christmas.
Oh, lots to do with thank you cards.
Yeah, exactly.
Um,
Your Christmas or Thanksgiving.
like this one is great because of the fact that it has nothing on the other side.
Right.
Like the one I gave
This
you,
one,
like the
what
one I
it's-
gave
Oh, no,
you.
this is bigger.
That's thicker.
This definitely.
You see it? See that one? Oh, it's thicker.
And you can still see the texture.
You
of it.
can
But you still see it. thicker.
what if, now this is an issue about, this is like a. When you say that we print it here, right, we're not talking about just any regular printer, like this is a big industrial printer, or
Yeah,
something that you
yeah,
guys
yeah.
have for this purpose.
We use it to print regular things, like I
Uh-huh.
print it to you, then on the same one, I'm
Copy.
gonna print your flyer on. But I'm just letting you know that that's the type of thing that we print, like those two that you grabbed, we printed them on that print.
It's a commercial printer.
Cause,
That's what you're saying.
because what I'm saying is, I mean, I feel like if it's. If getting a paper stock like that printer can handle that kind of paper stock,
It can,
yeah.
the problem is the material, like
what do you
On
mean?
the paper.
the paper.
Yeah, so I was gonna say, I mean, we get together and donate it,
Yeah, we can.
like, we can buy one or two.
If we're gonna buy it, I could talk to a friend of mine that has a print company.
That he can what?
He could run.
You
the
run
press.
it.
Oh, one of them. No, we don't need it.
No, but I don't know if the town
I
allows
can
that.
check what we have. Yes, as long as the design, like we give the final
You have to
like,
approve
seal
the
with
design.
the, with the town
Negotiate.
header, you're fine, you can produce it, like, that's fine.
Like you can email it to him. I don't know.
Yeah, it doesn't matter. But if you wanna check first, then we can go from there.
Yeah.
So,
Okay. Yeah.
So.
I know we have cardstock, right? But what I don't wanna tell you is yes, 'cause I don't know how much we have, like, I found like 5 or 10, because whatever, like I need them. But I don't know if I have like, the same way that I have access to regular paper in the amounts, like, I don't know that I do.
All
So
right.
I'd have to check.
And maybe if you have enough of it, print one and let's see
And
what.
show you.
so the
yeah, I was
quality-
gonna say, if we have that around, then we can do a test print,
Yeah,
see what it looks like, see if it's acceptable.
and if not, I can ask my contact.
I'm saying, if, between us, we need to contribute to buy some original paper, I don't think any of us will object.
Yeah.
That'll be our contribution to the town.
So can I be clear, when I send a list to town, we want to, we want to print at least 300 of the 504
For November.
for November 3rd. And then the town will tell us whether they can do it in,
Heavy
in
stock.
a heavy stock like we're talking about, where, nice, not, gloss, like, sort of like one of those that we saw. And if not, then they would come back to us and we could see other options to have it printed. I'm sure we're all.
And better images, you know, if you get better images, better. That'll be good.
Well, I mean, I think. that-
Within
I-
the,
yeah, I
within
think-
the marketing.
I think, the town would finalize the letter,
Be good, sure.
but at the end of the day, if the town can't print it, then we would,
Right, so we'll give you the artwork. So, all right. Are you guys in agreement with the text that's on here now?
Yes.
I made the edits that you just said.
With the edit suggested, I would move to bring us out of workshop and approve the edits.
And the title on top, they could play with as well. Last I just put that in there as a placeholder.
I think that's what it is.
I think that's what it is.
I don't see why we should change it.
Yep.
Yeah, a second.
All in favor?
Aye.
And I like these images, so you guys know.
I like these images a lot. They're better than most.
Right.
I like my
Very
vision.
I mean, you really see that one. You're right, though. It is important that that image, especially this one, comes out.
Comes out.
This
That's
is
my
the-
neighbor's house. And
This is the most important,
Yeah, that's my neighbor's
one.
house. No, that one. And
I
that's
don't know.
Satori.
Yeah, that's in Satori. That's a
2-year-old.
2-year-old house. So.
Yeah, hard to see, but you
I think we
can.
have the game.
You see
Yeah.
stuff crack?
Okay.
Stuff crack.
Yeah, it's much more visible there.
And in my explanations, you'll learn why, to identify it coming from one corner of the window and how it comes from these corners and what this line means. It's all explained. So it's seismic damage specific.
Then don't you have a recorded? You're hoping.
Yeah, so. I'm
You should just
saying-
send it to him.
Yeah, you
Or, I don't know, send it to Isle and
That's
then, I don't know, whatever you want to do.
All right, so this is
It's really
good.
good
I'm
presentation.
going into aisle.
I have a motion to amend the agenda to discuss the approved budget prior to activities for awareness.
To amend the budget?
No, to amend the, I don't know if I said that.
The order,
What I
the
meant
call
was
to
to
order,
amend the
the call to
agenda to discuss the approved budget prior to activities for awareness.
Right.
So we can have that discussion knowing what the heck we have available. That's my motion.
Yeah.
Oh, well, the new business 6A is the budget.
Correct, so I'm moving to amend it to now,
Oh.
before we get there,
Okay.
before we do activities for awareness, so we know what we have as a budget for activities for awareness.
Okay.
I'll second.
I sent you, all in favor?
Aye.
I sent you the updated flyer.
To share with
Um,
Is this to share with everybody or just that day we put the letterhead, we fix it up and we,
Well, for you to do your,
For us to-
we're approving it,
okay,
so you guys do your thing now.
okay, got it.
That's done. All right, well, we kind of touched in item C, but if you want to jump to 6A.
Yes.
Yeah, 6A and then come back to it.
So we got approved what we had, the budget we had previously, which was 0.
Yeah,
Yeah.
right, yeah, I noted that, because the town, based, I was watching the budget hearing.
Yeah.
Because I guess I had nothing else to do.
Yeah.
I was watching it and.
They don't even live here and I'm watching.
They were very, very much trying to figure out how to reduce the millage rate, and they did, and one of the reasons the way they did was gave no committees $1 more than last year, which of course last year, our official budget had $0.
Right.
But
But I've been advised by numerous councilmen that we will get the money we need. Is to understand our budget in reality, we have to include as if we have every member filled, because we have to be fair. But in reality, we don't. So it'll be half, I expect, like we did last year, what we need, or what we requested.
Yeah.
What we need is half what we requested.
do we know what we ended up actually spending last year?
So there's no budget?
We never had one.
Yeah, we didn't have one before. We made a special request to the council for our expenses to Tallahassee. And for the printing costs, which was part of that trip as well, that was literally, and the bike ride.
Yeah. No, the bike ride actually was a donation from a
From
different.
the.
Okay, my apologies.
And
I
to
understand
the
correctly.
And there's already money in the police budget for the police.
Okay, so I stand corrected. So yeah, literally, that we did was request a special expenditure on the Tallahassee trip.
Which they granted up to $9,000.
Correct. And that was more than enough.
Yeah.
I wouldn't foresee any fight on our budget whatsoever, especially given what all the council members have told us how the trip went.
All right, well, let me just fill you guys in now. I have my thing, I don't have the total. And I think the
I
total.
can get the total for you. I don't have it right now, but I
Okay.
can share with you
Just out of
guys.
curiosity.
Yeah, really is more curious.
But I think it was around like 4,500.
Really?
I have in mind, was that
That was our actual expenditure?
around in that?
I can give
ballpark?
you a rough estimate because I have the reimbursements that you guys sent me.
Yeah,
That doesn't include like the printing and maybe like
Yeah,
a
that's a
few
lot.
things that
Right,
may
which
have
couple
been
hundred
missed, but
bucks.
I can give you a rough estimate.
I think it was like 4,500 is what I have in mind, but nonetheless, Tony Fernandez promised me that he will pay out of his own pocket for us to go to Tallahassee. So we have a safety net that if the town can't budget, move around funds to do what they did last year,
We're gonna ask them.
Tony's gonna front it.
Okay.
So either way, we're going.
What was that saying?
Tony told me that and in his office a year ago, and I met, which is what I want to get
You
into.
said it on the dais last year.
He said on the dais?
He did
Yes.
actually.
And
That's what I
then-
wanted to know.
On the
Yes.
dais, he said it.
He said,
I
That's
said
what
it
I
on
wanted
the
to
dice, I was there.
and then he said it again when I met with each councilman
And frankly,
now, this past week, so,
frankly,
And Louis said the same thing.
yeah.
Louis Park.
I understand why they did what they did, it's like Steven said, they were fighting to keep that millage, to lower that millage rate.
Right.
There's gonna be some amount in discretionary accounts that are gonna be available. And if there isn't, again, our committee is one of those that has drawn the support of the community and the council because of the work that we've done over the last year and a half.
Yeah.
Before that, it was kind of fun. Ever since I arrived.
So, I don't have a concern then as far as the budget of what we're needing, because in reality, we're keeping it as minimum as we can get.
I guess the problem then becomes, we were kind of like starting to make certain plans for things that did involve now having a budget. Such as some of these awareness, fire raising events, not just the HOA meetings,
No,
the
the
shirts.
The door.
Also, literally this,
Yeah.
printing these things, technically speaking, we have zero budget, we can't even print on regular paper.
Right.
You
So,
can print on regular paper for
Well,
free.
I get reimbursed for these attention.
so.
Like if you send me on regular, it's not even cost you.
And how frequently do you guys have these
Yeah,
events just to create awareness?
No, Kinko's
Is that something that's
So,
system you have already. It's
This
just
friend of
systematic.
mine, he-
We're going.
the printer that
so
that he used to
it's
use,
not been.
he's got a bigger one, and it's old one. He
Nigga.
says, "You want it?"
He's got a good question, which is, how often we have programming and events for raising awareness, and that's actually one of the issues that we've been talking about lately, about kind of making it more systematic and coming up with ideas that are more than just, what has been proposed in the past was the bike ride, which I think was phenomenally successful because of the way it was handled. It wasn't try to bring every possible human being to it, rather bring key people to it. So that bike ride consisted of elected officials, plus some residents, but mainly elected officials, not just here in the town, but also state reps, state senators, who needed to have their eyes opened to the issues, and they had stops along the community
It was good.
at specific homes that were suffering damage, so they could see firsthand the damage. So that was very successful. The rally never happened.
No.
Yeah, and I just don't. I'm never gonna fan of that one. I think that the bike ride, I don't know that it has the same effect to do it again.
It won't. I don't think so. I think
Um,
we raised the awareness and, okay, we're gonna do the same damage again.
Yeah.
It's not gonna do anything.
Yeah, that's
But
where
lit
the
the fire.
round table
Yeah.
and things like that, or town hall and whatnot, I think those are the next.
I will say that I do think that the round table, the town hall, if they're not the same thing.
Yep.
But then aside from that, it's also adjusting to the post-COVID era of not everything is gonna be an in-person event. And sometimes it's about online campaigning and
Through social media.
reaching out to people through social media.
Yeah.
And
Yeah.
I've been saying this for a while now, which is we need to capture video.
Mhm.
I don't know, find someone that has a good drone to fly over those mines at 1 o'clock or 11 o'clock. Exactly, do this, but get video. Get video to actually see boom, the
You won't
explosion.
see it. You won't see it.
But the way I saw it on YouTube, which I know that makes me sound like a total millennial, is like it has an effect above the ground, like it does like this above the
I'll
ground.
show you an actual blast.
From White Rock?
Yes.
Oh, okay, because I looked on
Yeah.
YouTube for like White Rock, I didn't find it, I found
sure
like
it's not
rock
something?
mining, but they're big explosions.
And I'm sorry, just to kind of, on that, like, do we have? I'm
This
just
guy
thinking
showed
we
it
have,
too.
like,
This guy showed it, Martin.
We have Einsteins, and we have, a cup of coffee with residents to kind of share with them what we're doing and really try to get some residents to kind of push our agenda as well. Is anything like that being done?
That's free. I mean, I would donate a box of coffee.
No, of course, that'd be great.
Because it's the leader
Free coffee.
already.
I like that.
Because I think, we're 6 or 7 or 8.
I think that we have to rather just not I like that idea a lot.
Say it again.
No, what I'm saying is, because, for example, like, just having like a cup of coffee with residents, again, I don't have the catchy phrase that will come to me, but
Yeah.
basically just having the ability to have a cup of coffee with Miami-Dade residents to really push our agenda, right? Because we're 6, right?
Right.
But I think if we can get residents pushing all of our unified agenda, right? They're residents, we're residents, I think we would have a lot more success.
How about the monthly coffee blast meeting or something at one of our cafes here in
It's-
town?
Hold on a second, hold on. We're skipping around, so let me
Yeah.
pull it
Yeah.
back in.
I hear you. But I think that's the idea.
One of the things, back to item number 5C, for the HOA meetings. The town provided us a list of the monthly HOA meetings, and I started to attend them. And every meeting that I went to, they were floored. For one, and let me reiterate, I was taken aback with, I don't know if you saw the debate, with Alex Pinellas. Taken aback was an understatement, it was insulting what he said to us and what we've done and our achievements. And I issued a statement, and he should at least apologize at a minimum. If not, I invited him here so he can learn himself. But if that is the fervor that is out, what people are thinking of us, then we have work to do. And one of the things is to get the word out of what's happening, what's been done, what are we doing, and what do we need help with. So one effective way that we decided in the previous meetings was to go to the HOAs and have the HOA trickle down information. So I started going to the board meetings And with the few residents that were there, you could hear a pin drop when I spoke. It was almost eerie. The property managers coincidentally was the same property manager for each HOA I went to, GRS. Their price is, here's my card, just send me this. I said, you'll get it when I have it. I'm gonna email you guys this once it's official. And then I need this to be distributed to all the residences. That then I think we can generate, and I've asked them at each meeting, would you guys be interested in having a presentation done? Absolutely. It was unanimous every place I went to. I said, well, then we gotta do them together because I ain't gonna do the 30 associations. So that is where then the town hall of sort for that, I think has to happen.
And I'm sorry, because I just think also with these HOAs, like I'm guilty of it also. Like, you know, I live in a development where it's 88 homes, but on average, at an HOA,
Nobody
you have
knows.
4 people there. So, you know what I mean? So, right, so I just don't know, again, kind of try to attract the masses.
But if you do them
something like
all,
that.
if you tell HOAs, we're doing a meeting on this day,
Right.
all 30 HOAs say, hey,
Nobody-
residents, you're gonna get a decent.
Right, we're gonna be at town hall, we're gonna be at a.
Send
at
one
Commons Building.
representative from each of your boards.
That's
Yeah.
another one.
And then we have a digital version of that presentation for them to take back.
Whichever is fine.
And I think your concern, I think, was rightly placed of, well, the same 4 people attending the HOA meetings.
Right.
But what's missing there is someone who is thankfully now out of their HOA board, is
Which I had a
that,
phone call, by the way.
yeah. They you know, regardless of the fact that we had the same 9 people, still as an HOA, we were able to push the word into the community through our email blast system. You know, we have a contact list, you know, for literally every property. So we could force feed that information into the community. Every HOA has, most of them have the ability to do that. So even if,
GRS just can do it.
Yeah,
Just do it.
Jared, I mean,
Yeah.
I've been waiting on this flyer.
They literally,
Yeah,
can
I'll
do
give it
that.
to her.
They can
and
send
then-
a few, they can send a few first few buttons and they'll send it to thousands of. my
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah, and that they already
that would
agreed to
include
it.
Satori.
The community that's past the last cow pasture that's gonna be developed now apparently. I went to their HOA meeting and they said, why don't you tell us you were coming? And I'm like, dude, I found out yesterday. He goes, if you tell us, we're gonna put the word out and we'll pack the house. That was the president telling me. I'm like, I go, when I have the information, because right now I'm just coming, put the word out.
I have a question for you or for everyone to think about. I think if we tell the HOA we're having a presentation, town hall meeting, where it's such and such date, and they invite all the residents, you would hope that.
Yeah.
A decent amount of people, like for the.
You
right
will
round,
get it, you will
You
get it.
know, we were happy that 40 people showed up.
Right.
52.
52, whatever the final number is. Not
I was
including.
ecstatic.
Exactly, so if we had 40, 50 people show up to something like that, that's 40 or 50 people now can talk to their neighbors.
Not
talk
to
their
mention,
friends.
something like that would be in the chambers, it would be on the town's YouTube.
Yeah,
So I think that's something like that could be very positive.
But do we do it, what's the time? Do it before sooner than later, or?
Rather than later.
I think before you wanted, I think in my head, the timing would be, if we're thinking about a roundtable in January,
it's a
the
chicken or the egg
minors,
thing.
we do this first.
Do you wanna do it before to prep for that, or do you wanna do it after to be able to discuss? Hey,
One situation that you have to consider is, Rudy, you mentioned session starts
In March.
March.
I give you
That
the-
means committee weeks happens in February.
Yeah,
We are going to be busy in
Yeah.
January and February, not just with,
Crazy busy.
because we need to get proposed legislation to Fabricio prior to committee weeks to try to get this thing through a committee.
right, so we have to call him and find out
Exactly.
what's he doing,
Yes.
what's he up to.
Okay,
And Rizzo,
I
too,
forgot about
and Pizzo. I don't know.
Pizzo or
Rizzo.
Rizzo? Yeah, no, Rizzo.
Rizzo.
Pizzo, I don't want to know about this.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I get it.
He's suing the governor.
Right.
Yeah.
What?
You know?
Yeah.
So,
Okay.
okay, in terms of the HOA meetings, your feedback was positive. But I do think that this idea that Stephen suggested, a meeting for the HOAs, like a centralized meeting, where rather than us go to them, they come to us.
I think it'd be much more effective.
I think it's much more effective. It's less work on you, frankly.
We spoke to anybody. We had
But, you know, I was literally gonna end with that saying, at the end of the day, it's open to anyone, but the ones that we are saying like, hey, you really need to hear this is at least one member from each HOA board.
Right.
Yeah.
And that way, it then trickles down, but then obviously, if Joe Citizen wants to show up, they can show up, obviously, we're not gonna turn anyone away, public meeting.
Yeah.
Literally don't think we're allowed to. So I would. I think this is the right way to do it. I would just move that be added as one of our activities for awareness.
Yeah, but we need to see the date now. I think we need to push forward.
Correct.
So we need to set up a date.
We need to see a date now because there really isn't enough time in November.
Right.
To do it,
Yeah.
so. we need
So
a
what
date.
date's good for you guys?
Well, what date's good for the town? We need the big room.
December,
Yeah, I
I
think
thought.
that's double check that for you. What, around what timeline are you
I
looking
guess
at?
December.
November, December,
November.
I honestly, I think.
I think November. end
the
of
first
November.
2 weeks of December,
And this is on-
if it should be December.
I would do the first 2 weeks of December.
Of December?
Or no, I can't do the
I can't
last
do the
two
last-
of
That's
November.
why-
Well, that's a Thanksgiving right there.
I think the
Thanks,
first 2
Jim.
weeks of December is where you're aiming for.
By the way, it's also a good place to get, there's just a side note, a grasp on what the community is feeling, what the questions are, because then those questions get applied to the roundtable.
That was the intent always, but, okay.
So she's looking at the schedule.
Yeah.
So, yeah, I think that's a great idea. I think that,
John, right?
I think that what John suggested, a more minor event like that, but it's, I guess, more community outreach, I think is on the right track.
And I only say that, I'm sorry, only because like, I didn't know this existed.
Right.
Right?
Well, that's good.
I didn't know that there was a blessing advisory board here.
How'd you find out?
Manny said,
Okay.
you see, like, we're the best kept secret, right? For something so vital.
Yeah.
You know, and so I just think that, again, if you have the masses pushing the agenda,
Coffee
having awareness that, hey, this doesn't exist.
Do we need the permission of each establishment to have something like this? I think we do,
For
right?
what?
Like to have,
Like flyers and stuff, sure.
yeah, like if we're gonna like have,
We can ask, we can ask Mayor City.
well, I mean, he's literally got an establishment
You
for
won't
it.
have enough room.
Yeah, it's.
You can need something like Mary Collins building or something.
No.
No,
we're
no,
talking
no.
about
The coffee thing is what we're
Mayor's
talking
Place.
about.
Keep it on the down low.
Yeah.
No, yeah, like that's
No,
just.
that was people who
There's a
walk
bunch,
in.
there's a
Not
bunch of
like
coffee
coffee.
places.
Not
Capella
like-
France and Main Street, Vanilla.
Oh, there's a lot of
Vanilla
places.
Cafe is
There's
great.
probably-
Names Cafe would be great.
My suggestion would
There's a
be
bunch
to
of-
keep it at different places every single
That's what I'm
time.
saying, that's what I'm saying.
Because of what he just said, that he had no idea.
No,
You wanna catch the random passer,
All over the
like, oh,
place.
what is this?
Geographic.
Yeah.
So sometimes on the
you got
west side.
Pinky Bakery, you have Domenico, you
East
have
side.
a bunch of places. Figure it out.
Agreed.
What the Colonel's doing, the coffee with the
Sure.
Colonel. thing.
Yeah,
Coffee with the
yes,
Colonel, But
yes.
he's doing it at a specific place.
Vanilla Express.
I would
Vanilla
suggest
Express.
That's style.
just rotating, yeah,
I agree with it.
and, or even numerous locations with Rudy at one place, me at another, you
Right.
at another,
Right.
and we spread our footprint.
I'll take Serrera Steakhouse.
Well, you're still paying for it.
Oh, wait a second now.
You like that
Because
golden
that's
sauce.
my
That was
suggestion,
good. That was good.
that, you go to a coffee
Remember the
place,
lemonade, that was good.
you get the box of
Mhm.
coffee or whatever.
Yeah.
I'll pay for that, and, it'll be.
Vanilla Express is great.
It's not a big deal.
Mickey Baker is great. I mean, yeah, all over the place.
So I haven't,
Oh,
you don't have a budget.
Viva La France, Viva La France in Main Street, great too. That's a
Yeah.
great environment. They're right in the corner. Everybody forgets that.
So,
Acai Berry, right in front of, they're great too. Doesn't have to be necessarily coffee.
well, that's the thing, that,
Rudy likes to eat, Kevin.
Yeah.
I will say that,
That's
I will say that
amazing,
frankly,
everything.
90% of the local establishments will just donate.
Oh, yeah. They might even
We
donate.
won't even have to pay.
Yeah.
Maybe Einstein's, like specifically.
For Heinz,
you will have to-
Heinz, no, yeah.
You may have to pay because they're a big
Yeah.
national brand,
Yeah.
but the Miami Lakes businesses, they're happy to contribute 90% of the times, we know
Oh,
this.
yeah.
So, yeah, and it's also.
You wanna set it up?
I will report back with like suggested locations and then
Okay.
a structure for it. Do you guys like the idea of having us at multiple locations in one day? Or having us concentrate on one location each day?
I think, we could look look at it as monthly or every 2 months. and
That's what I'm thinking.
Do it at a
Yes.
different location every time.
So it would be one
Every-
location
you
this
know,
month, another location
Yeah,
the
if
next.
we're all
Yes,
busy,
yes.
it's probably gonna be 2 or 3 of us that can
Okay.
get each time.
I
Correct.
think it'll be better that way.
Okay, so one concentrated location.
And one thing I would mention is maybe, obviously Rudy, the EOC could help just get us in contact with, you guys have all the contacts, you know
Oh,
exactly.
the newest minted member of the chamber can also talk to the chamber.
Yeah.
Rudy finally dragged me by the ear. It was a great time.
It was good, you know, it was good.
It was a great time.
Great.
So, yeah, yes,
This is
I'll take that on. What I'll do is, before the next meeting, I'll reach out to a few of these potential businesses that we can reach out to.
Yeah.
And then I'll report back at the next meeting with the ones that were willing to
You-
host
Yeah,
us.
if we start with 3 or 4 places.
You know
Yeah.
who would do it in a heartbeat?
¿Cómo?
You know who would do it in a heartbeat? And they're the most open, the Garrison.
I was gonna say the Garrison.
Because you have a great place, you have a great environment.
Yeah.
You have the pizza scene right next, they order the pizza, you have beer or whatever. So I think it's a great
Actually, that'd
environment.
be
Blasting.
I don't think we're allowed to.
the only with the
the-
music won't be
by
on top.
alcohol.
No, he lowers it, no, when you say it's from 8 to 8:30, he lowers the music.
Blasted about
It's done deal. No. The Garrison guy, Alex, is great. You were there with me. He'll lower the music, he'll say, what do you guys wanna do? You need your attention for half an hour? Whatever it is. You wanna talk about plastic? You'll do it.
They're very good about that.
Alex is great about that.
The
Just
question
remember
is,
that.
in terms of like buying stuff for people,
He'll pitch in too, he'll pitch in.
like, will we like, we can't buy people beers.
No, that's on their own. We're gonna have like they have. We'll get to see them montaditos, we have a platter, platter for people to come, whatever. If they wanna
Well,
get
you know
beer,
what?
if they wanna get
Let-
beers
let me
and
do
stuff, the
that.
beers are there.
I'll
Beers
reach out
are
to them, see
served.
what they can offer, see what.
Yeah.
The alcohol's there, see what they offer.
Yeah.
I mean, the beer's there, people wanna get their beer,
I'll do
you
that.
get a ticket or whatever it is, and they buy whatever beer they want. Why, whatever they want.
Just think of like a 15-minute interaction.
Right, I mean, that's all this could be.
I don't think it's, wait.
What do you want, an
No,
hour?
no, like
How
15
long
minutes.
do you want, how long do you want?
I'm saying 15 minutes to speak and then, let
I
them
mean, I
interact.
didn't see it like that.
Because people are gonna
That's how
talk
you
to you
see
for sure and start
Yeah.
asking you.
Right, they will.
You're gonna be
No, they
inquiring
will.
minds.
Yeah.
They will.
I see it as an hour to 2 to 3 hour thing.
Block for us, but I'm saying that we speak for 15 minutes and then let them interact and how they want to talk.
Oh, yeah.
Because for
Okay.
instance, if you want the coffee places, it has to be in the afternoon, it has to be,
When
it's
they're
not gonna be at
ready.
night, you're
Right.
not gonna do it at
Or-
night,
Weekend mornings.
or mornings.
Mhm.
So I don't know,
I
some
think
people,
Saturday morning.
some people prefer the morning, some people prefer the afternoon, some prefer.
I mean,
Or the
I'm
happy
thinking-
hour
I'm thinking
situation.
Saturday mornings, 3 of us go and, we
That's
have
fine.
some, I mean,
Whatever.
we gotta talk about details.
So I'll come back with a report on like.
But the
when-
Garrison will be
When I
perfect.
reach out to a few places, including the Garrison,
Oh my
everyone,
God.
Mayor's Cafe,
Mayor's
it
Cafe.
should naturally be open to us.
Right.
Because I want to focus on that, on having options on the east and on the west side.
Right.
The west side is more affected by blasting,
Yeah.
but the east side is critical to the fight. Without half of Miami Lakes, we don't win this fight.
The Vanilla Express, they'll do it.
It's outside of Miami Lakes, then I'm just putting out there, but something like Vicky Bakery on 186,
186.
that building is slammed. It's cracked. I mean, slammed by the blasting.
The problem with that is just the fact that Dickey Bakery itself is horrible for this because I don't,
Yeah, no, I'm not talking about them. I'm saying that
Oh,
area.
okay, okay.
Which one?
Yeah.
Well, Solanos is something?
just the
Yeah.
layout of it is so horrible.
The layout is very
There's
bad.
always a line in there, so we're gonna be atravesado.
Carrera's, Carrabba's is there too, and they don't get business just because of that, because it's just a very bad
Yes.
layout.
Yeah.
But in that area, I've been at
Well,
Carrabba's.
I mean, they're
once when
there.
the power went
That's
out.
the corner. Like literally, the only thing beyond that is I-75 and then the corner.
That's right,
Yeah.
that's right, right.
Like, there's nothing stopping it. It's like boom.
So, anyway,
Cool. I'll take care of
Sorry, do you still want me to look at the dates for?
Yes.
Yes,
September?
please.
yes.
Okay, can you give me I guess what the name of this event would be, so that.
We're talking about the roundtable discussion,
No.
that. No, we're talking about the one with the
For the
HOAs.
roundtable HOA. HOA, it's HOA presentation.
Enjoy blasting winners.
Yeah, there you go.
Yeah, I like that, there you go.
Say
What
it
is
again.
HOA blasting
He's the
awareness.
marketer.
HOA, last,
awareness.
HOA blasting awareness.
I'm gonna look at the first Tuesday and Thursday, or the second Tuesday or Thursday of December, and I'll let you guys know. Around what time?
Should we need
Seven?
one chamber, 6:30 or, I guess,
Yeah, that's.
Say
put
6:30.
7 or 6:30?
You put 7 and
It has to
6:30
be
is tight from work.
After hours.
No, of course, I understand.
So,
Unless you do the Saturday. But,
No, this is for HOA.
yeah, what do you have? And then-
I don't know what usually gets people more to come more, is 7 or 6:30. I think 7. I mean, first, for me, I prefer 7.
let's do 7. The HOA meetings were 7 and 7:30.
You're right, they usually are at 7.
Yeah.
You're right.
Once I find a date, I'll connect with you just to see if there's any details you want us to put, like, we'll do like an event for our registration page, which is
Yeah,
what we do with everything
that's
else.
And
And we can create a flyer just to advertise it.
Right, we need that to be sent out and
Give you
then,
guys
We can
something,
share it with the.
give you guys
HOA.
something to do.
Oh,
I mean, yeah,
no. I've got nothing.
that's the plan, then we send it all to all the.
Yeah.
Which
And I
I guess you can
guess
send to GRS.
Something we can do actually is put those flyers in Mary Collins or Roberta Along, so that's where the HOA, I mean, sorry, or the youth part,
Yes.
right? Because that's where they.
Veterans Park, no?
So-
Veterans.
No,
Mary
it's
Collins.
youth- yeah, Mary
Mary
Collins,
Mary Collins.
and then the youth part.
That's usually where they actually meet.
Yeah.
Yeah, with the
So we
Boy
need
Scout, right?
them
The Boy
there so
Scout,
they
the old
can
Boy
see
Scout,
them.
yeah.
All right. So that was that. The council, 6B. You guys are good? We can move on?
Yeah.
Yeah. All right, 6B. And with all due respect, this isn't against you. We, the chairs, just bring it up with the speed again. Every quarter, the chairs meet with the city manager, with the town manager. We discussed at length for over a year to have a vetting process for committees. Because the council members and the mayor would appoint people, I want to say at random, but I mean, that's not right, but just show up and wouldn't tell any of the committees what's going on. People show up with a misconception of what the committee was for.
Right.
And they would show up one meeting and then not show up again, because it's not what their intent was. Now, if the committee is short in members, having somebody that doesn't show up, many times the committee can't meet quorum, and you cannot remove the committee member for not showing up until they miss three visits. So that's 4 months, a quarter of the year, before you can remove somebody.
If you didn't show up today, we wouldn't have a quorum. Because there would be four of us here, but 8 people, because technically you're supposed to be on that roster. That's less than a majority, right? That's half, and you need half plus 1 for
Yeah,
a
you would
quorum.
need.
So if you weren't here, we
It's
wouldn't be
critical.
able to conduct business.
Then we have to go find you and break your back and stuff.
Yes.
Baseball bet you kneecap, there you go.
So the chairs did all this.
Sorry, it was just a question. Was that discussion towards all the committees or
Yes.
just the blasting? and
No, it's all
Okay.
committees.
Okay.
So, a month ago, then in the council chamber, in the council meeting, they voted for you to come in. I wasn't aware of it. And I said, here we go again. So I requested a meeting with every council member.
And by the way, that was very poor communication, might I add. Because frankly, and I pride myself on being extremely direct with people, and I specifically asked, is there a meeting going on? And I have validated proof via email, I can show you, no, there's no meeting. Well, how did I find out? Well, I went on YouTube, and it says there was a meeting. And
The
so,
council meeting or?
a council meeting. And I heard my name,
Sounds like someone's trying to get
but
inside.
I wasn't, I was told that, no, I didn't have to come.
Well, you don't have to go when they approve you. you don't
No,
have to
yeah,
go.
I'm sorry, because I kind of heard what I was working out. The members, they don't have to go to the.
Right, but you're talking about the
meeting.
council
That's
meeting.
not
We're talking about the first meeting.
Right, but the council meeting, so I could, because
You can be sworn in.
exactly.
Well, no, the swearing in doesn't.
No,
happen
I'm sorry,
at
not
the
swearing
meeting.
in, when I, so when, at the meeting, and I believe it was Josh Giggins, if I'm not mistaken. I said, well, you know, how's someone, because I'm in two
Yes.
of these, neighborhood improvement committee and this one, but he's not physically here. And
At
again,
the council meeting or the committee meeting?
at the council meeting,
Okay, the council
And-
meeting, you don't have to go.
Right.
That's not a requirement.
but having said that, I was the only one that was physically not present, and all the other folks were there.
Right.
So like everything, perception it becomes reality. You're not there, it's the first meeting, you know, and again, I specifically asked, and I can show you that.
Well,
So
just,
I hear where you're coming from, but I just think, and I'm gonna be frank with you, communication has been very spotty, just trying to get here.
Yes, and that is part of the problem. But one thing, so you understand, the council meeting, that when they announce you, and they welcome you, as the council members will welcome you, you don't have to go. However, we had a meeting, and you already signed up and you didn't appear. So it kind of snowballed. So I requested meetings with every council member. And again, so you're aware of, you guys are aware already. We've done a lot of work. The reality is what this committee deals with is, it's a very delicate subject. And the reason is who we're dealing with.
Right.
So we've already had, and these guys are aware of, that the minors have sent representatives here or to our meetings to disrupt the meeting.
Wow.
That's trouble. They sent their lobbyists a week before we went to Tallahassee to discredit us and make lies about us and scare the legislators that were coming to form a riot and have fights and whatnot. That's trouble. So when we get there in three-piece suits and science information, here you go, guys. Where's your riot? Where's your pitchfork?
Right.
What are you talking about? So for our committee,
So it gets very contentious. I guess.
Yeah.
Okay.
for our committee, and which is what I sat down with each member, I said, I'm not gonna speak out of bounds for the other committees' issues, I'm gonna speak of our own. This is a very delicate matter. All the other committees, when you look at it, they're really nice things, do parades, fix up the parks,
Right.
neighborhood improvement. And
Well, what was the feedback that you got from them?
so, in generalization of it, everybody agreed that the two, and I didn't like it when we discussed it, when it was approved, it wasn't my choice, to have a 2-meeting requirement to join. The mayor waived it for you, and that's where this comes in. Where the consensus came to be to have a 2-component requirement. One is to come to a meeting first
So that you,
before sworn in.
Visually see what's going
Yeah.
on. Sure.
And then 2 is to meet with the chair. Let's sit down and talk and you'll understand and have some background. Louis Guayasso had said, well, maybe that the presentations that I give, I'm telling you informational ones, are recorded. Okay, instead of meeting with the chair, maybe you should watch those and get some background info. Because everybody here, and I'm not saying it again, there's no discrediting at all. But to this group, I speak to them at a higher level than I do somebody off the street. They're not gonna understand what I'm talking about.
Right.
And so it's not fair to this group. It's not fair to you.
To dumb it down, of course.
Yeah. So that's why we gotta separate that.
I have a question that maybe Al can answer very quickly. How many boards are there as opposed to committees? Like,
15.
no.
Well, they're all the same idea.
I know that
Well, I
they're all
just
like
want, because
14
I think there's a misconception, but they're all advisory boards.
correct,
Right.
but my question is, which ones are actually bear the name? I know special needs, us, who else? Anyone?
Youth activities?
Isn't that a task force?
Oh, yes.
yeah.
So
Task force
my point
committee
is,
board.
when I think
I would
about,
have to go look it up. on it.
yeah, it's fine. I'm just
It's like
spitballing here.
14, 16,
I'm just spitballing that there's very few
14, 16.
that actually bear the name board. And I
Yeah,
get
most are
it, they
committees.
all
Most are
fall
committees.
under the same
Yeah.
ordinance.
Rule.
They're still governed by the same set of rules. But I will say this, those 2 that I just mentioned, the blasting advisory board and the special needs advisory board, I feel like out of all the other committees, those need the most specialized people. Those need, like I frankly would not be very good in the special needs advisory board. I know you would be great because you run a school.
Right. Rehab.
I have,
Yeah, rehab.
whatever, and that is why I would suck at it, because I don't know how it works. I, by the grace of God, haven't had to deal with that issue, but it's a very serious issue that I wouldn't have the tools at my disposal, and I would be wasted space there.
Right.
Whereas you could stick me in cultural affairs and I'll plan fun events. You could stick me in EAB, I got business ideas. EAB is educational.
Right.
EDC. Economic development.
EDC, thank you. And I got business ideas. Those are all, like, they're a different nature that almost just about everyone has a contribution for.
No,
This
and that's why
committee,
you should have the right interest for it too.
correct, this committee
Yeah.
and special needs advisory board specifically, I feel that those need their vetting processes, because let's not forget, I was being facetious earlier when I said that, until I showed up, the board wasn't that, the BAB wasn't that great. But really, the reality is that I showed up at a time where this committee gelled together and
Yes.
became a solid unit. It wasn't me. But rather you, having been here from the beginning, know the problem with bad chemistry,
Right.
And people who are just in here to do a little bit of time, put it on their resume that they were on the BAB.
Right.
And the damage that it causes when people fill the seat and then create a void.
Right.
So, you know, I think that if not for all of the committees, because I understand how, number one, it creates an issue for the council. Number two, it creates an issue about public participation in general, like you want to welcome public participation.
Right.
But with these two, if we're not gonna make a general rule, make a carve out exception for these.
Jeffrey Rodriguez specifically said that, as councilmen, they welcome anybody that wants to participate. You welcome everybody. I said, no, you can't, because it's exactly what you just said. Louis Goyaso then said, maybe we can carve out, you guys, certain committees can be carved out, like you guys, for certain things. Well, exactly what you're saying. I'm like, I didn't want to be, I don't know if that was allowed or not. He says, yeah, absolutely. So you guys are aware of it. And again, nothing against you, I just use you as an example. But so you guys are aware of it. And I never heard from Carlos Alvarez. He's the only one that didn't reply.
Yeah, that connection goes through the town clerk office.
Okay, but so it's on the record though, that we didn't hear from
Who?
Carlos Alvarez. So moving on then, item C, the Miami-Dade Chamber of Commerce,
Yes,
Mr. Rudy.
we got the registration link, so you're there, you
Yeah.
have your table. I'm trying to see what time is better for you to talk, or if you want to talk. Between 5:30 and 8. That's how long the event lasts. Probably by 7 is when you get everybody in. By 7, it usually lasts a little bit longer. You usually 30, we usually go to 30. 7:15 in there. And I don't know if you want to talk, I don't know if you want to say something. We should open up as the BAB board. We should be up there. And 5 minutes, 3 minutes, 4 minutes.
The link you sent me, just to, again, going in steps.
Well,
like you sent me.
Rosie's the main contact. I give you
Okay,
the-
yeah, no, I know.
I
Rosie.
didn't- that's it.
I didn't know Rosie was the contact, but I know.
She's a contact, we'll give you the link. She
Okay.
provided the
She
link.
sent me the link, but it says, it gives you for the names of who's going, your attendees.
I would say,
So,
I would say from
Who's
us,
going, yeah.
from us, well, I'm there. I have to
And
be
do
there.
I put you or, because you're
No,
already
you
there?
put me, put me.
Okay.
Put me there because I'm part of
You're
the,
in,
part of the Housing Advisory Board.
So the.
you in?
I don't know what I'm in for, but I'm.
Yeah. But I'm there.
You're buying a beer.
Surprise.
You're buying a beer.
Surprise.
Miami-Dade Chamber of Commerce's business expo.
Annual
Business,
excellent.
it's like their biggest event. of the
Biggest
year.
event of the year, yeah.
Um,
Big.
Tons of Miami-Dade's businesses will be there
Yeah, what is
on
it?
display.
November 3rd.
At what
It's a
time?
Thursday from 5:30 to 8:30.
Where is it again?
And just so
I
you
should
understand,
have.
and just so you understand,
That's
table
right.
costs how much?
$250.
No, I know, but how much is it? 250, but
Right.
Rudy
Right.
is
The
the
chamber.
counsel, like he is the general counsel to the chamber, so he was able to provide us a
What do you
table.
do there?
Actually got four tables. There's 2 more for,
I'll
yeah.
share it with you.
You share with the other committee. Economic development is there, so we'll be next to them and ourselves and probably cultural affairs.
How many people to a table?
Like,
Like 8 to 10, right?
you could rotate 3, 4 people.
But are we getting a table to sit, or we're getting a table
Able
to
to sit and a space,
both?
both, yeah.
All right, so but
You get a table.
in the space, you guys are providing a table with the cloth and
Yeah,
we're
yeah.
bringing these flyers?
You bring the flyers and whatever else you want to bring. Whatever else you want to bring, most people bring candies, most people bring some type of, get your
Bring my
business
hair
cards, get a bowl for people who drop their business cards in, because they might want more information. So have like a business, have like a box, you know, to put, I would bring,
I got used to it.
what we always do, so that you know,
Till we-
what we always do is, we always want the sponsors or the
25
nonprofits to do a raffle. People love the raffles. We got everybody like girls. So
So
whatever.
free,
they do-
like, free legal services and
Yeah,
stuff?
yeah, I will put one of you guys, Mark Nation's book, Claim Denied. I'm just kidding. No. You have like I don't know, it could be a wine set, it could be a cookie set. I don't know. This raffles that people drop in their cards, you get the information. You know, whatever the businesses that want more information, you have your flyers ready. Maybe you have a video ready, maybe you have a presentation.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
I would take that right away,
The
immediately.
video.
Take that, video or whatever you have, in case people want, you're gonna get people that want more information. I'm telling you, especially if I know, or, when anybody shows up, they're gonna want to see something, Where are the mines? Where are the monitors right
Do you
now.
typically have something running,
Yes,
looping or?
Yes,
or
we've had
something-
something looping. When you talk to Rosa, she'll tell you exactly, because now we're gonna have like a monitor with all the, advertisements of each of the committees.
For, behind each
So
table?
behind each, yeah, in the main Shula's place, like, very good. It's a brand new thing that we're having. So there's a lot of activities, but I try to get you in.
You saw
And
the,
let me know what to talk to, I'll present you guys, I'll present myself too.
Yeah, I mean, so that's.
And I'll
something we
say,
should discuss.
this is a 5-minute informational, I just want your attention. I'm like there,
Yeah, I mean-
I'll be up there with a speaker,
Right.
with a, microphone, and I'm gonna say, this is a serious matter now, something like that. Don't tell me now what I would say back, but that's gonna be something like that, and this affects all of us, all the businesses here in Miami-Dade. With your attention, and Miguel Martinez, is the chairman of the BAB board, and he wants to talk to you directly, just for 5 minutes, 3 minutes, I don't know, whatever,
And then Miguel
whatever
gets up
you
there and
feel
says, let's have a blast.
let's have a balance.
All right.
And something like that, we'll be up there.
So just because I haven't attended this in the past,
Right, yeah,
so
yeah.
just so I understand, when we talk about table, we're talking about a presentation table, like at an expo, and then we're also talking about like a dinner, lunch type table as well.
Yeah, they'll give you like a regular table, like a regular. booth
Like the ones
table.
that were at the lunch.
Yeah, no, not the lunch.
Just an expo, you walk around.
Right, you walk around, it's like an expo
we're
table.
not eating?
No,
We're not eating?
there's food, of course. It's-
But not
There's
sit
fast
down,
food.
but not sit down.
No,
Gotcha,
no,
okay.
no.
That's what I wanted.
It's like convention though.
There's, Casavana's bringing
It's an
food, Casavana's bringing food, Bole's bringing
Yeah,
food.
there's gonna be a food table. a
And
food
there's
area.
a food area.
Okay.
There's an open bar, there's a cash bar, open bar. There's catering all over the place, you go around, you pick
Gotcha, got it.
food. Vicky has pastelitos, everything else, croquetas from the other side. So you have a little bit of everything from all the members that are going and so.
So just have your 3-minute elevator pitch ready.
You have
Yeah.
3 minutes.
Yeah, I found out the
I
hard
can't
way.
talk 3 minutes in this
You
thing.
know,
I
if
found
you
out
have
the
any
hard
more
way.
questions, again, if you have any more questions, please see me at the table
Alright.
on the left corner, whatever it is.
I found
Go
out
over
the hard way
there.
that I don't have my elevator speech polished for my company. Like,
Yeah.
I have my own one polished, but like for the company,
Ah.
when I was at the luncheon, I
Yeah.
froze up, I was like, I was like, crap. In front of everybody.
But you did good, you did good.
What are we gonna raffle?
Whatever you want, whatever you guys think of, if you wanna raffle something, just think of something.
You can,
Most people, I'll tell you what most people do.
Something.
I was thinking the CNC.
Most people give a gift certificate. Most people give a bottle of wine. Most people give one of those baskets, those baskets that has coffee
You saw the
and
last,
one of those Costco baskets, you know what I mean?
Well, I was gonna say, when
Nah.
you,
It depends on your business, what do you want? What do you want to give hours? Oh,
That's too much. The
what?
last car right
one of
there.
his,
Oh, yeah,
one of
so
his cart,
that
if
would
you
be
want
really
that,
nice. That's really good.
that'll be
I
very
mean, If
nice.
you wanna donate that to the BAB and have the BAB.
You know,
Yeah,
donate.
We'll offset the budget on this.
Whatever.
So I was gonna suggest that.
Whatever
Not
you
just
want.
don't raffle something off, just do a 50-50 raffle.
Ah,
That's the laziest but easiest
yeah,
thing.
That's
What's a
different.
50-50 raffle? Oh, well, yeah.
Yeah, you keep, if you collect 10,000, the prize is 5,000,
Yeah.
and then we keep 5,000. And then we get money to do. Do we need like
Yeah.
approval for that?
Do we need to
approval?
tell anybody?
Do we need to tell them? How does that work?
I think you guys are fine, but, I can double check and send you a message, just so
Yeah.
you're 100%.
That's a good idea. Yeah, like that could pay for like these things and
Yeah.
maybe, Do a donation raffle, I'll put that. I move for that.
Twice.
Catch that, I move for that. And sometimes I just
I do-
blow myself away.
I do CNC one. That's.
Donation raffle, whatever. Whatever. The thing is to attract, because people love rock.
That's PVC.
And we announce it that every 15 minutes, we have, you don't know, the people go up there and then they make, so you'll go up like a double shot. BAB now comes up for their raffle, besides your elevator speech of 3 minutes, you understand?
Right.
Like, the idea is to get visibility, know the people, everybody's around, you're gonna have the other chambers and around town there, from Doral. You have people from the Greater Miami Chamber of Commerce, which I invited, the South Florida Chamber. They're gonna be there too, Daniel Lopez, my friend. Our next Florida Bar president, Roland Santa Marina, will be there. So,
I totally.
you know what I'm trying to say? So
I voted
the
for
idea is to get, publicity, to get the word out and who we are. Economic development, we're doing their own thing, and they're So that's the idea, but we always ask Grace to bring some type of raffle, something here, because at the same time, you're gonna get people's cards, make sure you have we're gonna get one, a fishbowl, something like that, people drop their cards in, and we follow up with,
I would just add, that the presentation
maybe one candy,
be shortened.
it's November 3rd, so it's right after Halloween, so.
And also more tailored to the business community, like I could see a good example that you can use there is the fire station. And, because that, we had that discussion a while back about the fact that that fire station has a much deeper foundation than the average residential home, because it is commercial industrial property,
Oh, that's a
and
good-
yet it's still suffering, and it's not that old.
Well,
And yet-
this is
The
down
school-
to-
the schools,
The one on-
have you been to the school?
Sorry, I
The
don't mean
schools
to
are-
interrupt you guys, but
Yeah, I
just
know,
a
I don't
reminder
have
that
the
you
time,
have
we have
another.
Time?
The schools are great, but for instance, you're gonna have Our Lady of the Lakes at the table there, and, what's the other?
The program?
No, not Parkway.
The,
Our Lady of the Lakes is gonna be there, they have a table, so
the 187 Avenue.
yes,
Matter.
matter.
I don't know.
I think they're gonna have a table too, so it will be good to tell, especially if they're being affected
Yeah.
as a business point.
Well, that's great. That's gonna be a great event regardless.
Yeah.
Just.
We have an opening ceremony, you have a ribbon cutting, the mayor's here, all the representatives are there, that's how it is, so try to be there early, 5:30, just,
in
well,
order
we
to
should be there early
take
to
care
set
of
up
our
the table.
business,
We gotta set up the table, so I think you have from 3 o'clock.
In order to take care of our business, within our time, is there anything that needs to be moved on with regard to that meeting? We already approved the flyer. Do we need anything
No,
else?
if I got everybody's attending that's going, it's gotta register you.
Yeah.
The only thing I do we need a quick meeting or a meeting to set up what to bring and what to do for that?
I think you are, correct me if I'm wrong here under the ordinance, but you as the chair can call a meeting literally by yourself.
Oh, yeah.
So if it becomes necessary,
That's what I'm saying. I think we should, and so we discuss, I'll present to you guys what I'll present in 3 minutes to see if that's cool. Because getting your opinions
to be
is not,
honest with you, I don't think you need a meeting. for that.
No, for
We're
that,
gonna trust
No,
whatever you say.
I'm talking about, that's an example. I'm talking about what do we want to do, what do we want to have.
Right.
And,
I mean, we have a question open regarding raffle and things like that.
Yeah.
Your presentation.
Right.
Isle, do we need quorum for subcommittees?
No.
Okay, I propose
But
that.
that's because the committees technically take things back to the full board for approval.
What if we authorize the creation of a subcommittee for this thing that has the ability to decide whether we put candy in a bowl or not?
There you go.
That way we don't,
I would do.
As much as I want to say.
Just call a special
Yeah, I know.
call meeting.
Okay.
well, then we need a quorum and all that stuff. Okay,
As much as I want to say.
I know.
Okay, fine, then
Yeah, you
it
feel
sounds like we have this
necessary
thing
as
ready.
well.
If you see that we need things, then just call me.
All right,
I agree. Just call me, we'll make ourselves available.
okay, we'll do that.
But I think I gave you all the tools, but anything you need. just-
Yeah.
Just,
I'd like to make sure we touch all the bases and.
I mean, the only thing personally, I have an open question is, what are we gonna do for raffle? The town can let us know if we can do a 50-50.
I don't-
People would
that's
like that.
Yeah.
Where's this at? Talking about.
Oh,
donating
where's-
to-
at
At the Shula's, the old Shula's,
Is
the
there
old Shula's,
something that?
the banquet,
can be-
the
I mean,
ballroom in the
I'm
back,
just
the huge
being
ball.
facetious. Can you
On Main
donate
Street.
something?
At your
to
Main
the
Street.
company or
It's now,
vice
it's now
versa, something,
Shula's, Main Street
you know,
Hotel.
or even a
So-
bottle of wine.
Miami-Dade
Doesn't matter.
Yeah, I'm happy to
Yeah.
bring something.
Something
Sure.
like that. You bring a basket that has your company's name on it on behalf of the Boston Advisory Board.
Right, you donate time.
Moretta Law Group. has
Well,
done
yeah,
that.
law-
I'm happy to
Happy to
make
do it.
sure I come with a nice bottle of wine.
Yeah, that's
Why don't
it,
we do
people love
something?
that.
I will.
Listen,
I will make that donation.
people
And
go
I'll
crazy.
I'll
for
donate a carving then.
And carving is perfect. People go crazy for that stuff.
Yeah,
Donate a
nice bottle of
Super Bowl
wine.
18 years.
They go crazy for that.
That's what the back of my.
Champagne.
That's gonna get lost. People
I'm
love
gonna
it.
push you guys once again because
Yeah, no,
So-
we're
so
upside
if
down.
there's
15
nothing-
minutes over.
If there's nothing for open discussion, I just wanted to clarify something. When you had the discussion with each of the council members regarding the vetting, you said it was Luis Collazo who was the most receptive to a potential carve out. Just because I'm gonna be writing letters to the councilman about this.
The carve out, yes.
He was the most receptive?
Everybody was receptive after I explained our situation here.
Okay,
Everybody.
all right, thank you. If there's nothing for open discussion.
Josh's idea was, he was specific in having a single requirement meeting and then having a one-to-one,
Gotcha.
which
Yeah,
had
that
an
makes a lot of
important.
sense. We can talk.
If there's nothing further for open discussion, then I'll move to adjourn.
Second, all in
Okay.
favor?
Aye.
All right.
Adjourn 8:45.
You
You got your pen, right? You didn't steal it?
You talked to him?
told me, you called him, you talked to him.
Oh,
Yeah,
shoot.
I've had
When did you get back from Las Vegas? When did you get back from Las Vegas? Oh, okay. That's why you weren't here last week.
It's 8:48. I call the meeting to order.
Okay.
Present.
One thing, now that we're calling on names, we need to make sure, I don't know if we did it at the last meeting, but make sure we appoint secretaries meeting minutes for the meetings.
Okay,
Preferably not the chair because you're chairing the meeting.
yeah.
You need somebody to take minutes. Larry's good.
No, I'm not. I'll do my best.
I'm just kidding.
um,
I'll do it if you
I
want.
can't read my own writing, but I'll do it.
I'll try.
You guys don't have to cover, by the way, because I think some people have a misconception that you have to like get everything in minutes. It's really just like the important things that
Like-
that you'll need the full committee to take vote on. right?
Motions
Like
and
the
votes.
You know,
motions and
we'll
votes,
both
yeah.
we'll both go, we'll figure it out. What I found the easiest way we have to do is just make notes next to the agenda.
That's what I use.
Yeah.
it's usually easy.
I kind of did that last time. Did I catch us up on the minutes? I need to, sure.
It was just for the full committee to have the records.
Okay. All right, so let's try to go through this because we have a lot. Allegiance.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. To our quick moment of silence.
Public comments?
Public comments?
Okay. So have you want to take a look at the agenda, make any changes, additions? Actually start running through and looking at any changes we can kind of do while we're going through, since there's only 3 of us and two extraordinarily smart people with us that can help us. Please, right? Update for me, I've already started hitting back the list that you provided of the people that got it. I haven't any firm commitments yet, but I'm gonna probably start showing up. I think that's gonna be my next thing. The course layout we have, and certified, so we can just keep on moving past that. Antlers, were you gonna look at?
I sent you some information on antlers.
Did you copy Island? Or just
No,
Island?
but the problem with it now is we passed the window where it becomes impractical to ship to here now. But I did go ahead in anticipation of that, because I didn't get a response.
Sorry.
I checked with my cousin who owns chain of Halloween stores. And he found some antlers. There are a couple different ones. They're actually better than the ones I found. I'm not sure the prices. They were considerably more, like $3-4 an antler, I recall. But they were nice ones. I think I might have some pictures in here.
And I don't have that email, Larry.
It was a text I sent you. I sent it to you. You replied.
So he does, your cousin does have the,
Well, he knows suppliers can get them for us, but the pricing is different.
Okay.
The prices, the ones I sent you, the price didn't include the freight, but they were like $1 and change. They were nothing. These are much more expensive.
even $1 silver band, like probably around
They go,
$1,000.
yeah, they usually go, $8-9 in a store if you went to a costume store to buy them.
I just want to make sure, I had also shared a link that Ruben gave us, so I want to make sure that you guys. Well, I'm looking at the email, I guess I missed Bill, but I sent it to you guys on something that Ruben sent. for Anders. He says that he didn't have a vendor that he's used before for that, but he found something online that he thought would work for us. I'll resend this so I can share it with
What kind of price?
well, it has a lot of options, but ranging from $1.35 to $2-3.
I'm surprised when a lot of them all.
PhD.
They're pretty cute.
Well, I'm sorry, I can't find that email or my response or a text from you or a response.
Right?
No, Larry's.
Oh.
$1.34 each.
Now, here's some other ones.
They're nice. Big, thick for having.
They're heavy. They're styrofoam or something inside of them.
Yeah, they look like thick, because we had it like, we bought them for our Christmas party at work and they had different kinds. And these are probably like the felt flat ones that are very light. I'm assuming, I don't. How much? I mean, we have to probably put this to vote to even
Yeah,
To the
this has to be
committee?
taken back to a full committee.
Okay.
Here's something which,
These are like $2.
we're gonna have,
Yeah.
I'm gonna send out an email tonight. Because I was able to confirm it right before I got into meetings. I spoke with Michael, so we're calling the meeting for Wednesday. For the Grand Marshal. I know this isn't related, but it's a special call meeting.
Okay,
So it requires quorum, so that means that votes, motions can be taken then.
so
And
it's
that's
a
this
special
one.
call for our whole committee?
Special, yeah, when it's a special call, it has to be, like, you have to meet quorum.
Okay, so that's this
So if
Wednesday?
that's something you want to include into the agenda, we can include it. Just to get, a proper vote, because I know that Anders is something that hadn't been discussed with the full committee yet.
Okay. So, I mean, I think we should just pick like 3 options and have the price range so that we can put the vote, it'll be a range of between, probably it's gonna be between, I mean, we need about 700, I think, antlers.
That's the number we went for with, for the medals, yes.
So 700, we need 700 antlers. So we need to make a range of, a budgetary, expensive between whatever
Let me see,
the
I'm doing the
highest and
math.
lowest, yeah.
700 times.
These are defined,
180 of these. That would be
Bruce
$1,200.
had his buyer look around for these, and my cousin for me, they asked him to check around, see what was local. And he said that he couldn't find a single supplier that had 700 that were of any quality. He said he found like 300 from one supplier, 350 from another supplier.
They're different.
Yeah, they're,
Some are this kind, some are that
yeah, the
kind.
green one, the brown
Yeah.
ones, and you mix up a little bit.
That's okay to mix them up. We mix them up too.
Yeah,
The one that Ruben provided, I think. It says maximum 10,000, 99, no, 9,999 pieces. So they have it for a total cost of.
they're in stock, or they
$1,057.
have to be ordered.
Well, they have to be ordered, but
Right.
now you might be a little too late with this one because it says estimated delivery December 1
Yeah.
and December 11.
Yeah, I buy a lot from Alibaba. I own a company. I buy from over there all the time, and I have things shipped. I have air shipped and by sea. And, there's no way anyone can get anything over here in that amount of time unless you do special handling, and the cost is
Actually,
astronomical.
it says November 17 to November 27. Let me continue through to see what it says.
And when you go to the website, you pay the guarantee, they guarantee the production within 30 days, and they give you another 60 days to guarantee shipping. So it's 90 days total that they have before the supplier has, that they can send stuff to you. Or they can turn around and say, well, we couldn't get it done in time for you, sorry. And they've done that to me many times. I just did 10,000 teddy bears from them for the got little shirts on, little hoodies. They sell, I can't tell you, like South Motors bought a whole bunch of them. Modern Age just bought a whole bunch of them too. And they're real cute, and the price I got for those things, freight was astronomical. They wound up, they had to put them in plastic bags, suck the air out of them, and put them and ship them by sea.
Yeah, with the website he sends, at this point, it would be a little too late because you might not get it in time for release.
Can I make one quick phone call on this right now, or would it be inconvenient? Let me slow the meeting down. Call Bruce Goldman.
Here's one that's November 3rd and November 8th, one of the other ones on his, the one he sent, was it the third one?
Oh, okay, I think I know.
It looks the same. I think it's just another seller.
I mean, it's whatever the committee,
Because I'm in a meeting right now, and we're talking about those antlers. I need 2 things. I need to get a price on them. We're looking at some other stuff that's running around $2. I need to get a price on these, and if it's possible, get a sample, whatever, I'll pay whatever it is to get them in here.
I have to place the order. Just good pictures will be fine.
How soon? How soon? Well, how much are they? Well, now we're looking for $1.75, $2, $3 maybe they might go, but I think that would be probably stretching it. Yeah. All right. It's a charity thing, whatever. They give me a sample, whatever it is, I'll pay for it, and if I could do it right away, because we have to get these things. Okay, all right, thanks, Bruce. Bye. He's gonna get samples tomorrow, and he says it's probably gonna be around $3.
I see what you did send me. It's coming up now.
Yeah.
$1.53. I sent you the one that Ruben sent to Isle that she shared with us. If you show that to your president, that one can be here by November 3rd.
That might be the better one. I
It
don't
looks
know.
fine.
Can you get a sample?
I don't even have time for that. I think we have to
But
kind
the
of make a
problem is you
decision.
you buy these things and you find out it's plastic, it won't stay in your head, and you won't be able to run with them, and it'll just ruin the whole thing. So I think it's important. that
Well,
you get-
I don't think you're gonna get like too much of a high quality.
Yeah,
if you're
those
buying
Santa
at
costumes
that
were
price.
terrible. Those Santa costumes were, like, you tore a hole
Yeah,
through them
if
if
if you can get one, you look at it first, see what, I mean, why waste your money on junk, even if it's $1? It's junk, it's
Well,
worthless.
I mean, no, that's up to the committee. to
Right.
decide that.
So
We
what-
just
what I'm
asked for the
saying is
link,
get a
but it was
sample link, Get a
requested.
sample link. Yeah, whatever it is, if you gotta pay extra money to air freight it, whatever, get a sample, check it out before we buy them. Because otherwise, we might just be throwing our money away.
Where were you ordering?
It's on dhgate.com.
Yeah, that's Chinese, that's a China company, forget it. You're not gonna see it. DHgate and AliExpress are like lower form, like Alibaba is a big company, where Alibaba is like Amazon. And AliExpress is like a division of Alibaba, and DHgate is an independent, but they're the same thing, they're small retailers, they're not really wholesale to speak of.
I mean, if this is available in November, you think it's really overseas? It's probably somewhere here already. You think you can get here that quick? Or it's just inaccurate?
Most of the Halloween costumes come from China too. And there are companies that warehouse here in the United States.
Right, that's what I'm saying. They're already
Right,
been shipped
But
here.
it's possible, you gotta check it's possible. The buyer that I was looking, Bruce's buyer,
Mhm.
she was checking all their sources where they do all the Halloween costumes. I mean, there's probably a lot more out there. They've got stores, up and down the East Coast.
I guess what we can do is put a vote to the committee and see if we can put aside $2 or whatever that is, about $2, just to have enough for $2 per. So that if we do find it, we can get them and it's approved.
$1,400.
Is that,
Yeah, you just have to make sure that.
I think you should figure $3, probably be
For
better
the
off.
shipping and everything. Yeah. 2,100.
I'm gonna have samples for you here tomorrow and the next day of these. And
Okay.
I'll pay the freight on these things, this is local, it's FedEx them over. And whatever it is, I don't have a problem with that, because I know it's like money cut out of that committee. But you'll take a look at those, if these are better, let's go with these, but whatever we get, I think we should get them first and look at them before we make a decision.
Okay. If we can get them, it's great. It's
Yeah.
the
If
ability.
they're here locally, they should be able to FedEx them to you and have them the next day.
Okay. So you're gonna get those. And for
But
Wednesday, are you
DHgate
coming Wednesday to the?
Yeah.
So, okay,
But what I'm saying is DHgate, it's not gonna be local, it's gonna
Right.
come from overseas.
okay. We will,
Yeah, she sent it to me. So.
they're getting samples. And we're gonna ask the committee to vote to allow the $2,100 allowance of purchasing the jammers if they. There was a reason. The t-shirts, I gave a quote to, how'd that go?
I haven't had time to look at that, but I could get it for you this week.
Okay,
And if not, we also, is your vendor local?
Yeah.
Okay, okay.
We also need to take that in front of the committee.
the shirts?
Yep.
Well, the shirts have always been a part of the rate.
Let's
Yes.
Let's put a vote.
You guys can put it
Do
to
we
a
need to
vote.
take it, do we need to take it to the committee to vote?
It's better if you
Okay.
do, yeah.
How much are they?
The 5,500, the quote I have, she's, Isla, you're getting another quote, right? From the vendor you guys use
Yeah,
usually?
That's
And then we're gonna
regardless,
see-
so we can show both of them to the committee. Keep in mind that Wednesday's meeting is short, so these are things that they
That's why I'm
want.
trying to make these bullet
Yeah,
kind of
okay.
things.
$5,055 is the quote I have for 750 shirts.
5,055.
Those are 100% cotton. The kids, important company shirts.
Sounds pretty reasonable.
Yeah, no, he's my guy.
It's a good quality shirt.
Yeah, that's a good shirt. They're nice. We get them. We always get those for our events.
Yeah.
Okay. Finishers medals are done and ordered. Yay. Full color like the original pictures. The police support proposal, do we have that fully finished yet and turned in?
The police, they provided the price. And I know you guys have some questions about whether we could maybe bring down the amount of police needed and all that, and I sent you a response that was by the major, and it was.
Like leave it the way it is.
Yeah, that he can go over it with you in case, there's any questions or concerns, and he can really lay it out as to why we need it and where
You
we
said
need
30
it.
police officers, is that correct?
Yeah, here, I have it here. But pretty much, we can't cut down police because you're shutting down streets.
Right, yeah,
They said that 2 hours, they needed, each police officer was supposed to get 2 hours and needed 30 of them, and he gave us the hourly quote for what they're paying.
Yeah, he did give the pool of. Yeah, so the estimate is $7,200, and that's based on 30 officers at 4 hours each at $60 an hour.
We said 4 hours each.
Yes.
okay. I guess we don't have anything to vote for, that has to happen, right? Yeah.
If we want to have the.
If you want to have them raised.
Mhm.
Barricades and cones, we already know that George is gonna.
Yeah, we're not really using barricades like the same way we use it for the veterans parade. So we're not, there's no cost there. Like if they have certain cones that they'll put out in certain areas, that's about it, but we don't have to provide any money for that. That's the police. Like the police will take care of.
Because they're putting cars there and
They're putting, but police and fire.
better than
cars.
better than barricades.
I was there when they had discussion supposedly between what the town had in cones. And they said that it was okay to include the cones, and the company that's putting on the event, they also have cones.
The water stations, we already kind of covered this, but one is,
Yeah, that's gonna be with Ruben, because I know they did I think you were there, that you guys did the route. So he would be the best one.
I would not-
You were.
you were there.
Yes,
We
right?
walked it with
The meeting with
with
Ruben
Mike.
and, yeah. So he would be the best one to indicate where, where he suggests to have the water.
We don't really need to get too crazy about it anyways, because he's staffing it, he's.
But we are gonna have volunteers. I know he's staffing, we talked about what the amount is, but we're gonna do an Eventbrite post and we'll get volunteers that way as
Yeah,
well.
they
Some
usually
kids to help.
do cups of water they put out, because they don't put bottles of water. They put
No,
cups of
no,
water.
no, and they need to be handed out at
Yeah.
whenever they pass a certain area. Yeah, so what we'll do with this is we'll confirm extra volunteers, that's all.
No cost associated with it.
That's part of the contract, the water they provide. We went over it last.
Yeah, they dip and they get out of the lake.
Sponsor packets are done and been sent. Have you had any responses back from your mailing? No?
What type of follow-up?
I was-
Is it something
I'm
we
starting to
can-
work those, like, I need help. There's more than I thought. The list was weird. It was like 4 of each thing.
It
So I
is, it
removed the
wasn't like a
dupes.
super clear list, it was just something that I took like a copy record from the old liaison. And that, I just provided that as an extra,
Okay.
point of contact, but, I don't know if I was telling Michael about Veterans Parade or if I, because at this point I'm confused, but I was telling him about sponsorships in general, like, it really helps to have a personal touch from the committee members, especially that you guys are veterans, like, you guys are the cause that they're raising the money.
I think the word, just to, might add something as a business person. In a time when everybody's pulling back, the economy's getting bad, inflation like that, I don't know what to tell you. But the word sponsorship and spending money for advertising kind of works against people. And it works against their psyche too, when they don't get what they think they expected because they were oversold on it. But if you reapproach it and use a little different terminology, we're looking for donations. We're looking for donations to benefit veterans. And if we were to reach out and with that type of asking for a donation rather than to buy a sponsorship, I think we'll have a little different type of response.
So one thing that is actually, now that you're talking about donations, on the back end of POPU, which is the platform where people register, there actually is an opportunity. I spoke with Ruben on people to fundraise. And we're not even talking businesses at this point, like if individuals, right, like your family members, anybody, friends that really want to help you raise money for this cause, there's a way that they can create a fundraising. So I'm gonna send you guys those details. That would be great to share.
And I'm talking about reaching out.
No,
I'm
I
talking
know,
about
but I
reaching
just,
out to our
Yeah, that's another
previous
alternative.
candidates.
yeah, I just
Additional-
wanted to mention that to you guys. So that's also an option for raising funds for the event. Now,
Right.
as for sponsorships, I know that you feel like there might be a disconnect depending on the company and the sponsor. But I can tell you that for other events, we've been successful at confirming sponsorship, so I don't think that that's the case. Like maybe some businesses feel turned off because of the, you know, the word
Well,
sponsorship,
the
but
automobile business, okay, most of them, they work on, they have financial statement, they try to stay within their guides. It used to be like 8 to 10% of their projected gross earnings would go towards advertising. Okay, and the word sponsorship, because it's advertising, but donations is something different.
well,
It's
you
not
guys
advertising.
can target it that way, but I just want you to be clear that we do have a sponsorship package. And if they meet a certain amount, they will be recognized as sponsors. If they can only give $100 and that's not part of a sponsorship, then they won't be recognized as a sponsor. We can definitely say thank you and send a letter and maybe like, you know, mention them at the event, but they won't get any sponsorship benefits. I know that we've had this discussion before, but sponsorship package is something that we've been tasked with, specifically at our quarterly committee chair meetings, about really taking a new approach on like laying out what each sponsor gets at every level. And that's something that we've been tasked with. So although you're telling me that, we've had other committees come back and say, no, this needs to be clear and we need to be able to sell these sponsorship packages and raise those dollars. So I understand your feedback, but I think at that point, they would just come in as donations. We do still stand by a sponsorship package. I mean, Judy's giving $10,000. It's, I know that
This is different. This is her event. Okay, she's the basic backbone behind the sponsor. That's basically sponsoring.
but that's
the
why
event.
sponsorship dollars are
And
so
this is,
important.
and this is something that she wanted to do last year and put up billboards and all sorts of things. I mean, she's done this. She's at a whole different level than the donations or of the other sponsors.
But those sponsors can maybe get to that level if we give them the opportunity to come in and get involved with the committee at such a level. Like with dollars. It may or may not be the case, but the point is that we do follow a sponsorship package.
Well, the point I'm bringing out, no one so far, no one's even.
Well,
Nobody.
maybe that's the case for this event, which is why I was saying, I personally think it'd be nice to have a personal touch from the committee members themselves, but I can tell you that we have sponsorship packages laid out for all other events, for all other committees, and we've been successful at confirming them. Like nobody's come back with an issue.
Up
of,
until this point, the economy is changing. Things are changing right now.
I received $1,000 check today for another committee.
We just had a company pay for a float, but that's not.
Exactly.
you know,
So there's people that can and
Right.
will make it a part of their budget if
Is there
they
any
can.
staff that can
And
help
we
follow
can
up too?
customize. Sorry?
Can staff help follow up?
Yeah, we can help follow up. And again, I
We
did
can
send,
split the list like it's
We
long, it's like
could.
900 lines. I sent one email out because I know, I'm looking for people I know that it's
Yeah.
easy for me to reach them. And I got an email back.
we
on one
can
of them.
definitely,
It was no
between
good.
all of us, the committee, Jonathan, myself, we can task
Have we talked
Jacob
with-
to help us and we can split it up. But yeah, it can't fall on one person because we're just not gonna be
Have we
successful.
contacted all the previous sponsors?
They
She
were
sent
sent
out-
an email with. the
But has
sponsor.
anyone actually contacted them?
No.
It's 900 names. on
There's
the list
900
that I got.
There's 900 people.
Does
total.
that have, no, but I just sent you emails, right?
It was a list that had the name, it had the business license, it
Oh.
had
Yeah.
the phone number.
So at
I
that
saw
point,
that list. Those are all the people actually contributed?
no, I think those are just that was just a
That was the
business
blast she
tax
sent
list,
out.
that was a blast that was sent out, an email
Okay.
blast. that
Do
was
we have a
sent out.
list of just the ones that previously?
Yes.
I mean, that's
Yeah,
a
we have
low hanging fruit. I'd go
Yeah.
after them
Yes,
first.
but those, I don't know if I have numbers for, but I mean, we can always Google them, so that's not, you know, that shouldn't be a deterrent. we could just
If you could
Google their
provide
I
these,
have it. I'll put that in, I'll provide that.
I'd be happy to make the phone calls.
Okay.
You know, or, you know, that's not a problem. I'd be glad to,
We
do
can
it, or
split
visit
up-
person to person. Or go out with you, Judy, or whatever, any way that I can help with that.
That was my thing for tomorrow, is to pull that one out, because I started hitting the cold list. But I was looking for names I knew, because I knew I
Yeah.
could call somebody, I know like Jerry at TD Bank, I could totally call Jerry. Come on, Jerry, let's do it.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean,
Jerry, you listening?
and that's the thing,
That's
that some of
exactly
you
what
may
it
have
is.
contacts.
Jerry at TD?
When you split up the list, like some of you might have contacts that the other person doesn't have, and that might make all the difference.
Yeah, for sure, for sure. Okay, so we'll keep on moving. Raised packet pickup. I changed the hours a little bit. It was a little bit too huge, so I thought 10 to 7:30 would be good, and we'll stay a little extra.
Okay.
People are still there.
Let me just update Ruben then. So
And
he
the-
knows the time, the new time.
And what is the morning of time for him there? Because that's him, right? He's the one that's gonna run it
Yeah,
at the
they do
race.
that one.
I mean, I don't know if I really, yeah, I guess I need to know.
No, that's fine. I know. That's something that either I have to dig through the contract, which I can do, or ask him, but I will get back to you on that.
All right, fill in a blank and. The kids run, did they paste that out too and mark it, so everybody knows where that is?
He's gonna have to tell us where exactly, but I know that, when they did the course walkthrough, we told him that we wanted to do that. So he can tell us after scoping it out where he thinks it's best. What he did give me was a breakdown of how we're gonna do the, like, divide the groups of kids, so that, you know, the big ones are not running with the little ones.
So we're gonna have more than one runner for the little ones?
It's a very small distance, so they just can do it back to back.
Yeah.
Well, hold on, let me take that back.
Please.
We can do it both ways. We can do it all together and still divide it by age, because the big has the reader of the time, or we can do it separately. I've been to a 5K where they divide it by age group, because some kids, you know, like, are much bigger than others. So I guess this is an opportunity for us to discuss how you would want to do it.
And they go, and that's after the big 5K?
Yeah, yeah, they do it after. So we can have all the kids do it at once. Keeping in mind that you may have big kids, or actually we can wait till we're closer to the race.
See how
Determine,
many- yeah.
see how many people you.
Yeah,
get.
let's do that. Okay, so how are we doing with the music for after the run, since our Los
No, I was,
Locos are not?
Well, in all honesty, I only tried them.
Okay, so
Yeah, I don't know. Did you say you had? them?
I did, I reached out and they're not available. Two of the 8 are not available.
no, Judy, I was just at an event yesterday. It was unbelievable. And they had food trucks there, but what they did, the food trucks were not allowed to sell beverages. The town of Miami, whatever it was, or the county, they control all the beverage sales, and you had to buy tickets to buy water or beer or Coke or whatever, and all that money went back into the town. But the food trucks, so when we went to a food truck, you want to get a cold drink to go with it, you couldn't do that. You had to buy a ticket and get it through the town. And the line was amazing. They sold a lot of drinks.
Was that at the Lovin' Michigan?
Pardon me?
Was it at the Lovin'?
Yeah. But it was amazing.
Friend went there too.
I must have spent probably $30-40 on the water and drinks. Coke, I didn't have any beer.
I don't think I can take any more things on personally. That's a great idea. What do you guys think about having like a separate concession to be able to kind of capture some of that revenue for the cause?
Yeah, that's gonna be on the committee to decide, on the committee to decide if you guys think that that's something that, you know, you can handle. Are we gonna have enough volunteer committee members there that day? That's something to consider as well. Like, we can't just assume that everybody's gonna be there to help. You know, some people might be out of town. We can do our best to, again, confirm volunteers as well. But when it comes to handling money, we may not want like students doing that.
Okay. And did
So
you,
that's just something to think about. And just so you know,
I'll tell you what, across the street over there where they have the pumpkin patch, the students are handling all the money.
okay, I mean, I can double check for you guys. If the town's okay with it, then we'll go for that. I'll confirm for you guys. I don't want to tell you yes and then, you know, then it's no the day of.
and I'm gonna put just that you and I are both gonna reach more out for more bands to see if we can find somebody that you've previously worked with that you know.
Okay.
Anybody else that has any bands? Okay. Food trucks? You were gonna.
I have, I confirmed the coffee, the mobile coffee girl that has the little ventanita.
Is
So
that
she agreed to come that morning at 7 a.m. to start selling coffee.
to sell to the public? Just
Yeah,
to the
to sell
public?
to the public. So we have that confirmed, and I do have it down here, but I have an update on the acai.
Oh, good, okay, I will get down there.
But we'll continue with, I guess here's a good opportunity to ask you about how many do you think we should even confirm?
Food trucks.
And I'm only asking because you want food trucks for after the race or like, because right, because people, it would
So
be
we have a
after, because
band
after
and we're
people
gonna have
are,
the petting zoo and things to do.
so that people hang out.
Yeah.
Okay. So how many do you think that?
I mean, was your 4th of July? Did you have them at 4?
Well, on 4th of July, we had like 10,000 people.
Wow, no, you don't want to have that.
Yeah, so that's kind of what I'm basing it off of. And really, we don't know, like, I know that we want people to stay after, but will people stay after? What I don't want is for us to have the food trucks there and then they don't sell, because
Right.
people aren't thinking that, you know, there's something that they can buy at. And just so you know, whenever we do book the food trucks with the other events, for example, we have Jazz in the Park coming up and we have food trucks there, we do charge them a small fee, and that also goes towards the committee. So we'll do the same here.
So how much do you get for that event, and what's your expected attendance for your park, movies in the park? You have like a few hundred people.
We charge anywhere between 50 to 150, depending on the size of the event and how many people we're expecting and how many food trucks.
Do you guarantee them? Do you guarantee the food trucks? Is there any sort of like level of sales or no?
No, I just tell them an estimated attendance, which
So-
we can do based on the sales.
Yeah, I mean, I don't want to have a mountain of food trucks.
And I don't think you guys had food trucks. I mean, correct me if I'm wrong, I wasn't here for that time. I don't know that they had food trucks.
I don't think so.
So,
Just like booths.
so I mean, we can confirm like 4. You think that's a good number?
Well, like different stuff.
Of different. Yeah, we have a whole list of food trucks, so confirming them is probably like one of the easiest things.
Oh,
to do
goody.
for this. Yeah.
See if you can get that lobster one there.
One of them. I haven't, they can't catch them. They're everywhere. I never catch them. I think we already have covered our communication with the committee and staff protocols. The benefactor. So my association, my home association uses Soldiers Angels. I don't know if you guys have ever dealt with them or know who they are or of them. Soldiers Angels, it's a 501c3. Just something to look into.
I wanted to say one more thing on that. I guess you heard it before. I just feel that the amount of money you're going to raise this thing really isn't a lot. We went through this the last time we had it run, and the amount of money you give to these organizations, the big ones, I mean, the majority of the money you give in, it all gets absorbed into administration.
Admin, yeah.
Very 10 cents on the dollar, lucky if it makes a charity. And my thoughts were, we would, rather than just rush off and pick a charity and throw the money to the wind. That's what we did last time. We sent it to these fishing guys, nice guys, but guess what? We threw it to the wind.
Right. Well, we also
I
have to make a
say-
new registry of our veterans in Miami-Dade, so we give them a gift card.
This is my thoughts behind it. My thoughts are, number one, let's earmark it for veterans.
Mhm.
And the best thing we could do for veterans would be to create a visibility, to create, what's the word for it? If you look at any type, I was a Shriner, and the Shriners turned around, they found out the best way they could raise money for the hospitals wasn't to donate the money to the hospitals, but to create visibility by running TV ads and things like that.
Awareness.
And to create an awareness, that's the word I'm looking for, awareness, to create an awareness. And awareness can be done by doing something in our park, that be it a facial on a water pad or something big and lasting, that number one, the money will stay in the town. I think it's important the money stays in the town, and that the money not go to third-party administrators. And that we shouldn't pressure ourselves into having to pick from one of these when we're in a good position to decide what to do with them on our own, and we don't have to decide right away. The theme of the event is to benefit veterans, not the Veterans Committee, to benefit veterans, and it will be to benefit veterans, whether it be chosen to be an awareness factor or a charity later on, or to be split among whichever. I mean, that's not as important as the fact that it will be going to benefit veterans,
Okay.
and that we don't have to decide right now before the event.
You guys do have to collectively decide as a committee though. So
Pardon?
the
I was
decision does
just
have to be
adding.
made as a committee.
I was just adding to the pile of
We're adding to the
options. I
pile.
know who they are.
You don't have to do it right now, and honestly,
No,
right now
but-
wouldn't even count because it's not a full committee.
What I'm
But
hoping is, I'd like to hear some rebuttal, and that's just a point of view. I want to hear some rebuttal the other way and let the committee vote on it.
yeah, the committee needs to make a vote before the event is the point. And what I want to be clear about is we went back and heard the recording of when this event was brought before council, and it was approved. As I think I shared an email with you guys with the idea that this money was going to an organization that was supporting veterans. here's my only, like, and I just want to be clear about this. This doesn't come from us. This comes from what happened at that council meeting and what was approved per council. So if you guys
Which
feel,
council meeting are you talking about? When?
whenever this was approved, like 3 years ago, the
No,
original.
because the original, we never even chose a charity.
Well,
It
I
was
went back and heard
PTSD.
it was two.
It was
two of them.
PTSD was what the idea was, and that was all from Naive, when Naive was chair. And it doesn't, we don't have time to discuss it.
Superheroes.
Well, I just
But
want
if
you
we
to
need
be
if we need to
aware.
go back to committee and
Exactly.
redefine it.
So
no
that's,
problem. So
so
let's make sure that's in the notes.
That's
that we
what
do
I
that in the
wanna-
minutes.
that's what I want you guys to know, so you have
Yeah.
full direction on how to go about this.
Yeah, I think-
For right now, the event was created that the committee does choose
Okay.
an organization. If you guys want to go back and differently, as a committee, you have to vote on, hey, we no longer want to do this, right? Like how we no longer want to do this. We've chosen that these funds instead will go back to the Veterans Committee, and if that's the case.
We don't want the funds to go back to the Veterans Committee. We want the funds to go to somewhere to benefit veterans,
Well,
not the
that's the-
Veterans Committee.
Well, that goes back to the same, then we're
It doesn't
back
have
at,
to be an organization. It doesn't have to be an organization. It could be, something for awareness. It could be a monument.
but you have to pick some, you have to pick, no,
We
no,
don't have to
It says
pick.
like no monument.
no. The council
It doesn't have to
meeting,
be one, but
the council meeting said that you guys were going to be donating to an organization to support veterans causes. That's what the council approved. it,
So
so
if
if you
we
wanna.
decide we're going to do something different, we have to go back as a committee,
Exactly.
make that decision,
Okay.
vote on it, and return
Take
it to the
There you
council
go.
and tell them what our intentions
So
are.
our
And
next, our
they-
next,
And they have to approve it.
our next meeting is
That's all.
Wednesday?
We have a
Wednesday
Wednesday.
night.
Yeah, you have a special call, so at that point requires quorum, you can make that vote. I just wanted to be clear on that,
thought we
because
had
I
a
think
meeting
there's,
Tuesday.
no, the meeting on Tuesday was discussed, it was never confirmed.
Okay, so the meeting's Wednesday.
So it means I'm gonna
So
send the
we-
meeting. right
Okay,
now.
so we can make the vote on,
It's a special call
Wednesday.
meeting, so
Right.
you can make a vote. As
and
the
then,
full
and then we
veterans
can
committee.
vote to go ahead and bring it to.
How
Mike
long is our meeting?
Or
on
Judy,
Wednesday?
you can.
It's
be the
1
one to
hour
bring it to
because there's
council.
another meeting
Right.
after, so
Exactly.
you have to stick to your 1 hour.
Okay.
Provided that's the way we
It's
do
1
it.
hour. What time is our meeting tomorrow? On Wednesday?
I was in the middle of drafting that. It's at 6 p.m.
It's-
It's
it's
from
a-
6 to 7, because
6
at
to
7
7.
p.m. there's another meeting
And
coming.
when's the next council meeting?
So this is why I'm being perfectly
We've
clear.
already
on
had
the
the council meeting for this month. So it's next month.
It was the 11th. I went to, it was last week.
So I just want to give you guys all the details you need to do whatever it is that the committee
Right.
decides to do.
Got it, Bob.
So to go to council, and I've shared this with the committees before, you need to submit a memo and minutes that show that motion and that vote taking place as a full committee. So if you guys have a meeting on Wednesday and you vote on it, I need a memo from the chair and I need minutes literally the next day
Okay.
to vote, to be added to that council agenda, because the November meeting due to elections is,
A week,
it's like a week,
It's not the
it's
eighth.
2 weeks from now,
It's
pretty
gonna
much.
be November first.
It's earlier than it normally is.
which
So the
pushes the
deadline
deadline.
is end of this week to be added to that agenda,
So they have the council meeting
November 1st.
November 1st.
That's plenty of time.
So, no, but it's not plenty of
No,
time
it's
because
not
I need
plenty of time.
minutes on Thursday, like the next day after your meeting, you guys need to turn in minutes. And I want to be very clear about that because I don't want you to miss your deadline if you do plan to go to council. So please keep that in mind, and I will reiterate on Wednesday as well.
Okay. And we did talk about like getting registry of the veterans that are Miami Lakes and like giving them like a gift card for the holidays, like, help them, whatever it is, if we have 20 people or 100 people, I don't know how many veterans that you guys would actually kind of have in Miami Lakes. Do you have a ballpark?
I'm not sure exactly. I think we had just in signs alone, we had right around 100. But there were a lot of veterans that just they're old. That's why we've got a float this year, because they're just older guys that, maybe they're Korean War, Vietnam War, they're old now, they're not active, they just really don't present themselves as veterans. I was a veteran for years, I never did until I retired. I worked for something. Yeah, but that be the case with a lot of veterans, they just keep to themselves. And, we, that again.
I would suspect that the American Legion and the VA office that's coming in.
They would have a better handle on it.
They have a better handle on it because they get that information from the VA. and the VA has a better idea of how many veterans. there
Yeah, I
are.
wanted to
When
say-
I brought up the float to the American Legion, they
Mhm.
jumped on it like that fast. And that fast, there was actually, there were three contributors paid for it. I mean, I brought it up at our meeting and it didn't go anywhere. I brought it up there and they, because of all the veterans that wouldn't ordinarily participate can ride on a float now, it's like bang, it jumped right on.
Yeah, I want to say that the suggestion of, giving directly to the veterans in my mix was brought up and someone mentioned that Gary had a list of some sort, which would make sense.
Well, Gary's the commander of the American Legion.
That's why I'm connecting on who might have had that list. So.
Gary has a list. Gary has a list of veterans. He gets it from the VA.
Right. So. That was all.
Well, just to put in our bucket of options to wrap up on Wednesday, hopefully not to take too much of the meeting away from what needs to be done. That could be, we can have options and I guess. So that's Gary, if Gary comes.
I mean, whatever we do, or whatever we go, I support it 100%, but I just.
And I'm good too. I'm just these details, I'm gonna have trouble getting too deep in the weeds of them, so I'm not gonna be effective at all the other things I have to do. How do I deal with Miami Garden Senior High to pay them? Because Toyota's committed to paying them. Should I have it go through?
You're paying them like separately from.
Yeah. Oh, I can. That's what I want to ask you. That's my.
No,
the
that's-
best way to make it
You
work for
can,
this.
you can do it directly.
Leave it
Just
outside of
to
this.
avoid. Yeah, like if you want to private me a copy just so that I have in the records in case, I'm not dealing with this next year, whoever's there like has that record, we can save it.
So it's
I can
okay for
save
me
it.
to pay them direct, just making
Yeah.
sure. Okay,
But again, if you just want to share so that we have it in
I'll
our
share.
documents, we can do that.
I'll give you. Layout, like you asked me. I need to get a better idea of sponsors, how many sponsors, so we know our layout. So I don't have it yet. Okay, well,
Other than the one in kind.
Judy, have you picked the spot where you're gonna put the stage? Is that all been decided?
yeah, there's a big, I don't think I'll help me with that. It's already kind of a spot. Yeah. And then all along here are vendor booths.
And when the runners, I mean, when the runners, when they do the lineup, whatever you call it, when they take off,
Mhm.
is there a place for the announcer or whatever over there? Or,
It's maybe over here, outside of the street.
Yeah.
So I guess that's,
Is there gonna be an announcer there, a starter, whatever?
yeah,
Usually have a-
that's where the big huge thing will be, right? The-
Yeah, there's a,
Like a
I
bridge,
don't know how to call it, but
yeah, an arch.
like the starting.
An arch. But there'll be a PA system, a sound system, so when they
He has a
start.
PA.
We have the production company has been confirmed to help us, I think.
Okay.
And actually, here, he brought up a good question. I told them that we don't need a stage because normally they're the ones that help us with the stage. I told them no stage because we have the one confirmed from the county. So really it's just, we need them more than anything for sound purposes. Where do you want the sound to be heard? Around the park? Is it the specific areas? Because that will help determine how many, speakers and systems they need to put out.
Well, I mean, with our location, I think that whole center area will be left for people that are spectating for music, and then around the edges will be the sponsors, so they're not getting too blasted out. So I would keep it kind of narrow.
Is there
Keep the
gonna
noise
be,
like just in the stage area, kind of.
Yeah, maybe that,
Last,
that's the 2/3 of the way to that with that.
usually in 5K runs, usually there'll be either like maybe at the 1 mile, then the 2 mile, there's usually music or bands or something going on, or something to mark the halfway point. There's usually something. If you go to the Miami corporate run, they have it every, there's like 3 stops along the way where there's bands and people cheering like little places. Are we gonna have anything like that?
I don't think so. I don't think it's ever been like that.
Boom boxes.
the
at the water
corporate run
parks.
is a huge run though. That, I used to work with
Boom
the
boxes
organization
at
that
the water
benefited from
Is
that.
that,
That's a huge run. I used to work with the organization that would benefit from those.
it's a huge run, but they really do it right out there. They do a bang up job.
No, but I'm saying the amount of people, because you have companies buying in sponsorships to come and join, and what they do is that those sponsors kind of get a tent and they rally up like their company, their associates and all that, and that's why you see like that many people out there.
Are we, when we give away, when we offer these sponsorships, are we giving them a certain amount of runners to go on? Example, like,
Yes. it
they
has.
get runners too?
Yeah, depending on the level, like obviously the higher ones,
Yeah.
get more tickets, which by the way, I need to give you your link for your runners. You get runners.
Oh, yeah. Maybe it's 10 or something.
Yeah, because that's good motivation right there. I mean, I would think that would be, a lot of these companies got fat people sitting around, they want to get them out there running.
Yeah, platinum comes with 6, gold with 5, 4, fun zone 2.
It's great. Oh, yeah.
I think we talked about, I just want to make sure the band for after the 5K is gonna come from budget. We talked about that. Do we need to put that to vote on the committee, or is that just normal?
I would say, again, like I know we've discussed it as a subcommittee, so at this point, it's just a matter of just like making them aware and know that these
Formalize it.
funds are gonna.
Yeah, so it's gonna be probably $1,500 for a band, once we secure one.
I think Michael told me you might have to chair the Wednesday meeting,
Might have to what?
chair the Wednesday because he's sick.
Yeah, I don't know. He's, I don't know what's wrong with him.
But I'm just like letting you know, because I spoke with him like a
Came
few
back
hours
from
ago.
all his fun under the weather.
Yeah.
So if that's
It's too
the
much
case,
fun.
I'm just bringing it up because it is a tight meeting on Wednesday and you have to go through motions. So I'm just like making you aware in advance because these are important things that you guys do need to vote on. So just giving you a heads up.
Vice Chair.
You already have the agenda for Wednesday's
I'm
meeting?
sharing it. I'm in the middle of drafting this email.
So we have to-
Judy.
Huh?
That's Judy.
Oh, of course I will. Full dimensions of the stage, can I get that? So with our band, we do secure a band, or if they ask questions, I can say, oh yeah, the stage is
think
blah, blah, blah.
Those were shared already.
They were, okay. I'll look.
Well, let me double check. Hold on, because at this rate, I don't even know what's. I definitely received them. So I will share them. with you.
Well, that would be a great place to put your vehicles, Judy. Where we have like the 1 mile mark,
Mhm.
you could put one of your vehicles up there with a sign 1 mile on it, whatever.
That's a good idea,
Yeah,
because
well,
I wasn't planning on having too many vehicles, it just.
But I mean, that'd be a good spot
Yeah.
for one. Maybe one at the 2 mile mark or one at the halfway point, whatever, wherever you decide.
This is a 5K, right?
Yeah.
Just,
So at the.
just checking, because when you talk about 1 mile, 3 mile.
K and the 4.1K and.
Yeah, okay,
Of course, it's 3.1 miles, right?
yeah,
So mile 1, mile 2, and then 3 at the end, it's kind of nice, it kind of, it's kind
yeah. You don't need a car every mile because
Are you going to limp it or are you going to be in or what?
of, it's gonna be selling drink tickets.
Yeah.
I think we had like 20 in 2018, but there's no way we're gonna be having cars, we don't even have any cars. Do I need to talk to somebody, to the police, to get the car spots? Because that's an excellent idea, I'll get magnets for the cars to put them, or put somebody with a sign holding it at the car, like 1 mile, or whatever K mark out it. Or cheering, we could put a cheering committee.
You know, whatever at this point, whatever's best. I mean, you could go over to the FedEx store for your cars and you can have printed up and they print them, they'll make them for you the same day.
Mhm.
Big signs, whatever you want on them. And then you can use that tape that's got the like the Velcro on it to stick them onto the cars or because the cars are aluminum and plastic now, like nothing sticks to them. But it'd be easier if you did that because then you could put it, if you need to put it higher up by the window so it can be visible. You know what I'm talking? They sell at Costco, you stick one side on and it's got the Velcro on the other.
Yeah.
You push it on.
Yeah.
You can buy those signs for your car, it'd be very inexpensive and easy to do. And I'm sure you probably already have some sort of designs already.
Yeah, I mean, we have banners and
And use-
stand-ups and stuff.
Yeah.
That's a good idea. Honorees, MC.
Now we've got the flags, the military flags at the Mary Collins Center. You probably want to have those on the stage, right?
Yes.
They're over at the Mary Collins Center. There's 7 flags. And there's stands for them. And one of them has a broken wing. It needs to be super glued. The eagles at the top.
One of the eagles, okay.
One of the eagles.
What's it made of?
Plastic.
Okay. I have some super plastic super glue.
Do we have a vague idea on the setup time that would make enough allow enough time to,
When you say set up as to what exactly? Well, there's different, like the police, the stage,
volunteers and,
we can set that up.
okay.
We haven't determined it yet, but if you feel like if you have an idea, we can do it. at
I mean,
whatever
the
time.
national anthem is gonna go off at 7:45. That's what we decided for the race. So, I mean, we probably have to be like game ready at 7:20 just to give that gap, right? That everybody's in their places and showtime and just give a
Yeah.
cushion of a
So
5
we're
minutes,
going
10
to
minutes.
begin
Yeah, usually everyone does a
7:20,
lineup.
done and done, ready,
Starts at 7:15.
7:15.
And then you would need the volunteers until what time? About. We'll start working on it.
Well, I think that most of the people finish running in.
For
in
sure
like
by nine, for sure by nine,
an
everybody
hour.
needs to be done.
If we leave at 8. You're gonna have somewhere there to take an hour, over an hour, walkers.
So say 9:30, that's, everybody's through the race, then the little kids are gonna do their little
9:30 would
runs.
probably be, yeah, more realistic.
And then 9:30 to 10 will be the little ones doing their little 100-yard dash for the after. And then there'll be however many we decide, depending on how many
Yeah,
different.
let
ages
the
sign
runners
up.
come back and catch their breath, and then they'll be available to watch the little ones.
Yeah. So by 10, I think that'll all be wrapped up. And then that's when the after stuff will be the MC, the band.
But do we still want volunteers for that or?
Oh, do we need them? Maybe
We'll
the
definitely
registry.
have them help at the water station. We can help them, we can have them help. And this is me vaguely like thinking, right? I'm sure there's more details we have to go through. But we can help them with the kids one. We probably won't need that much. We don't want to overdo it, because then we have too many people, and not enough things for them to do. But I think we can start with a number of like 10 or 15. How do you guys feel about that?
Just a real simple question here. Do we have the fire department or EMTs standing by in case somebody falls
that's
or
something
trips
we talked
or
about
someone
with
decides to have a heart attack?
Yeah, the police are
All
on
that
it.
kind of stuff.
The police, we've already discussed that. The police are on it, and they have a quick exit for anybody that gets hurt. They won't interrupt it with the race.
Didn't we talk about Ruben?
Yeah,
what
the day that we
George-
met with, they met with them, they brought it up.
George mentioned that to us, and they're on top of that. They're,
But I also think Ruben, to an extent, alongside George and the police, like
Right.
they have someone that follows.
Ruben is the.
I'm
the
sure they
race
gotta
time.
have some EMT
Person that you met
process to,
Right.
Yeah.
to take care of someone who falls out to the side and.
Yeah, when they met with the police and Ruben is the race time director, they went over that. That was a concern.
That was a concern, and they went over it. I think we're in good hands, Richard.
The
My
orange man
defibrillator
is the
goes
local
off,
restaurants, that's your IC.
I have one question
Yes,
that I'm concerned about, and I want to participate. We touched on it before, but I'm concerned basically two things. How are we doing as far as getting people to sign up?
we have 28 registrations.
That doesn't work. We need to reach out further on that somehow.
Maybe it's time to kick in the advertising.
I shared it with my committees. I have 7 committees that I deal with. I've shared it at all my meetings. I've sent emails to all my committee members. We sent out a newsletter about it. We posted it on
I can
social.
appreciate all we've done, but obviously. we
No, I'm
haven't
just
done
letting
enough.
you know those. I don't want you to think that it's not.
I know,
that
I
it's
know,
been
I know.
left out.
I know you're doing it, but I mean, the fact is, we need to get some more people to sign up and figure out a way to.
I think, so if any of you follow us on socials, one of the things that would greatly help is if you reshare, repost those same stories that we have, that would be extremely helpful. The link that has been shared with the committee, if you can share with your family, friends,
Oh, I'm sharing it
neighbors,
everywhere. It's on my email signature now.
that's helpful.
Yeah, I don't
But I'm
even-
just
I don't
saying,
even do FaceTime.
Like, it's the power of numbers, like, you guys are a big committee, if all of you helped us, like, I think it would greatly help.
We
And
got
we
28,
can,
we're looking for 700.
yeah, no, but I'm telling, well, it helps, like, if you invite one person, that person
There's no
invites their
question, everything
family.
helps, but that's gonna be, that's like trying to fill.
Well, I'm just
Well, it comes
putting
in
little
one- it
ideas,
comes in one at a
all
time.
come
It's a
together.
one at a time thing, so it's one at a
Yeah,
time.
we need to somehow advertise.
Well, that's one of the ways that you can help
What
us.
does,
We can
what
print
does, the
flyers.
people that are putting the event on, what do they recommend? Have we talked to them about it?
We,
I'm telling more than a shoe guy.
I did
and
ask.
A shoe distributor
Yes.
also, sneakers, like running shoes. I mean.
Ruben did, so here's the thing is that last time when you guys did the race before, when it was a Jingle Bell Jog, that was a race that was not owned by Miami-Dade, so it was a race owned by
I
that.
understand.
No,
that,
but
so
I
we-
want,
We don't have the information to contact. the previous
exactly,
owners.
that was one of the main things you guys had requested of us, so I'm
Does
I'm
this
here to tell
company-
you that that would have been a lot.
Does this
easier.
company have the ability to reach out to runners and to contact? them?
No,
Tell
because
them you did the
they
thing on the
do it
listing.
for, yeah, they do it. Like, we're putting on the race and they're helping us, they're just helping us coordinate it, so it's not like they have a built-in list, like, we have access to the registration.
Right.
They don't, they can't share like the other cities' runners, it's not right, like, that's their own clients doing a
What do you
different
think,
thing.
what do you think the best thing I mean, I understand we could all ask our friends and everything, but what do you think is the best thing we can do? Because we really need to get the word out here.
Well, I think that that's one of the best ways, like, word of
Well, that is,
mouth.
but that, we bring in, if all of us bring in 5 people apiece,
You're still not getting to a set
that's
of
not gonna get us 100
right,
people.
I think it's a good start, I just don't want that to be left behind, but I think we can also print flyers and leave them around local businesses and ask local businesses to reshare and
I
repost as
put mine
well.
out today too on mine.
All right,
And we can definitely, we can print the flyers for you, obviously,
print flyers.
Yeah.
and
It's a
we'll
good
leave them.
idea.
We can also advertise it during the Veterans.
Can
Day
you bring
parade.
some
And I
to
think
Wednesday?
we
for me to
talked
give
about
out?
the, yes, and we talked about the advertisement, and you had said yes, so if they can
Yeah.
vote on
I think we
it.
voted
We
on
have
it.
flyers,
Did they?
it's a good time to put them
I
out.
don't-
For
People all
this event?
along down the
No, they
street.
voted on it for better.
Um,
But I think that would be.
Let's put a vote to put some, to put.
That's a
some
good idea. That's a good idea.
Budget for paid social,
On Facebook, you can do
Facebook
a
ads.
dollar a day even,
Yeah, it doesn't have, a little goes a long way. with
I
those
think, and we had,
ads.
the Chamber of Commerce.
They're gonna
um,
do the expo, the networking expo they do, they're actually gonna raffle off tickets.
Oh, nice.
They've
They
been-
weren't in kind, so they had 2 tickets, and instead of using them, they're gonna raffle them off to hopefully build up some.
And as far as I'm aware, they've been sharing it and, people.
Yeah, and they've been sharing it, so.
I would just like to see us to get the effort out now, and
Right.
then we do the push right now, and not be like in the car business, everybody waits the end of the month to get busy, right? Pushing the beginning of the month, what I mean? It makes it easier for you
You're
on
not
the
playing
end.
catch up, yeah.
Right, so I'd rather
We
put the
had,
push
we
on
had a
now.
bunch of flyers.
Yeah, she's gonna bring them on
We'll-
Wednesday.
We'll bring them on Wednesday.
A bunch like
But what
that
I'm
many?
getting at is that we had a bunch of flyers during the
3
Veterans
reams?
Day.
If you brought us 1,000 flyers, that means.
We can have a volunteer strictly just pass that out. Thank you, that's great.
I think, that's it, we get someone to pass out flyers along the parade route.
We're gonna have volunteers
that's
that day,
good
we
too.
can have
Yeah.
them. And you know what, it should actually be announced on the program that day, we should
Sorry,
add
could
it
you
on
say
the
that again?
program.
And
The Veterans Day, ceremony that they do for the Grand Marshal,
Yep.
we should add that
we
opportunity
should add that to the program.
to the program. For registration, like a QR code so that they can sign up.
What about putting a sign up in the park? In both parks?
Well, we can put up, you know what we can do?
Maybe
We
a
can
banner.
do the, I forget what it's called, the marquee that they use in the Miami Lakes Drive, that the police uses to
Oh, the-
advertise
the
the
light
event at
up-
the farmer's
oh,
market, we
yeah.
could do that.
Okay, the marquee, that's a good idea.
And I'm thinking,
What about some sort of sign or something permanently in the parks, we put them up on a fence or a wall or something like
Well,
that?
I can drop off the flyers to our, obviously our
No,
park,
I'm
That's
talking
what I
about
was-
something physical, a big sign in
well,
the
that
park.
costs money, so that would be up to you
Well,
guys.
it
We
costs,
can bring that up once a
But-
night.
but it makes money, right?
Of course, I'm not disagreeing, I'm just telling you that it's up to the committee to make that decision, if that's how they want to.
You're in charge, Winston.
That's all I'm
You can
saying.
bring it all up.
No, this
Is that it to the?
It is,
Yeah.
advertisement is always a good thing, it's never about.
No, I just want to see us, get, I like to see us have 1,000 people out there, but at the rate we're going, we're not really moving it very much. 28 people, it's not even,
Yeah.
This is October.
You do also, some people do, I will say some people do wait very last minute to sign up.
they get a big discount for signing up.
Well, no, that's it, it's
That's-
on the
that's
discount
fine.
ended 2 days ago.
yeah, we were pushing that out,
We were pushing
last
out that
day,
early discount.
Saturday's last day, for this early bird discount.
Can we run a special for a week at some point or no?
We could,
Okay,
we could,
I don't think,
no?
no, I'm saying, I don't think.
like, we don't have it set up right now, but it's not an issue. We could pick a random, you guys wanna do like a, oh, okay, so here's something that I used to do at my old organization, we used to do a 5K as well. And what we would do is that during holidays, we would do like gift a friend, like a registration, or if you want to do it for like Thanksgiving or something like that, you could use a special occasion to kind of give a code for a few days and maybe people would jump on it. So that's something to think about as well. I don't know if that makes sense for
I like that.
Thanksgiving, but maybe like an early holiday gift for Christmas. I don't know.
It's a great early holiday gift. Get the gift of fitness. And benefit the veterans.
So
So I'll take care of the marquee and I will make sure that for the veterans,
how many,
we have a
how
volunteer.
many flyers are you gonna print out?
How many do you want me to print?
He said 1,000.
Well, we're
And
trying,
I print like 400.
we're trying to attract 700 people to 1,000 flyers. You think each flyer is gonna attract a person?
Well, I'll try to print as many as I can. So I'll try to.
Well, we're gonna split them up and have our own piles and go to our own places so that we can cover everything. Unless we're just gonna be, one person's gonna cover the entire town.
I think we can
No,
go
we
ahead, if we get the flyers out here, we can turn around and we could get, Mary Golden High School. We had, Barbara Golden High School, they had, about 60 volunteers that came out and did the flags for us. And they told us that anytime we need anything to let them know, we could go to them so they can get their community service hours in. We could go to them with flyers and have them deliver a flyer to every residence in the town of Miami Lakes.
Oh my God.
Okay, every resident in the town of Miami, this is no joke, and they'll do it. Okay, we can arrange that. That's a done deal. Just a matter of getting the flyers. So we have right now, how many residences in Miami Lakes and businesses? If we had that many flyers printed, we can go ahead and get them delivered door to door.
You gotta make door hangers because they're not allowed to put them in mailboxes.
I didn't believe it when they came out. Even when we picked the flags up and we rolled them all up and you see how neat it was done?
No, but I heard you guys told
We
me.
had 50 volunteers out there
International
like
Junior
that.
Honor Society.
And they came back and said they're looking for more things to do and get more community
That's
hours.
awesome. Okay, yeah, let's activate them. That's great.
All right.
We'll do the
So
marquee.
who has contact with, that's with Daylin or no, that's with like Moritz. Moritz.
We have two, I mean, I know they.
What's the guy's name?
Giving Gators, so we can ask her. And
I'm
I
embarrassed.
know-
What's the guy's name over at Veterans Park? Miguel, what's his name? The guy that runs that?
Ernie?
Who?
Ernie?
Ernesto, yeah, Ernie. Ernie's their contact for that. Ernie's wife is the contact over there. She'll go ahead and get it done for us.
Yeah, but we have the teachers contact, so we can
Pardon?
send it to her as well. Like they have a friend as well that has helped us
Yeah,
with
the lady that
volunteers
runs it all.
before.
What's her name? She's out there all the
Well,
time.
I know that there's a Soto as well. It's not his wife though, but it's
Oh,
their
yeah.
friend.
Right, the friend.
Uh-huh.
But anyway, I'm sure they'll do it. I mean, I know. there's no
Yeah, no,
question about they'll do it.
they always reach out asking, how
Yeah.
they can volunteer.
Yeah, and they can get their community hours and it helps everybody.
Who could be
So
the
we're gonna
conduit
need,
for that?
we're gonna
You?
need, I
I
would
can share
say-
the flyers with them and ask them if they can, if they think, here's my only concern. They're kids, so the whole knocking and door-to-door thing freaks me out a little. So I will just run it with the team to make sure. it's fine.
I can tell you, these kids,
I
these
know.
kids they're
But
wonderful.
you have to remember that we're, everything's
They
a
were
liability.
They worked so hard. These kids came out and worked so hard. They didn't run and hide. They were out there. What can we do next? Yes, sir. What can we do next? I mean, they're a nice bunch of kids. And I think there'd be no problem with them delivering the flyers and getting their community hours in.
I'm just gonna have our attorney here because I don't want any issues. And if he says yes, then we go for it. I'll email her and I'll ask her if they can help us with
Can
it.
they stand outside of Publix?
No, I think, I think door to door.
Publix
going
has a
around,
bulletin board.
Oh,
delivering flyers door to door. And we could have, and there's more sources. We could have like, the young Marines would be glad they do it for us. We have, I mean, there's.
You
a lot
can
of
pass
ways
it
to
out
Boy
at their
Scouts.
5K, actually. Whoever comes to that 5K should, like, those are people that are probably interested in helping veterans causes. You can pass out flyers as well. Right, there's a 5K. You guys are looking at me like with a blank stare. The young Marines, right? They're having
Oh,
a
they're
5K.
5K.
Yeah, they would gladly hang out, hand
I
out.
don't know.
Like you are all looking at me.
Yeah, I don't know.
Oh, okay. I thought you
Okay,
said
all
that.
right, so we're gonna rely on you to go ahead and do what you gotta
To
do,
get
let
the
us know.
soda.
As long as I get approval for that, like, yes, if it's okay, fine, then.
I can't imagine why they would be opposed, why you would get
Because
pushback
they're
on something
going,
like that.
walking through the streets and going to
Yeah.
people's houses, and don't tell me, come on, everything's a
Come
liability.
on, passing out flyers,
Everything
please.
was.
Yeah,
In
and
this- in
somebody
this
gets kidnapped
litigious
while they're.
society-
doing
There's a
it.
liability walking down the street, debris, somebody falls, breaks the
Yeah,
leg.
well, that's
Yeah,
why
but
we signed.
There's a liability
Yeah.
coming into this building, there's liabilities for everything, but there's common sense also.
But
If
they're
it's-
also kids,
if
so
it's
it's
for-
a difference.
If it's formed by us, then of course.
Yeah, I mean, if you wanna create pushback, we can on anything.
I'm not creating pushback.
I
I'm
know, but
telling you, I'm
they
gonna
can
get
if they wanna do
clearance.
that. The idea is, let's get this done, let's get the flyers out. Kids are perfect for it.
Maybe we can, I don't want to harp on it tomorrow, but even the sandwich boards at Mary Collins that the Legion has, throwing stuff on there and leaving it out in the park. I don't know.
Yeah, we'll definitely take care for sure of putting out the flyers in our community centers.
My ad agency.
We need thousands out there.
I'm saying in addition.
We need
to that.
10,000 flyers out
I understand. I will get
Are
curious.
there 10,000 residents in here?
We don't have enough room for 10,000 runners. They're gonna be touching.
Well, 10,000 to really convert, right, the amount you even
Yeah.
want.
If we could get one runner for every 10 flyers we put out there, which I think would be a nice return on it, you know? If we could get one runner, it's like doing a mail out at the dealership, right? Just one person out of one
So
town. just-
30 cars to break even on the mailer. 30 cars, break even. Yeah.
But I think that's, I mean,
For
that's a
$15,000
good, that's a one good step.
15
And then the
cars.
other thing, I mean, that's just one idea, and I hope someone will come up with some more ideas. The other
Oh, we
thing.
did good between us.
Yeah, we're
The other thing is that we
flowing.
need to look at is again, the sponsorships, or in my case, I like to say the donations. And, you know, we need to really reach out in a different way than what we're doing because we're not getting any response. And I just, I'm open for suggestion on that, but I just think we need to, we need to take action, not just talk about it. We need to take action.
I think you guys,
I'm gonna distribute the list amongst us, amongst our whole committee. Actually, at Wednesday, I'm gonna ask who will help. And then I will split up the list of the previous sponsors so that we all have something to call.
Fine,
So we get it
fine,
done.
I'm happy to do
I
that.
have the Economic Development Committee tomorrow. I'm going to
yeah, I was
see-
gonna say, that's a very good committee to partner with. when
And maybe
things
if
like
someone,
this.
if, I don't want you guys to come to town hall 3 days in a row, but if you guys want to come tomorrow, say, hey, we have this event, with sponsorships.
All right, I'll do whatever it
I
takes.
send the
Well, I'm
email
gonna
to
present it,
EDC, I think it's
you know.
nicer if it's an actual veteran coming out and asking
Yeah,
for the
that's
support
why.
versus Kyle just saying, hey, here's something else.
What time is that?
Tomorrow, 5:30.
Okay, because economic development, right, that's their whole point, like they're stimulating local businesses and getting the word out there for the businesses, so obviously sponsoring an event like this is a good way to get a business.
Judy, I'll be there to support you.
Thank you. Can you bring flyers tomorrow then? Will you be able to print some of these, so we
Yeah.
give them some?
We'll print them and we'll just leave them in this room anyways, so that people can
Everybody
grab
just
them.
steal them.
Try to do them on like a bright yellow or something.
The flyer's nice. It's a good color. It's all
It's a bright
color.
color.
It's bright.
Yeah, yeah, it's not black
I
and white,
had, I left them all at work because I gave them out. and
but
I
it's
put
the
them out.
bright red one that
It's
they.
a big
Oh,
logo.
I
It's
saw
like-
that.
It's nice.
That's the one Jonathan designed.
Yeah,
No,
it's-
what's it,
Well-
the marketing company.
Well, Pepe is,
Is it? That's
my
excellent,
money-
excellent.
but not the flyer. The flyer you guys made.
Oh.
Yeah, you guys made, we made the
Don't mind.
logo. We made the logo, but you guys made the flyer. It's a
That's-
nice
I just do
flyer.
it all.
It's nice. You did a great job.
That's sharp.
So
I like
then
that, yeah.
we can have that, the QR code is, you know, very, I
To the
guess tactile isn't the word, if it's electronically, then people put their phones out. and-
It's very easy.
Yeah.
Okay,
It's
so
very easy,
5:30
so-
tomorrow. We'll move in here.
I have to print one more.
Oh, go ahead.
So we'll do that.
Oh my
The
God, I have
marquee,
these
we'll
stacked.
get
I'll
clearance
be-
on the flyers.
How many of you do you need here tomorrow?
Jonathan can say it.
Yeah, I
for
can
you.
say it.
He's just saying
I-
it, maybe it makes a better like
Can I say the
push
magic
if
words?
it's you guys. He'll be here.
Again, I don't want, I mean, you guys will be here 3 days in a row.
I have a meeting anyways from 4 to 5 in
You
Hialeah
gotta
at
speak.
school,
for
so I'll
her.
come
You
right
gotta
after.
mean it. You gotta make, they gotta buy into it. All right, we're gonna put you to the test tomorrow.
I believe our,
I'm gonna try to pop in. I have a meeting in Hialeah.
You have a meeting tomorrow?
It's at the school.
don't stress yourself.
I'm gonna work on the.
Yeah, yeah,
petting zoo
he'll
and
be
stuff.
here, like he's gonna be.
No, but it's good to have one of us. You're right. Can you come in like your officer? Come in your full formal wear? Will that
In
help
our-
make an impact?
An hour. Come in race wearing the antlers and.
No, he's gonna come in as formal.
We have upcoming town events at the end of our agenda package. And
Yes,
it's a-
committee shirt.
It's a fairly natural segue into talking about an upcoming event. But public comments comes earlier, people were engaged. but-
Here's another suggestion. I would say, obviously, right, we're sharing this on the town Instagram. I would say that as committee members, you give a nudge to your council members to help you spread the word via their socials, via their family members, via their neighbors.
Yeah,
whoever.
the council members, every one of them, been very supportive of us all along. I mean, no matter what we're doing, they seem to support us.
Right, but that's just an extra, like,
Yeah, no,
it's
it's
an
more,
extra
it's more.
step, like, okay, now they're putting it on their socials. Like, I'm just saying, because each of them have individual pages.
Lynn Matos will help us too.
So I'm just saying, because I've had other committee
And
members do that for their events, like they've gone and told, like, you can tell the customer, hey, have you signed up? Hey, are you gonna support our race? Hey, are you bringing out your family? Hey, can you share it on Instagram? Like, that helps. I mean, they have a following, obviously. And, you know, the more of us that put it out there, the better. So that's just an
We all
additional,
just need to work more.
these are all baby
That's-
steps to
yeah.
get to a good number. But it takes all of that.
Oranges, bananas, acai.
Yeah, so the Acai Express, she is willing to come in as an in-kind sponsor. It's
Who's
the
that?
new acai bowl place right in front of Vida France.
Okay.
So we needed somebody to do like, we said like breakfast bites, right? Like oranges and fruit, things like people would normally give after a 5K. So instead of us paying for it, we wanted to get a sponsor. So she can do that. However, she's asking if she would rather donate smoothies for people after they've done.
Oh,
with the
smoothies are really
That's
nice.
fine with me.
Oh, I just wanted
That's
to run it
great.
by you because I know we said fruits
Well,
initially.
people
I
do-
think smoothies are better,
So the
but
5K runners, the ones that are super like,
Right.
are they gonna be pissed at their apple or are they good with?
I mean, if
smoothies?
we want to purchase some on the side, or I can ask her if she can provide some,
Smoother.
but she
smoothies are awesome.
definitely wants to do
Yeah, but
smoothies
you
for
know,
those.
people-
I told her
Okay.
700 and she was fine.
Wow, that's
These
great.
kind of-
That's
Yeah.
really great.
So I just wanted to
We
run
could
it
go
by you guys.
We could go
before
to Publix or go to maybe Grand Union or one of the supermarkets. and go in
700
there.
smoothies is a lot
It's
of
teeny
liquid.
tiny.
Well, she's not gonna give full ones, like she'll
Those
always
little
be-
I mean, even
I
little.
mean, those little bitty tiny things, like the
Yeah.
barbecue sauces and probably like 2-ounce cup or something.
Yeah, but if you guys are cool with that, we can
Yeah,
bring
it's
her in.
great. I mean, it's. And then 22 is do we have
Who
a
is that
got
doing
cut
that?
off, so.
Kyle, who's doing that?
Acai Express. Acai
Is it on Main
Express.
Street?
Can you
Yeah.
spell it out for me?
ACAI.
Express.
Acai,
Their
acai.
competitions in the park every
Okay.
They're in front of Vida France. No, it's you want to know.
Across
I
the
know.
street.
I know roughly. I was there this afternoon.
Oh, okay, yeah. They're fairly new, so.
Okay,
Alright, so I guess it's about.
that'd be cool.
if this Number 22 got cut
Well,
off. I don't know what happened to, do we
I'm not
have?
here on the 10th of December.
Where you going?
I'm at the Army Navy game that week.
Motion
that's right.
to adjourn the meeting at 10:04. Anyone?
They
Motion
don't
to
want to
adjourn?
adjourn.
Motion to adjourn, 10:04.
Second,
All right.
it's 10:04.
Let me
My
finish
wife's
writing
not
this
feeling
email
like
to you
water.
guys.
Okay, well, we'll wait.
I'm gonna,
No, no, you
I'm
do.
gonna, as you go out, I'm gonna pour some alcohol.
Hold on, if-